There was a little bit of confusion about the order of things, but we're going to start off with C3 Sablefish, the Sablefish ESP this morning. We've got all the leads here. I did not check if Mike Jepson's online. I think the computer here isn't ready yet. But we'll get that sorted out and make sure that that Mike's online and gets promoted. So for this item, I'll just turn it over to staff to get us started.
Thank you. Good morning, SSC. Anna Henry here, council staff. And before handing it over to Dr. Shotwell and Dr. Dame for the presentation, I'm just going to do a quick introduction to help remind everyone why we're taking up this item and what the action is here today. So this action is in response to some recommendations made by the SSC in December regarding improved integration of economic, social, and community information in the management process. The council at that meeting also supported these recommendations and passed a motion that, among some other things, recommended that NOAA and council staff review available data and recommend species-level socioeconomic indicators appropriate for the ecosystem and socioeconomic profiles. So we had an internal meeting with council staff, NIMP staff from the regional office, and the Science Center Economic and Social Sciences Research Program to discuss some of the current products that include social, economic, and community information. We discussed some plans to incorporate new information into existing products, and then some longer-term ideas to address this issue. And we determined that, given the concurrent timing of ESPs with the specifications process and some of the current issues in the sablefish fishery, that the Sablefish ESP was the first recommendations. Staff will incorporate SSC feedback and finalize the ESP for consideration as part of the final harvest specifications at the upcoming December meeting. And if appropriate, these new indicators will be included in other stock ESPs in the future as feasible. So this is just the first step towards addressing the SSC's greater concerns regarding social, economic, and community information. We do have future plans that include a staff presentation at the upcoming December meeting that will outline the existing economic and social information that is available and relevant to harvest specifications. And we plan on having an agenda item later in 2025 to discuss other opportunities to improve the communication and use of available economic and social information in the management process. So that's kind of how this fits into the larger process of addressing the SSC concerns on social and economic information. But again, the focus for this meeting is to have the SSC review the proposed additions to the suite of indicators identified in the Sablefish ESP and provide recommendations. So with that kind of long-winded introduction to help focus everybody to kind of where we're at in the process, I will turn it over to Dr. Shotwell and Dr. Dame.
Hi, this is Kalei Shotwell. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, go ahead, Kalei. We hear you fine.
Okay, perfect. So I'm going to do the beginning of this talk. Thank you, SSC members, for having us. And then it'll be a short intro just to give you some ideas of where we're at with the ESPs. And then I'll pass it over to Dr. Dame. So first want to say this is Kalei Shotwell, Alaska Fisheries Science Center. I want to thank my co-author, Rusty, for helping put together this presentation and all the folks who contributed to our ESPs that are listed on the slide. Can't do it without these folks. Next slide, Rusty. Or whoever's driving. Sorry, I don't know. So the next three slides are very quick. They're here for reference as a reminder of what the ESPs are, where they fit into our decisions, and the timeline for delivery. They're both a process and a product. We identify important indicators that can be analyzed at the stock level in a 4-step process. And then we create a supplemental report that synthesizes the results and communicates drivers of stock dynamics. Next slide. Once that ESP process and product are completed, the information in an ESP can feed into several areas of our stock assessment process. That can result in both qualitative decisions by informing uncertainty contextually, and in quantitative decisions by informing our assumptions, choices, or covariates that feed directly into our stock assessment models. I'll note that the qualitative context building is what we're mostly discussing today. Some of the examples of how we use these in both of those qualitative or quantitative decisions are listed on the slide, and we've already used many of these in the ESP since we started in 2017. Next slide. This is a general timeline for how the full ESPs are conducted within our annual stock assessment cycle. The first month listed is for the crab stocks, and the second month is for the groundfish stocks, but there's flexibility in this, and it's highly dependent on staff time. At this time, we're focusing on shifting the timeline for some of our statistical updates of the ESPs to earlier in the year, around May, for both the crab and groundfish, so that assessment authors can use that information more readily within their assessments. And then we also talk about capacity limitations to create more full ESPs. And that will need to come up with plausible solutions using the resources we have at hand. So I'm going to touch on two of the ideas that we've come up with because they might be relevant to your discussion on socioeconomic indicators. Because if we make more ESPs, then we'll have need for more of those socioeconomic indicators. All right, next slide. For the rest of the presentation, this is just an overview. I'm going to briefly touch on those two ways to increase our capacity to conduct ESPs, then a brief update on the national initiative because some of the work that's going on there is also relevant to the socioeconomic discussion. And then Dr. Dame will dive into the progress on developing those socioeconomic indicators in response to the SSC and council recommendations that Anna mentioned in the beginning. Next slide. I just want to quickly review the request for information, which is designed to provide a guideline criteria for ESPs and to make submitting to an ESP more equitable and open. The main elements are a description of the request process, the timing of the cycle that you can see on the table on the front page of that screenshot to the right. This is followed by a list of requests for each stock. It's really close to an RFP, and it includes links to previous ESPs for that stock. The request can be for any kind of data in the form of indicators or stock-specific information like temperature thresholds or growth weights. And then final sections have instructions for contributions, how the submitted information is reviewed, and then our roles and responsibilities for the teams and contributors. So initially we planned to send out an RFI for each ESP, but now we're just creating two, one for crab and one for groundfish, and that will have various stock requests. We'll coordinate with the crab ESP team, which is mostly the crab plant team, to be consistent between the two RFIs, and also with the ESR and ESSR teams to identify any areas of overlap between our products and their products and the ESPs, and then figure out ways that we can streamline our contributions. And so we plan to do these first RFIs this winter. Next slide. And then I want to return to that stepwise example of the annual process for conducting our ESPs. Generally, this is what we do now. We have a recommendation, then we request for information, then we develop the full ESP, and then we create these report cards with the current year information, which is what you've seen and you just saw yesterday for crab. Right now we have 7 operational ESPs, 3 crab, 4 groundfish, and we're basically at a staffing limit to create any more full ESPs, even though we have about 10 more outstanding recommendations to conduct ESPs, possibly more in the way. We also have all our stocks producing risk tables, and authors struggle to get stock-specific information for those. So we wanted a way to take the weight off the authors, but we also don't want to increase the burden on the ESP editors. So how do we do this? One of the choices was to think of ways to reduce that step 3. And you can click, I think I just highlight it. That's by far the heaviest lift of the ESP cycle. Okay, next slide. And so we're introducing what's called the ESP Mini. You can think of this as a bit of a fast track instead of that deep dive of the full ESP that can act as a starting point for our indicator creation and any evaluation of that. The first part is, the recommendation, review, and request step. You'd start with the recommended stocks. that we have for conducting ESPs, and then we review readily available indicator reports, such as ESRs for the region. The most recent EFH update also has quite a bit of information. Any synthesis papers for the stock that may exist. Then you'd request the identified stock-specific indicators through that RFI that I just mentioned. And then the next step is the data management reporting part. You'd upload any selected indicators that you receive through the RFI into our data management system. Or if they're already sourced on ACFIN, like many of the socioeconomic indicators, you can set up a simple automated SQL query. And then you use our ESPR package to generate a standard set of tables and figures that can also be made into an automated report using the templates we already have on there, and then you're done. These can be very useful for risk table evaluations, and we've completed 2 example ESP minis. We did one for Tanner last month, and then I just completed one for Arrowtooth Flounder. And you see example on the right there of the time series. Next slide. And this is a traffic light table for the ecosystem indicators for Arrowtooth Flounder Mini. We found 19 indicators for Arrowtooth just by going through readily available products that we had. And, this is basically producing a report card in less than a week for this stock. And that dramatically changes how long these can take. This is just a starting point. But the RFI combined with those minis should help us connect contributors with assessment scientists, and we can start doing more of our recommended ESPs. Next slide.
Kelly, hang on a second. There's a question here from Kaylin.
Oh, go for it.
And I'm sorry, this could be the other folks who are leads on this item. The only document that I saw and reviewed was really specific to the socioeconomic indicators. And so is there a separate document or description about this RFI, the request for information process, and everything that's been presented up to this point?
No, through the chair, sorry about that. This is just an introduction to let you know what's going on with ESPs because there's so much. And I wanted to let you know that there's capacity building happening as well, so that when you have your conversation, Rusty's going to go through all of the indicators that are relevant to that document. And I just have one more slide. And, but this was just to give you a preview of how we could build capacity for any more that you may be talking about.
And maybe this is a question for Franz. So are we supposed to understand and be commenting on, for example, this RFI process and maybe how it relates to the socioeconomic data? Because I read the task as looking at the 4 data elements, or is this just background?
Yeah, I think this is, I think as Clay pointed out, this is kind of general background on the ESP process. And I think we can think about how to, how to bring the socioeconomic indicators into that developing framework, I guess. Does that sort of capture your intent and interest too, Clay?
Exactly, through the chair. I'm just trying to give you some information about what's going on so that you see, so when you decide on which indicators and have this conversation on how these fit for those decisions, you can see what we have planned.
Yeah, there's another follow-up from Kaylin.
So without knowing a lot about this RFI process, would say the SSC have to submit a request for social and economic data to, or Franz is shaking his head. So maybe just.
No,
Yeah,
no,
yeah. Clay, maybe you can clarify that. I mean, I'm not fully familiar with the RFI process either, but maybe just briefly expand on how that works.
Apologies. It is something that we're developing. We've talked about it a lot at the plan team level, but perhaps not to the SSC. And it's something that we are hoping as a communication device to help people know what are the priorities for these ESPs. So it would include any requests that you know, discuss here that are relevant to the different stocks that we would do ESP for. So if when you go through the indicators that Dr. Dame will present, those are the kinds of things that you'd like to see for sablefish or other stocks that have ESPs, then we can put that into the RFI and folks can respond to it so that we can, you know, have an open process for how these can be created.
Yeah, I think the part of the confusion may be that, you know, we thought there had been this process for the socioeconomic indicators to sort of narrow down some useful indicators that will be presented here. But this would be an opportunity for other or additional indicators if there is interest in developing further indicators. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then we have a question from Sherry.
Hi, Clay. I'm wondering if you and Rusty, so since our process leading up to this agenda item was a bit different, we had an SSC subgroup and we talked with staff and council staff on sort of how to go about this and what next steps were. But we didn't really talk about how this ties into the general normal ESP process. And I'm wondering if you have any slides to sort of help us know where we are after that meeting and sort of what's next. That might help. I mean, because since SSC leads didn't have necessarily the background on RF requests for indicators and everything, we can't expect that that'll be sort of in our report. But I'm wondering if you tie it together for us at all.
Yeah, there were no, through the chair, there's no expectations that you would report on any of this. It was more to give you context for when you go through what Rusty presents. If those are the types of indicators that I think that you want moving forward, then we can start folding them into our request for indicators and just have a formal process of this is what we'd like to see, and along with the ecosystem priorities, you know, those indicators, it's all together. It's kind of an effort to keep it all in one product.
Okay, Sherry has another question.
I recognize these questions are coming from people that don't fully understand the process. My questions. Do we need at this meeting to describe sort of what topics are for the request for indicators? Because if we don't necessarily know that full process, that may be tricky. And so I'm looking for sort of what feedback.
I wouldn't think so. I think that what you are meant to focus on, and this is what Anna has mentioned, is just the indicators that were in the document that Rusty submitted. And then that's just a starting point. And then probably you go from there. I apologize. I wasn't in any of the meetings on this, but I imagine that Rusty will, I feel like I'm doing Rusty's talk for him. So maybe we should let him speak. But he has 4 indicators that he'll show you. And then I think you'll look at them and decide if these are the directions that you'd want to go for ecosystem or socioeconomic indicators. And then in my mind, and Rusty, please jump in here if you and the other folks from ESSR have a different thing in mind. But after you decide if these are the right kinds of indicators, then maybe we can think about, well, which other stocks could use these or have these, and then we could put that into the request for indicators, and that we can just know that this is what's going forward, and start there.
That's wonderful, Clay. And thank you. I will get out of the way. I just want to acknowledge that, yes, I recognize you weren't at that meeting. And you also asked me a long time ago, I think last March, if the SSC wanted to meet with you. So I realize we're bringing different conversations together. So thank you.
No worries at all. Okay, let's just keep going. I just have 1 or 2 just to give you
Sorry,
national...
Kelly, we have another question from Chris.
Okay.
Here.
You guys are ready to go this morning. Okay.
Hi, Clay. Sorry, I'm way in Franz's periphery. Maybe I'm confused a very basic point about why this is called a request for indicators. Like, who is requesting what of whom and why and when and whose job it is it to make sure that the request occurs with whatever periodicity it's supposed to? Um, I'm sure that this name comes out of some historic process in this process, but what's it mean?
Well, yeah, we just said we basically, through the chair, we just started this, so it might change. And we haven't actually put this out yet, but the idea is to just have an area where we can be more transparent, I guess, about what we're requesting for each of our ESPs, because right now it's not very clear, and we also can only reach so many folks, and we only know where there's so much data, and there's a lot out there. And so a formal request for information is really put together similarly to an RFP. It would be, as I was mentioning, just organized by each of the stocks, and then the priorities that are actually in the ESPs right now. But that would be more the center of the document, so that people can see, well, this is what they need for this for this ESP. And if someone wants to respond to it, they can provide the data, and then we'd be able to review what's available. We have a lot of indicators for our ESPs, but we didn't get everything we'd like. And so we have priorities set out for each of them. That's in the end of each of the ESP documents. It just doesn't go anywhere after that. So this was a way to remind folks this is other data that we might need that would be maybe better than the indicators that we were able to get our hands on. And if anyone would like to respond to the RFI, then there's a process for how to submit indicators that's detailed in the document. But of course, I'm looking for feedback. Again, we haven't done it yet, and it's just a way to get the word out, pretty much.
So it sounds to me as though the request is on part of the plan teams, and they are making two requests. One is a request of data holders to contribute pieces of information that the plan team has brainstormed, and the other request is to the public, potentially, or the SSC potentially, to suggest other data streams that we might know about that could be contributed if only we badgered the people who had it enough to do so. Is that, am I hearing the request structure correctly?
Well, I hadn't really thought of it from the perspective of the plan teams. This was more of a center initiated, request. It wasn't, I hadn't really thought of it as going through the plan teams. But more, so there's two of us that are editors for the ESPs, Aaron Fidowa and I, and we basically have worked with our stock assessment authors to create teams to find folks that could contribute information or indicators to our ESPs. And we're basically formalizing that process so that it's not just the ones we knew about. It could be anyone that has information that could help with the indicators that we use. So I hadn't really put it through a plan team formal request or anything like that.
Yeah, thanks, Calais. If I may just jump in here. Yeah, I think this is really valuable just for context, sort of big picture context. And I think I just want to make clear that this is still an ongoing developing process in terms of the ESP and the council SSC discussions of how to handle the different data streams. I'd like to just come back to our sort of task at hand here for the ESP Sablefish, though, and maybe at the end we can, comment on how it might fit into the bigger picture. But for this agenda item, we were primarily focused on the kind of case study for the socioeconomic indicators for Sablefish. So I'd like to kind of stay focused on that. But go ahead with your, I mean, this is super useful background. I think that'll help us understand of what you guys are thinking, how this could work, and that might work differently for the biological versus socioeconomic indicators perhaps too, but clearly that's still something under development. Go ahead, but I'll encourage us at the SSC here to focus on the Sablefish ESP specific indicators for this item.
That sounds great. Thank you, Franz. Okay, next slide. I'll quickly go through this. If this is just to say there's a national ESP initiative that's going on. They're developing across the nation. 3 regions have them right now. And one of them is operational. So there's a lot of momentum. We started a coordination project. Next slide. That has 18 reps from our science centers, regional offices, and headquarters. And that's to open multiple lines of communication and share across centers what we're doing. So that can create efficiencies. We have some activities to do a website, a guide, and conduct these share workshops where we do talk about what we're doing at each of the regions. And specifically the information, the task here has been very interesting to many across the nation. And we also have opportunity to coordinate on projects where we just have one for an IRA data modernization where we can build out what we're doing in Alaska to other areas. Next slide. And this is my last slide. But that's all to say that because of that national initiative, we have received similar feedback on the socioeconomic aspects of the ESPs that we are getting in Alaska. The feedback centers around concerns that there's less of an emphasis on socioeconomics, like a little less, and that results in lower engagement on the topic. And there's a lot of uncertainty on how to choose or use socioeconomic indicators to best support fisheries management decisions. That across the board has inspired a good practices project to review existing socioeconomic indicators in ESPs and ESRs and to propose existing or develop new ones for those products. So we had a discussion at our share workshop on how to create different ecosystem indicator or socioeconomic indicators, the resolution, temporal scale, and the type. And that's initiated a guidance document for that good practices project. So that's all to give you background. Anna went through that, what we do here will reverberate across the nation. Folks are listening, and Anna went through the SSC minutes in motion that you'll be talking about specific to the Sablefish indicators that Rusty will go over next. Okay, take it away, Rusty. I'll mute.
Before you go, are there any other questions sort of on the background from the SSC before we go into the Sailfish presentation? Kaylin?
You just mentioned a guidance document for the national ESP effort around incorporating socioeconomic data, and I'm wondering if that's something that you could share with us in some way.
Oh, it's not, sorry, through the chair. It's not created yet. It's just a project to make one. So absolutely we'll share it when it gets created, but I know folks that are listening to what you all are discussing today.
Okay, thanks. Another question from Sherry.
Hi, Calais. I'm not sure if you know this. I was listening to the groundfish plan team, and it sounded like there's some confusion on why the SSC is asking for socioeconomic information in the ESPs when the SSC has also said that there's only certain types of socioeconomic information that can go into a risk table. And I'm wondering, do you happen to know, is that going to come up under the groundfish plan team at all? Maybe somebody else knows. Or is this the time that if we want to make any clarification, this is a topic to do it in?
Through the chair, yes, thank you, Sherry, for that. Actually, I have 2 slides at the end where I'll jump back in, and I put I put the recommendations we had from the plan team in this presentation, so you had them rather than in the plan team presentation. And yeah, if you would like to respond to them, that would be the time.
Wonderful. I know you were doing some answering on our behalf, so thank you.
Yep.
Okay, thanks. I think we're ready for Rusty for your presentation.
Hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Rusty Dame. I'm an economist for the Economic and Social Science Research Team at the Alaska Fisheries Science Center. Anna and Calais kind of gave a great background of why we chose sablefish for this case study and our plans going forward. So I'm going to jump right into the 4 socioeconomic indicators that we're proposing for the sablefish fishery listed at the bottom of the slide. We group these in kind of 2 different formats. The first 2, historical and in-season sablefish prices and landings by size, and TAC utilization by region, are both in-season indicators that we believe meets the BSIA threshold at time of TAC setting for the SSC and Council. The final 2, total sablefish revenue share and regional quotients by value and landings, both use historical data that is lagged by a single year, and I'll explain why we have to use lag data when we get to those 2 indicators. So jumping into the first indicator, in-season pricing and quantity sold by size, and a quick one-sentence summary about what we're going to be showing in this indicator is a 3-panel graph that looks at the total landings measured in pounds differentiated by size categories, the proportion of those total landings, again, differentiated by size categories over time, and then finally, the average price per pound for those same size categories that we'll use in the first 2 panels. Now, as I mentioned earlier, this is an in-season indicator, and as such, we had to look for additional data sources that we could use that would provide in-season fish ticket information for us to use. That new data source, or relatively new data source that we're using, is the Alaskan Regional Office's in-season e-landings data, or fish tickets for short. This data source provides a column that provides information on the size and quality field that is requested from processors on fish ticket data. I want to quickly mention here that this field is not a mandatory field. It is entered voluntarily from processors. So size and quality, that voluntary effort or that voluntary detail will come back up in the next slide, but I thought this was a good place to mention that here. So we take that size and quality information to help us determine the size categories. Now, from the full fish tickets suite that we have available, we have to subset this data source down to the final sample that we're going to be using for the indicators. And to try to be very clear about what we're indicating with this first figure, I want to kind of explain the subsets and the filtering that we made to get to this final sample. So first, we're only going to be considering fish tickets from shoreside processors. The reason for that is because the at-sea catcher processor fleet does not size sablefish, so we would only have available average price per pounds and landings as a whole for the fish ticket and not differentiated by size category. Secondly, we're only going to be focusing on the fixed gear fleet. The reason why we do not consider the trawl fleet in this analysis is because a very small proportion of the trawl fleet fish tickets actually contain size and grade information. As I mentioned earlier, that is a voluntary field requested on fish tickets. We don't believe it makes a huge impact in our analysis, as the total number of fish tickets that have size and grade information completed, less than 5% comes from the trawl fleet. So we decided to just focus on the fixed gear fleet for the indicator that you're going to be seeing in the next couple slides. Second, since this is a relatively new data source that we've used, we've wanted to compare trends and magnitudes in the prices with data sources that we have used in the past, primarily core and CFEC reports. Now, core and CFEC reports would not be applicable to this indicator for 2 reasons. One, both of these reports make post-season adjustments, and in addition, with reporting deadlines, we would not have access to this information until August of the following year. So we would not be able to report pricing and landing information, excuse me, pricing or landings information until the following year. So it would have a 1-year lag. Secondly, core and CFEC reports do not differentiate sablefish by size. So we would only be able to look at the average price per pound and landings, again, uniform for the full fish ticket. So With the postseason adjustments, we do expect some differences in magnitude due to, again, the processing and the postseason adjustments that are done at the end of the year. But we were mainly interested in the directional trend and the magnitude of those changes in the trends between e-landings core and CFEC. Luckily, for every year that we've looked at, the directional trend is exactly the same between e-landings core and CFEC, and the magnitude or the percentage change between each year is very, very similar between those three data sources. So to summarize, we believe that the e-landings data does do a good job of representing what the prices and the directional change in those prices may be going from year to year.
Actually, if I may ask a question, so was the choice to not consider the catch-up processor fleet like an overall average index that, was the thinking that it's just not valuable to have an index that's aggregated across sizes, and that's why you focused on the ones where only where size information is actually available?
Sorry. Yes. So we decided to focus on the shoreside processor because the size categories was of interest. And then in the groundfish economic safe, we have more information in terms of nowcast about what the average price per pound may be for sablefish in the future.
Okay, thanks. That helps.
Thank you.
Sorry, Chris.
I'll wear a brighter shirt tomorrow. Um, so this is super cool. This is, I think, the first time I've ever seen the suggestion that we use in-season data as part of a social or economic monitoring, to the point where we even have a significant initiative to forecast, to do nowcasts in the safe, right? We're forecasting data that exists in this desk drawer, which we're not opening. So my gut is to be excited by that. Why are there caveats to using this that I should be worried about? Because it feels like there's been a firewall on this in the past that now we're getting over.
Yeah, so that's a great question. The primary one comes in the second to bottom bullet. The in-season e-landings data do not consider postseason adjustments, so these are not the finalized annual prices. When I compare historical e-landings, in-season e-landings with core and CFEC, I do not find a significant difference between the final prices and the in-season prices for sablefish, but that might be different by species. Luckily for sablefish, the in-season prices are very, very close to the finalized prices we would see.
Thanks. Go ahead.
So I wanted to take a second to talk about how we decided to calculate primarily the pricing by size category. As I mentioned before, the size and quality field on fish tickets is a voluntary field. It's not mandatory that processors complete that field. And as such, it's not standardized between processors. So processors across Alaska might have different methods of sizing and grading the quality of their sablefish. Thankfully, of all of the fish tickets that we do have size information for, we were able to successfully bend over 97% of those sizes into one of the size categories that we've looked at in the past. Quality, on the other hand, is a lot more processor specific. There's a lot more heterogeneity in trying to determine the quality of sablefish, less so in the size. The quality can range between letters to symbols to numbers, and we just didn't feel comfortable about trying to grade those fish tickets into different quality fields. So for that reason, when we look at the average price per pound in the next slide, we're going to be looking at the average among all qualities. So I just wanted to make that clear when everyone was interpreting that figure. Second, because we are using an in-season indicator, as such, we only have data for the current year between January 1st and at the moment, the end of September. We were kind of concerned about how that would affect the interpretation of the total landings over time if we were comparing historical full year information with current year partial information. That was the primary reason why we decided to look at January 1st through the end of September for historical years. So we made more of an apples to apples comparison with the current year. But we were also concerned about how that might affect the average price per pound statistic. So what we did is a very simple kind of comparison where we took the partial year for our historical data set, so 2023 and before, and we looked at the average price per pound by size category for a full calendar year, January through the end of December, with a partial year, or January 1st through the end of September 30th. What we found is that there's a less than a 5% absolute difference between the average price per pound by size category between the full year and the partial year. So we feel comfortable that looking at a partial year, although again, it's not the finalized end of the year price, is representative of the directional trend and the percentage change in the magnitude of that trend over time. So that makes it more of apples to apples comparison. So with all that being said, I was going to move directly into the first indicator. One thing I didn't mention is we do separate gear type within the fixed gear fishery between long line and pock gear. Long line is represented on row 1, while pock gear is represented in row 2. Panel A represents the total landings measured in pounds, differentiated by size category over time. One of the cool things about looking at the analysis, comparing long line and pock gear, you can kind of see where that substitutability between long line and pock gear really beginning to occur right around 2018 to 2020. We have these bar graphs separated by size category, but we didn't really like how that looked. It was kind of difficult to track how the proportion of those size categories might change over time, which is what led to panel B. So panel B are those colors in panel A just strictly trended over time. So this allows us to see how the proportion of total sablefish landings may change within that time frame. What we're currently seeing is it looks like there's a decline in sablefish in the less than 2 pound category and greater than 7 pound category, and they're being replaced by sablefish in the 2 to 3 and the 3 to 4 pound category. But this is a kind of a small series. Yes, question.
Yeah,
sorry.
question from Clay. Sorry, Kaylin.
Too many similar names. So first off, this is fantastic, and this is so informative in terms of prior conversations that we've had internally, but also I'm just thinking this would have been fantastic to have in front of us when we were listening to public testimony, I guess a year or so ago. So one thing related to catcher processors that I remember hearing during public testimony, I'll look at kind of Mike, Chris, or Mike, if you all remember this. I think we heard that they were able to catch and process smaller fish. And so I'm just wondering how hard it would be on a figure like this to also include catcher processors. So even if we don't know the sizes that we would associate with them, we could at a glance get a sense for the fishery and say, well, we don't know there, but there's this group. And then within the shore side, then we would be able to look in this more kind of disaggregated form. And I guess especially I'm trying to think through things like proportion of total landings. It's not really proportion of total landings. This is proportion of shoreside landings, if I understand this right. Is that right? Even for the years back to 2016.
Right, that's correct. So this figure is only looking specifically at the fixed gear fleet for shoreside processors. And then kind of addressing your first question, I think we would be able to incorporate how total landings are changing over time for the catcher processor fleet. The only challenge might be in subpanels B and C. As I mentioned, they don't disaggregate by size category, but if the SSC is interested in just how those total landings are changing over time, I think that's something that we could probably easily incorporate.
And not to make a specific recommendation, but yeah, just to understand, you have no size information, you do have that information, and it might be something that you could incorporate here. And I guess that because I do also remember that I think we were hearing is more of the TAC, or in terms of harvesting and allocation, the catcher processors, at least what we heard in public testimony, they were still, I think the A shares or whatever were getting harvested at a higher percentage or something. So I'll think about that. And
Yeah, we'll save that for discussion. But other questions at this point? Go ahead, Rusty.
So the final thing I wanted to talk about with this first indicator is subpanel C. So in panel C, we're looking at the average price per pound differentiated by size over time between long line and pock year. Kind of what we're seeing is it looks like the size categories in the 5 to 7 pound and the greater than 7 pound categories move very similarly together. And then the size categories 2 to 3 to the 5, or I'm sorry, the 2 to 3 to the 4 to 5 pound size categories also move very similarly. Overall, we are seeing a downward trend with a spike in 2022, but that's not very different from other groundfish species that we've seen as well. But overall, we're seeing a downward trend in average price per pound. And we were trying to think of ways that we could use this indicator, or the SSC and the council could use this indicator in different regulations and talks. So what we believe is that panels A and B could be related to some fishery performance indicators, while panel C is more of a market conditions indicator. But again, I wanted to caveat that this is only for the fixed gear fleet for the shoreside processors.
Yeah, question from Jason.
Goes. Just a little bit of a follow-up maybe from Kaylin's question about CPs, but I guess I'm going to extend it to trawlers. I'm wondering if it's if maybe some of the standard fees, or maybe there's some way to get value for the trawl fleet into this information. If you have thoughts on that.
So can I ask a clarifying question?
Sure.
Okay. So just to clarify, you're asking about if we can get price by size information for the trawl fleet, or just price information overall?
I don't think it's available by size, but
Right.
if it is, that would be great. But otherwise, just price overall.
Right. So we do have very limited information about size category, or prices by size for the trawl fleet. But overall, we could get an average price per pound for the trawl fleet in general, similar to what we've seen in the past with core and CFEC, with the in-season e-landings data. So that is something that we could add.
Thanks. Go ahead. Oops, sorry. Got another question from Chris.
So our introductory presentation included some background of some kind of ecosystem indicators that were also included in the ESP here. Should I be looking at these as the only socioeconomic indicators, or did I miss in really tiny print that there was total revenue in the contextual presentation?
Right. Thank you. So as far as I know, for sablefish, these are the 4 new socioeconomic indicators that we're introducing. There have been other economic indicators in the past, but I'm going to refer to Calais if those economic indicators are remaining in this sablefish ESP, or if these will be the only 4 kind of going forward.
Through the chair, I think that would be up to you all. If you want to see total revenue, that's certainly something we put in many of our ESPs. And I imagine that, I mean, we don't have a restriction to 4. It's basically the answer there.
Yeah, follow up from Chris.
Absent these, what is the baseline set of things that would be economic indicators or social indicators now?
Through the chair, are you asking what's in the sablefish ESP currently?
Yes.
Or just overall, what do we put in our ESPs for socioeconomics?
What's in sablefish currently, and are there other things that are obvious in crab, measures of revenue, measures of effort, etc.?
There was a bit of a stall because I'm looking it up right now because I can't remember all these off the top of my head. And here I have them. Okay, for sablefish currently, we have CPUE indicators. We have an incidental catch indicator. We do have some condition indicators from samples in the fishery, and then we have real ex-vessel value for the fishery and real ex-vessel price. So this would be obviously replacing that, but we do have value. And then there's also quite a bit in the crab ESPs. That's more of a consistent set, and I can get that list for you. But I think a lot of these are sort of open. You know, if some of these are ones you specifically want for certain stocks, then as far as I understand, they can be provided. But I would defer to Rusty and his crew.
Yeah, thanks for that. So at this point, I mean, I guess that's something that we can discuss. But at this point, these were sort of additional indicators developed for sablefish in particular that might be useful, which doesn't exclude including the overall revenue indicators and such if we think it's useful. Is that fair to say?
Yes, correct.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so moving on to indicator number 2, which is percentage of total allowable catch harvested or TAC utilization. This is our second in-season indicator. So to summarize, the title pretty much explains what we're going to be doing, but we're going to be looking at cumulative TAC utilization by week over a given year, focusing on 2 regions currently, the BSAI and GOA. The data source that we're going to be using for this indicator comes from the catch accounting system. This is a data source that we've used in the past in the groundfish econ safe and other economic work. The methods to create this indicator, unlike the in-season indicator 1, we do not subset historical information through only a partial year. We're going to consider the full year when looking at the TAC utilization. And I think that'll become more clear as to why we're doing that when we actually look at the indicator. To calculate TAC utilization, it's a pretty straightforward calculation where we look at the cumulative landings by week, and we divide that value by the TAC, by the total TAC landings, region-specific TAC landings. We could provide more detailed sector or fleet level characteristics for TAC utilization, but after talks with the Alaskan Regional Office and looking at the detailed report that they provide in December, we decided to focus solely on the region at the moment, but we're open to recommendations about other ways to look at TAC utilization going forward. So the graphical representation of the second indicator is below, where panel 1 is BSAI and panel 2 is GOA. The colored bullets represent historical years, and then the black line represents the current year. This information is provided to us at a weekly level. So each dot represents the end of a week. So there's about 52 bullets within each line. The interpretation of this figure is the historical cumulative TAC over time. As you can see, it currently goes through about the middle of September when we created this document to submit to the SSC. That was the last full week that we were able to pull information. But if we were to look at it today, we could go as far back as the end of the full previous week. So this indicator may be useful for TAC regulations, as you can determine which region might be more or less sensitive to changes in TAC. If a region consistently utilizes their full TAC at the end of the year, for example, then they might be more susceptible to those changes, where if a region does not fully utilize their TAC each year, then changes to those TAC regulations might not be as impactful to that region. Now, I did wanted to note here that the data on the landings that we have from the catch accounting system do include both landings and discards, which might be the reason why you see some years have a much larger utilization of TAC compared to previous years.
Question from Martin.
Yeah, thanks. I'm curious about the decision to use these fairly large areas, whereas I believe the sablefish is allocated regionally within the Gulf of Alaska, and whether or not a more regionalized indicator would be of value.
Yeah, so I think that's a great question and something that we are able to do going forward. Originally, we had this kind of broken down further by gear type and fleet type. but a lot of that information is already conveyed in the regional office's report. But we are open to recommendations if you have to look more specific at more granular regions or more specific regions going forward. We left them at these two kind of large regions at the moment, kind of just as like a graphical illustration example of what we can show going forward.
Okay, question from Kaylin.
I think every time this comes up, we make a comment and ask questions trying to understand where things are and when they come out. And in this case, you're referencing these regional reports, and I'm wondering, are they available? Are they up to date, say, right now? I ask because I think a few moments ago you said maybe they're done at the end of the calendar year. And so I feel like this is one of the challenges and one of the sources for a lot of these questions. So when are the safes available? I really appreciate what you're doing here with these, whatever we want to call them, nowcasts or in-season updates. And I think that's tremendously valuable. And so for these other sources, the regional reports, can you now or later talk about the availability of some of this information at a time like now?
Right. So that's a great question. So from what I understand, the regional reports do come out every year in December. So we would only have access to the 2023 report in December. In terms of having access to that data at the moment, I'm not sure how available the in-season data is. I'm a relatively new hire. I started July of 2023, so I'm still kind of learning about all of the data sources that are available. But I do remember that those reports typically come out at the end of the year. If the SSC is interested in looking at kind of different sections beyond just these large regions, I know that's something we can do with the in-season data going forward. But the only reason we chose to focus on these two regions at the moment is to kind of try to complement what the region is doing now, but also we're kind of open to feedback about what you all are looking for going forward.
Yeah, thanks. Go ahead.
Okay, so indicator number 3, this is the first indicator that is not going to use in-season data. This indicator is going to use historically lagged data. But to summarize, this indicator is going to be looking at the total revenue share, the total region and vessel specific revenue share for all sablefish revenue by vessel or by sector and by gear type. The reason that we're going to only be looking at historical data is because we're going to pull revenue data from the core report, the core buying reports, which is lagged due to submission deadlines and postseason adjustments that must be made. Unlike indicator 1, where we're simply looking at the average price per pound, because we're looking at total revenue in this indicator, we thought it was best to consider the postseason adjustments and the finalized prices for sablefish going forward. And then we're also going to be using the catch accounting system to help us learn more about the landings in each given year. Now, the methods to calculate this indicator are pretty straightforward. We're going to take the total revenue by sector and by gear type, and then we're going to divide those total sector-specific and gear-specific total revenues by the total revenue within each sector and within each gear type. It's kind of difficult to explain just in words, so I think it'll be more clear once we actually look at the graphical representation of this indicator. So in the top row, you have total sablefish revenue separated by sector between catcher processors and catcher vessels. And in the bottom row, we have it differentiated by gear type. In column 1, we have it separated by the BSAI, and in column 2, we have it separated by GOA. As you can see in the sector, the catcher vessels typically have a higher total revenue for sablefish. However, that gap is closing in the BSAI, but it's remaining pretty wide in GOA. In the bottom row, when we are looking at gear specific, you can see in BSAI there's much more heterogeneity in the gear type that is being used by these vessels targeting sablefish. Where in GOA, it seems to be much more dominated historically by hook and long line, and that has recently changed in 2018 and 2019 to being primarily dominated by POC gear at the moment. If you look in the bottom right figure, you can see that that red line is only a partial year, and that's simply because not enough vessels were using POC year before that to avoid confidentiality issues. Now, one of the ways that this information could be used by the SSC and by the council going forward is to provide additional insight into economic and social factors that might be at play when changing TAC regulations, specifically focusing on a given sector or on a specific gear type. Okay. So moving on to indicator number 4, this is our community indicator. It's also going to be looking at historical data titled the regional quotient. So the regional quotient is going to look at community involvement historically over a given time based on total landings and total value. Now, the definition of community here is very important. We decided to look at 2 different types of definitions. The first being communities based on the vessel owner registration's residence. So this can be outside of Alaska, such as Seattle and other Washington areas. And the second is based on the landings port, or where those sablefish are dropped off for processing. So those are the 2 kind of distinct definitions we have. And I think once you all look at the indicator, you'll kind of understand why we choose to look at those 2 different definitions. Similar to indicator number 3, we're going to be using information from the core buying reports. And for this reason, we're looking at historical data and not in-season data, and then the catch accounting system as well. I just wanted to mention here that to create these indicators, it takes a large amount of data collection and processing to create, which is why at the moment, the next slide you're going to see is only going to go through 2022. We only got this data back in the middle of August recently, and we're currently working with this data. By the time that this information would be presented at the December meeting, we would have 2023 ready to present to the council at the moment. But if you're wondering why we only are showing up to 2022 at the moment, it's because when this report was submitted for the plan team and for SSC review, the 2023 information was not yet available. But we are working on that, and it should be ready in the coming weeks. So to calculate this regional, yes.
Question from Kaylin.
Just to be really clear here, so there's no way to use a similar data set in terms of the in-season landings and tie those landings back to communities to get some kind of, and I'm tripping over this because I feel like some people are saying in-season but partial season estimate of community involvement. And it's okay if you don't answer that right now.
Yeah, so that's a good question. That's something I would have to talk to Sarah Wise about. She's the lead author for ASEPO and has created these regional quotient type of figures. So I would have to talk to her about what the possibility is of potentially using in-season data going forward. But at the moment, I'm not sure.
Thanks. Go ahead.
So to calculate this regional quotient, I kind of want to be very clear about how we calculate this. So we're going to be looking at the aggregate sum, both in landings and value across communities for both definition of communities that we have. And then we are going to divide the total community specific landings and revenue by their associated sum of that community, of the total community landings and revenue, again, based on each definition of what we consider a community. And hopefully this will be more clear when we look at the figure. So on the left, we have our first definition of community where we look at vessel owner registration residence. As you can see, the highest regional quotient, both by landings and by value, is the Seattle MSA area, followed by Sitka and Alaska. Another line in there is other Washington. So when we sum together other Washington and Seattle, it makes it a significant chunk of the regional quotient of sablefish, again, by landings and by value. Column 2 is going to be looking at the regional quotient based on landings port. So this is only within Alaska where sablefish are processed at shoreside processors. Within this group, you can see that there's kind of 2 distinct groupings. You have the top 3 communities, which historically have always been the primary landings port for processing, again, by landing and value. Those being Cordova, Kodiak, and Seward. followed by a second kind of group of communities that constantly hover between that 2.5 to 7.5 range. So there are additional communities in both of these definitions that are excluded from this figure. However, we decided to have a unique cutoff at 5% for the vessel owner registration figure and then 2.5% for the landing port. And that cutoff, that average, is based on the previous 5 years when calculating. There are many other communities that we could add, but without making the graph kind of too difficult to interpret, that's the cutoff we have chosen at the moment. But again, we're open to recommendations or any other kind of advice to consider additional communities or less.
Okay, thanks. We got a question from Mike.
Yeah, thank you. And this is really useful. The communities that drop out, would it be easy enough to do like in other Alaska and in other other states, basically, to pick up those? That's one question. I have a follow-up or two.
Yes, regarding your first question, that is something that we could do. That would kind of get around the confidentiality issues that we might have with certain communities, and that would be we could add in other Alaska and other Washington to, well, we have other Washington on the left graph, but on the right figure, we could add in other Alaska category.
And the other one is the other states that
And-
would pick up the Oregons and the
Right.
on.
Yeah. I mean, assuming that it doesn't violate confidentiality, we could group it into by other states and other Alaska as well.
Okay, then one follow-up too, and I will express the appreciation that others have expressed. This is great and very useful. One thing that this would presumably be used for in influencing TAC decisions and so on in terms of risk, and that is what a real item of interest that gets kind of lost sometimes in these regional quotas is the smaller communities with smaller scale economies where only a few vessels make a big difference in a local economy. And under National Standard 8, you know, it talks about communities substantially engaged or substantially dependent. This looks at the ones that are kind of the most engaged, most dependent. But there's some down in kind of the noise maybe that are don't appear. And so the question is, if you wanted to do like a red flag or a stoplight thing, would there be a way in the data without violating confidentiality where you could put, if you see small communities that are participating that stop participating, that sustained participation isn't happening? Or is there a way to, either in the narrative or someplace else in the SAFE, point to that issue of where this doesn't pick up the lack of sustained participation of smaller communities?
Yeah, so that's a great question. So I guess I kind of have different parts to answering this question. The first is I think we can add a narrative. Like that is something that we could do where we look at, you know, specific communities that come in and out of participation within a given year. That is something that I think we could look at going forward. When it comes to looking at the reliance on, say, a few vessels, that sounds more similar to some like a local quotient as opposed to, you know, if we look at a specific community, what does their portfolio breakdown look like? And then how important is sablefish within that portfolio? That is something that we considered for the ESPs, but that is that's even a bigger data lift than looking at the regional quotient. In my conversations with Sarah, the lead author for SEPO, that's something that they've talked about doing in the future, is trying to look at local quotients and kind of having the regional quotient specifically for a species being within the ESPs. But that's something that I think Sarah and I can discuss more in more detail to try to figure out how we can consider those smaller communities that are a little bit more reliant on, say, sablefish than some of these larger communities that have a greater participation in the sablefish fishery.
Okay, go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, and please don't misunderstand. I'm not trying to complicate this. The elegance of this is the at a glance, understanding the big picture. So if it's if it means pointing to somewhere else in the safe where, say, Brian, who has the the catch, sort of by year and so on, just disaggregating some of that into communities like vessel counts, which wouldn't be confidential. You
Right.
could put a pointer in here to that, but at least have it flagged in here. That's the direction of my question, not to create more stuff, but to get those things that you would really want to flag if it was something that would make a difference in a council decision based on National Standard 8.
Right. Yeah. Thank you for that. As you were kind of describing about what your question meant, it kind of reminded me a conversation that Sarah and I have had in the past, where the idea is to reference a SEPO specifically at specific points to look at kind of what you were saying, local quotients and vessel counts and things of that nature. So that is something that I think we are planning on doing. I didn't think about it until you were kind of explaining your question further.
Okay, follow up.
Sorry,
Mike.
last one for now, I promise. And SEPO's great, but this, I think, is our only shot at single species fisheries.
Right.
So I guess I would just note that this, yeah, I guess I would just note that. Sorry.
Thank you.
Unless there's another single species source that I'm not aware of that you could enlighten me on.
No, thank you, though.
Thank you.
Okay, Kaylin has a question.
So thanks. I'm picking up on Mike's comment that these are really interesting to look at, and I think they bring out some of the nuance of what's going on in the socioeconomic context within the fishery, and that's something that I think in a way that across many of these indicators is quite current, maybe even in season, and I think that's really responsive to some of the comments we've made in the past. I'm wondering though, when I think of the ESPs, I think of these sometimes economic variables that get translated into these indicator type things that then they have an axis that I never understand, and then they become this stoplight kind of thing at the end. And so I'm wondering if you haven't thought about this, this is completely fine. And maybe this is a question for everybody around this table as well. I'm wondering if you've thought about how or if these new indicators could be translated into this kind of stoplight or kind of indicator plus stoplight plus kind of summary structure that we see in the ESPs.
Yes, so thank you for the question. That's something that I think we've been trying to discuss internally within the ESSR team about how these indicators can be kind of at a single glance tell you if the stock or the economic indicator is doing good or bad, similar to the stoplight charts. I think for some indicators, it's easier to do that than others. For example, in the first indicator, when we're looking at, say, trends of total landings or trends of average price per pound, we could simply look at, does this price fall within one standard deviation of the historical information that we're seeing? Something with like the regional quotient or the total revenue by share, I think is a little bit more difficult to do at the moment. But that is something that we've been talking about internally about how to try to make these indicators a one glance, get the information you want from it and kind of move on. But at the moment, I don't have a single answer for every indicator that we've presented so far.
Okay, Kaylin, follow.
So follow up to that, and we've been pretty agnostic about where everything goes. So I guess, have your conversations mainly been around how to turn these into ESP indicators, or have you also been in conversations about where these types of indicators would, or these types of, I guess, let me not say indicator, these types of summaries of fishery social and economic outcomes what might be their best home. And I guess I would offer an example. I know the econ safes now have these websites with these little GUI type things where you can see, and I hope they're relatively automated, but you can see relatively kind of current information there. So I'm wondering if you could talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, so more so towards your second point about where these indicators will live, whether it's an ESP, an EPR, or on the human dimension dashboard that you mentioned, the online dashboard. We decided to stick them with the ESPs based on conversations with our program manager and our team with the regional office and SSC and council staff in the past year or so. We decided that kind of the ESP made the most sense at the moment to present these new indicators. But conversations have been kind of ongoing about whether these indicators belong in the ESP and where they could potentially fit in the future. I think at the end of the presentation, that's one of the discussion points we have is, where does the socioeconomic information, species-specific socioeconomic information belong that is easily available to you all and to the council?
Thanks, Mike.
Yeah, and can I ask a question of Kalen first? The socioecon thing you're talking about, the GUI interface and all that, is something we have not seen yet, right? That's the thing that just came out
I
a few
think
days
it's
ago.
been there in the past, and I feel thank you for showing up and putting together this great work. I don't want to ask him. The human dimensions data explorer that you mentioned, if you know the history, you can fill it in, but it's been around for a while, and I think that it's been updated and developed to varying degrees over time.
Yes. So, I mean, with the caveat that, again, I've only been around about a year. From what I understand, that human dimensions dashboard has been around for a few years now. I went to the I went to the groundfish plan team meeting last year, and it was highlighted there. So I know at the very least it's been around for a year and a half or so. And I believe that Brian or maybe Ben in the past has brought up the human dimensions dashboard, but I can't say for certain. Yeah.
Is that a follow-up on?
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. But bringing us back to what we're focused on now, which is this particular ESP, this ESP, if I understand correctly, this is kind of a rollout of some indicators that fit within sablefish, with the idea we're looking toward, would these sort of things fit in other ESPs, and part of that, my understanding is, and correct me if I'm wrong, that the goal would be to have this appear in a form that could help inform council TAC decision-making. So not a go find data somewhere else on a website, but be presented in a package that's available to the public and the council in a timely manner to inform TAC decision-making. Is that your understanding?
Correct. That I think is why we decided to, at the moment, place these in the ESPs as these are presented to the SSC during this October meeting. So it's a way for us to get feedback and then also present these meetings in a kind of in a package, as you mentioned, with the other ESP indicators. And then I also wanted to clarify, you're correct. This is kind of the initial case study with the idea of being additional, species specific indicators in the future.
Thanks. We have a question from Mike Jepson online.
Thanks, Franz. I know that there is a big data lift in putting these indicators together, but I hope and I assume that what you're looking at is once you get these data together in some format, that it will just only take an update to kind of, or will this have to be calculated, again, totally with a new data set? I've done this myself, and I did have a data set that I had updated annually. And I just would hope that something like that is being attempted here also, so that the data lift is not as heavy as it initially is.
Yes, that's correct. Once these indicators are created and kind of finalized, we will be able to automate these similar to other ESPs, so they can just kind of live on their own and be updated every year. Most of the work comes in deciding which socioeconomic indicator belongs with which species. For example, the average price per pound by size is very applicable to sablefish, but might not be applicable to other species. So once we decide on a kind of a final suite of indicators, the idea will be that we can run these and automate these every year going forward.
Great, thanks.
All right, thanks. Not seeing any more questions right now. Go ahead. And, yeah, go ahead.
I'm sorry. So that's the final slide I have for the socioeconomic indicator. So I'll hand it back over to Calais.
Thank you, Rusty. That was excellent. So this is just the slide, Sherry, that we were talking about. This is a summary from the plan team. Because we provided this presentation to them, it was a little bit longer on the front end, but this is a summary of their discussion and recommendations. The teams discussed use of fishery performance in the risk tables and how ESP products have multiple uses. Teams requested clarification from the SSC on how socioeconomic information could fit into risk tables, how it could feed into the ABC and OFL setting, and where socioeconomic indicators for tax setting should reside. And then the teams had a specific recommendation to standardize size, grade definitions, and pricing across processors. And I think the next slide is just the discussion questions. Yeah. So these were just three, plenty of discussion going on, so you probably don't need these at all. But the middle one there is generally what you're focusing on. Thoughts about these indicators, any additional ideas. And then if you have any feedback on how this might fit into the broader RFI process or the ESP minis, we welcome any feedback there. And then just a reference to that request from the plan teams is kind of the last question. And I think the last slide is just a thank you. So that's it. Yeah, you can go back to the thanks.
All right. Thank you very much, both for the kind of the broader background on setting the stage and for the presentation on the indicators. Do we have other questions for the analysts right now? Go ahead, Curry.
Yeah, and I guess this is a question for both of you. Was there any discussion at the plan team about interpretation of weekly TAC utilization? I tend to think of this on a basis of, one based on pricing, two based on decisions amongst harvesters and that are participating in multiple fisheries and then availability of the stock. And I asked specifically because in the Gulf, some of these IFQ fishers are also harvesting halibut. I wonder if there's some connection there we need to better understand in order to interpret those TAC utilization figures.
Right. Thank you for the question. So there have been discussions about how to best kind of interpret the TAC utilization figures, considering we're only at the moment looking at these large regions and we're considering both landings and discards. So there were discussions about how to maybe kind of at a more granular level separate these beyond just the regional specification that we currently have, and then kind of how we can use this information with other fishery information that we also have to kind of use this information with the fishery information to kind of complement one another going forward. But at the moment, we're still kind of discussing the best way of how to, dissect this data to be presented in a form that is the most useful.
Yes, I think we have a question from Chris and then Sherry.
Yeah, thanks for this presentation. I'm trying to think and clarify in my own mind where the role of the ESP and how socioeconomic indicators in particular fit into that. And a question I'm grappling with is, should it be an expectation of every indicator that it have sort of some clear foreseeable use in ABC setting or tax setting? Or is it just enough that we found some data that we can disaggregate at the species level and here it is? There was a mention that there's sort of this national effort and there's national guidance on kind of how to develop these, but it's kind of missing the socioeconomic section. So we're free to do our own thing there. What there are many questions. How should I be thinking about that? Should I be wanting to see that you've proposed an indicator and then there's a clear, explicit story about some way that that could plausibly enter ABC or tax setting?
Yes. So thank you for the question. When it comes to these socioeconomic indicators, I guess I don't really see them being very informative to ABC. They're mostly focused on tax setting and that regulation vehicle. So we propose these 4 socioeconomic indicators with the idea that they are primarily to be used for interpretation or at least potential impacts that could happen from changes in TAC. I think your conversation regarding where does socioeconomic information fit in ESPs nationally is kind of something that has been on the discussion table. Is, how do we use socioeconomic information to better inform these TAC decisions? Do they belong in the ESP if the ESP is primarily focused on ABC? Those are discussions that I think are ongoing, and if Clay wants to add something, that's great. But I think that's kind of where that socioeconomic information discussion has been focused on.
Thanks, Sherry.
Sure. I think that this is a question for Clay. I heard the different perspectives at the plan team about having socioeconomic indicators in the ESP. And I think that your response that the ESP, as we're looking at it right now, has different audiences. So for the SSC, the pieces that we're looking at when we're setting the ABC are consistent with what we've said in the past, that we're looking, if there are socioeconomic indicators that inform the ABC, it's because they inform the status of the stock. So I think we're consistent there. The other user would be, or audience would be, the council for informing TAC. So that's how my understanding from your description and from ours is sort of how it's set up. I guess I wanted to ask you, do you see a problem with having different audiences? From the same document?
Through the chair, thanks, Sherry, for that question. I do not. I think the power of having these two in the same document is something we've never seen before. It's allowing us to make connections that we normally wouldn't. I think Mike was pointing out that it's nice to not have to go to another place and another website and dig through another report and try and figure out what you're looking at and put them all together on your own. That's the purpose of this. We're tailoring it for the stock and the stock's needs, and that occurs on multiple levels. And so I don't see any issue with the ESPs applying to multiple audiences. I think that's the strength of them, actually.
Yeah, thanks, Sherry's follow-up.
Thanks very much. That's helpful. Do you see ways that we could make clearer in the ESP, or that the SSC can sort of help with sort of outlining what is for which audience? I mean, if that's a problem, I guess I'm just I'm just trying to look for what would be helpful from us in that regard.
Through the chair, yes, I think we actually had an example of ways to make it a little clearer in our first ESP, or maybe first or second, for sablefish. We had the ESP and we had the indicators laid out, and we put in the front of it, in the executive summary, if you will, the information that was useful for ecosystem considerations and information that was useful for socioeconomic considerations. And then those summaries were used by the author in the assessment, specifically in sections that were labeled ABC considerations and then TAC considerations. So at the time, we were trying to be really explicit about what information we were using in those different sections. And I think that might be a way to be clear about it. And this was prior to the risk table developments, so it wasn't specific to any of the concerns there, but it was a way to let folks know when they were reading the documents what we were applying different parts of the ESP towards. And I felt it was a very clear message. So that could be a starting point. And then we could think also about what information is specific for the risk tables. We can be clear about that in our, maybe in some of the categories that we make within the ESP for the socioeconomic indicators for the suite that ends up being in there. That might help as well.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Thanks. I have a question as well, just for going forward then. So you're incorporating this in the December ESP for sablefish, and so we'll see that again in December. And I was wondering, since you are including the seasonal indices now in the biological indicators that we see, or catch indicators, they sometimes updated between the September and the November plan team meetings. Have you thought about whether these are going to be updated for December to include more of the recent information?
I guess for the socioeconomic indicators, yeah, so the short answer is yes. We plan on updating the information with the most recent information that we have possible before the submission of the document. So a couple places that'll come up is in indicators 1 and 2, where we'll have price per pound, total landings, and that proportion breakdown up to the most current full week before that report is due. Same thing for TAC utilization as well. And by that time, the regional quotient should have 2023 information on it and will not stop at 2022. So that's kind of like a summary, but the short answer is yes, we plan on updating this as much as possible and before the council and the plan team meeting.
Yeah, thank you. That's very helpful. Other questions for the analysts right now? Curry?
Yeah, I guess my question for you is sort of looking forward into the future in terms of the suite of socioeconomic indicators that you described. Do you envision any challenges implementing those for other species?
So I think based on our discussions, due to the heterogeneity of the groundfish species, some of the indicators that were presented here are sablefish specific and might have to be different for other species going forward. So I think that's one of the kind of discussion points or recommendations that we're looking from the SSC going forward, is because it takes the most time in trying to determine which socioeconomic indicators best fit each species, trying to have kind of a hierarchical list, or a list of species that are of utmost importance for us to focus on going forward. So we're not necessarily expected to handle we're not necessarily expected to place socioeconomic indicators in each ESP by next year, but kind of having a list of those that are most important, so we can try to specify these socioeconomic indicators to be the most useful and most informative by species.
Thank you.
Kaylin?
So also thinking about the process for this December and the future. So for example, some of the crab ESPs, I think there's that kind of automated dashboardy kind of piece, but maybe what I find even more helpful is somebody has written in some bullets. So there's the socioeconomic indicators themselves, and then there's these little bullets that I think take probably some expertise to write. So for example, interpreting what the changes in size mean, or for these, particularly some of these indicators where I'm thinking, I don't know how you turn this into a kind of one-dimensional sort of stoplight thing, is the idea that someone like yourself with the social and or economic expertise would then come through and also be writing these bullets. So it's not a fully automated process.
That's correct. We are hoping to have the figures, the socioeconomic indicator graphical illustrations to be automated. And then before the SSC meeting, before the council meeting, we come through and try to update those bullets or create a different set of bullets that might be relevant for that given species based on what has happened within that previous year. That way it doesn't take a ton of effort on our end to kind of come through and interpret those figures and talk to others within our team, within the Science Center, and with the regional office to try to interpret what these figures might be telling us and giving you all the most important information in that kind of bulleted format.
Okay, thanks. And Rob has a question online.
Yeah, Franz, my question is related to the RFI process. So I don't want to derail discussions on the socioeconomic indicators if there's other questions related to that.
Well, we have one here, and then I'll get back to you, Sherry.
Okay.
Sure, Rusty. I'm wondering if you can remind me, do all indicators enter into the stoplight phase? The examples that I was looking at, they did, but I don't know in general. Do you?
So I'm not sure if they all enter into the stoplight phase. I was kind of working with these indicators under the assumption that some were going to remain in this kind of graphical format to be interpreted, and then others, where applicable, might have like a sort of stoplight or a bulleted summary that will hopefully make the interpretation of these graphs easier in the future. That was kind of my intention going forward with these socioeconomic indicators.
Follow up, Sherry.
So did I understand? So if they don't really fit the stoplight concept, you're not looking to put them into that. So you feel the freedom to do both, however it best represents the indicator.
So I guess I would probably defer to working with like my ESSR team and then Calais to trying to figure out the best format for that going forward. If the preference is to try to get these socioeconomic indicators, all of them, into a sort of stoplight chart to kind of fit the format, then I think that's something we could discuss. But I'm not sure, as I kind of mentioned earlier, I'm not sure each one of these indicators would fit under that format. So that's kind of a conversation that I feel like I need to have with Calais and then also others on ESSR to be able to properly answer that.
Can I chime in on that? I will say that we have done this with some of our ecosystem indicators when, we have the time series and something that would fit into the stoplight format, but then we have additional information that clarifies or adds to the story, and we've put them in as their own figures. In fact, we do this for sablefish. So there you go. It's already done. Lots of freedom.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Okay, so still questions on the indicators. Chris, go ahead.
Following up on Sherry's question, I've always seen the stoplight indicators as sort of streamlining, or the stoplight form of the indicators as always as streamlining a conversation about risk tables. If the socioeconomic indicators are not directly feeding into risk tables, then maybe that's not a necessary step. Would you agree with that interpretation?
Yeah, so I guess from my understanding of the stoplight tables, they do feed, or the stoplight charts, they do feed into the risk tables. And because a lot of these socioeconomic indicators their primary purpose is not going to be used in the ABC process. I agree that I think most of them will probably remain in this kind of like graphical interpretation, but I'm still learning about this ESP process and how it all works. So it's something that I'd want to talk to individuals within my group first before kind of making a definitive answer one way or the other. But yeah, to summarize, I agree with your point.
Request from Martin here, and then Rob still waiting patiently.
Oh, I'm not sure this is going to be a question, but I do want to get this idea out there. I think you're being a little self-limiting on the potential utility of some of these indicators for informing ABC and OFL decisions. For example, the TAC attainment is potentially a very powerful piece of information about whether or not your ABC is like you've messed up the stock assessment and nobody can catch the fish you think are out there. And so and I've seen it used that way. Jimmy and Ellie has routinely produced that kind of quota attainment for the Pollock assessment, and we find it really valuable for understanding what's going on out there and how that relates to the status of the stock.
Yeah, more a comment, save that for the, remember that for the discussion. Yeah. So Rob, you had a more general question, I think, about the RFI.
Yeah, thanks, Franz. Yeah, like question about whether the RFI is it a targeted or an open request for indicators? So I guess what I'm thinking, for example, this assessment author, the plan team, the SR authors, those and those contributing to the current ESR are all subject matter experts to come up with maybe what are the most relevant indicators for a given ESP. So for the RFI, is this requesting those identified as already relevant plus any open-ended requests for other indicators that you might not be currently considering?
Through the chair, thanks, Rob, for that question. I would think, and I'm not going to say that I know the answer directly right now. This is the first time we would have tried this out, but I will say that some of the priorities that we have in our ESP documents are fairly open-ended. So I think maybe it's both. We know that there's certain ones that we would like that we don't have, and we're not sure if they exist or not, but we would be specific about those. And then there's more of a blanket, we need this type of thing. And I think that would be more of an open request. So I think it does depend on the stock and sort of depends on what we know about it. But I'm happy for feedback on this as it moves forward. And I won't say, and I'll say also that we'll put out the first one and it'll probably be iterative on how the following ones go, depending on responses.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks. Question from Jason.
Yeah, maybe this is for Clay. I'm gonna try to make this a question and not a statement. I get into the single species aspect of this particular ESP. This is the example, and I get that. I think once information gets pulled in from managers and experts to sort of interpret this, it's probably not going to be in a vacuum anymore, and there's going to be other species that are influencing across the ESPs. So kind of thinking about, maybe this is related to number 3, how to sort of make sure there's consistency across the ESPs in terms of how we're talking about these different species interacting. I guess I don't really have a specific question other than if you've considered maybe how to work that into this process that is going on now with sablefish, just thinking down the road.
So thank you for the question, Jason, through the chair. I think what you're asking is, how are we going to use this case study really to give us an idea of what we do for our other ESPs, or maybe just ones we will create in the future. And yeah, I mean, I think that's what we're doing. We're trying this out. We're getting feedback from all of you on how we did for this particular species. And then, as Rusty was saying, some of the things that were done for sablefish could be done with other stocks, but some of them can't. And there's going to be things that are available for other stocks that aren't available for sablefish. And so I think working with the experts, working with different folks that are involved with this will really highlight what we can do for each of these. But that's the nature of being a stock-specific product. So I think going forward, we just need to be open that it's not exactly a one-size-fits-all, but maybe some of the information from some can be useful to start others. I suppose that's a funny way of saying it, but best I can do.
Yeah, thanks for that. I guess this is going to be an iterative process, and I guess I'm just thinking that, as we learn about what type of elements maybe are going into the ESP in terms of interaction with other fisheries, we just need to be considering that across the ESPs. I think I'm not really sure how else to.
Yeah, we'll save that for discussion too, I guess. And again, I do want to focus it mostly on the issue in the interest of time on kind of the specific indicators here, realizing that this is the first step in a ongoing process. So other questions here? Mike?
Yeah, just want to say this question so we can talk about it in discussion if we want to. And then it's a question for Clay. Clay, yesterday we heard about sort of the development of local knowledge through the crab skipper surveys and how that information, we didn't talk much about it, but we talked a little bit about how it might be used. Have you thought about, not now, but as this evolves, how there may be a place for local knowledge, traditional knowledge, that could also be, to get back to Martin's point, to not think too narrowly on this, could help with the ABC, informing ABC as well as other council actions.
Through the chair, thank you, Mike, for that question. Yes, we are definitely thinking about it, and that's precisely why Aaron and I work with Corey to put the skipper surveys into, I think it was Bristol Bay red king crab and snow crab. So right now there's not enough information from those surveys to really make a long-term indicator or anything like that, but we use the information as we get it, and we provide a paragraph on the general trends, and we put it into the ESPs as a starting point. And I think that opens that door that you're talking about, and just allows us to think a little wider about different applications and how we can use local or traditional knowledge in these. So certainly open to it.
Yeah, thanks. I think we'll have one more question from Sherry here, and then I'd like to wrap it up unless there's other burning questions.
I'm not sure if this one's for Rusty or Clay or both. I just wanted to go back to the questions that you're asking us for discussion and for information, just to make sure that I understand so that we can hopefully answer. The two that I wanted to look at were on the plan team discussion and recommendation. The teams are requesting clarification. Let's see, where socioeconomic indicators for tax setting should reside. And then there's a discussion question, which is the one that's up, which is how and where should we report ESP information to assist management decisions, ABC or TAC? Are those questions where it should reside in the ESP, or are we being asked whether it should be in the ESP or somewhere else? I guess clarity would help.
Through the chair, thank you for that question, Sherry. I'm honestly not sure. I was trying to understand and follow the questions there. I think part of this, at least for the plan team discussion, was there's some confusion on what fishery performance information was and how it was used in the risk tables. And I think that got a little, maybe we got a little sideways on how that related to the ESPs themselves. So I don't really know. I would think maybe it's up to you on how to respond to that, but more in a general sense, from my perspective, I'd like to hear, what, is this a good place for it in the ESPs to be useful for tax setting the way Rusty has laid it out there with these 4 indicators, and maybe just focusing on what he's done and how you see this being useful will probably get us going down the right track regardless.
Great. I think we can do that. Thanks much.
Yeah, thanks very much. I think that concludes our questions. So we can go into public testimony. And we had 3 people signed up: Linda Bainkin, Megan Williams, and Chris Woodley. I think Linda Bainkin had to go. Maybe she'll come back in time to take her up at the end. So thanks again to the Alice, and Megan, you're up first then.
Oh, my good. Okay. Good morning. I'm Megan Williams. I'm a fisheries scientist with Ocean Conservancy. So Linda did have to step away. We support her comments, so I'd like to take a few moments to break off from my testimony and discuss what she was going to discuss. She's not coming back, so I figured we'll split it up just a little bit. Alpha strongly supports this work and considers sablefish to be the right starting point for incorporating these socioeconomic indicators, noting that the value of sablefish catch has really changed significantly over the last 10 years, largely due to TAC decisions. And so it's really essential to capture that in management, and that's a priority for Alpha. Alpha is supportive of the community quotient indicator that considers the substantial impact that TAC decisions can have on fishing communities that really vary in size. Alpha also notes a few other factors that could be considered, especially thinking about the landed value may miss the value added from processing that currently happens in some ports such as Sitka. So filleting as much small fish as possible to retain the value of the catch, and also provides workforce value. So local jobs in underserved communities. And if possible, it would really be ideal to capture that contribution in future indicators as they're refined. Second, as Dr. Down raised, a small amount of sablefish landed in some communities is really crucial to the local processor staying viable. And so, in other words, the survival or resilience really depends on that diversification, especially in some of these smaller communities. Every little bit matters. So it's important not to drop out the small amounts delivered into small communities. It can be vital to some of these smaller areas. And so both, in closing from that section, both Alpha and Ocean Conservancy support this work. And we look forward to seeing future development on these socioeconomic indicators. Jumping gears a bit, so I'm going to put on my direct hat with Ocean Conservancy. So I do appreciate that the SSC primarily reviews and puts their expertise into the ABC determination process, but I'd really like to use my remaining time here today to encourage the SSC to continue supporting and building the science and management that informs the tax setting process. And to do so, and to continue to do so in a transparent way that is inclusive of stakeholders and tribes. And I think there's support for this type of recommendation and more information going into the tax setting process explicitly. So the 2023 CIE reviews really noted and called out that targeted ecosystem information and bycatch trade-off analyses could inform tax setting. Also, the December 2023 SSC minutes that you guys wrote talked about the importance of socioeconomic indicators and where that could play in tax setting. And then most recently from the SCS 8 report, that was one of the key recommendations. So it seems like there's a lot of momentum to build up something that can really make this tax setting process feel more transparent, inclusive, and effective. So again, the example socioeconomic indicators we think are a great starting point. And I think there is, of course, room to expand and to bring in additional social and ecological information into that tax setting arena. So it doesn't need to be limited at this phase, and I think we don't need to be self-limiting to hold it just to socioeconomic. I recognize that it's important to start somewhere and keep going. However, I think broader ecosystem considerations really, we should be thinking about this up front and go into this really clearly, eyes wide open, that is still needed. And I don't know what the right vehicle is. There are a lot of vehicles with ESPs and ESRs, but there may be some need to synthesize, to even bring in a SEPO information to develop a targeted product or vehicle, I just like that term, that can really strategically inform tax setting. Okay, how am I doing on time? Yep. So again, I think it's important that we start directly addressing bycatch trade-offs, habitat, predator-prey stock status. So there's room to grow into this work. And in closing, the ESPs and ESRs have really made significant strides in diversifying the information coming to the council and the SSC. And I also want to note that both of the lead authors for both products have been really inclusive and open to communication and new ideas. So just really commending those groups for doing awesome work. I think it's key that the SSC bolster and support this work and efforts to continue to be inclusive, transparent, and meaningfully drive the tax setting process with knowledge and science. And that's all I have to say.
Thanks for your testimony. Maybe I'll start with a question, actually. So, I mean, one of the things we are being asked is maybe to weigh in on where this should go. From your perspective of a, kind of a stakeholder group, do you have a preference for, like, when you look for this kind of information, where you would go to look for it, in terms of how it might be presented and whether the ESP is the right or appropriate vehicle for that?
Through the chair, I think where we are now, so sort of in the short term, I think, yes, the ESP seems like a great place to sort of start bringing in some of the socioeconomic and socio-ecological and, to start thinking about indicators. I think longer term, because we have so many different sources, and I think the ESRs are really important, an important part of this puzzle. So as a stakeholder who it's hard to read like 8 different documents every time, I think pulling together people to strategically think about what would be the most useful information across most fisheries, and it may look different by fishery, to inform tax determinations each fall, something like that. So I think that would require a lot of brain power to synthesize that, to make something more digestible where that science is really communicated, and potentially bring in that more diverse knowledge. So is it possible to bring in local knowledge, traditional knowledge in a new way? And so that's a long-winded way of saying, yes, ESPs are great, but maybe longer term, dare I say, we could think about a new framework or something that is a little bit more of a synthesis of all of these awesome bodies of work that are ongoing. Oh, Can I follow up really quick?
Go ahead.
And I do recall the Bering Sea Fishery Ecosystem Plan team had talked about doing this ecosystem health report card a ways back. And I don't think that ever really developed. So I don't know if that could fall under the hat of the Fishery Ecosystem Plan to bring some of this together.
Yeah, thanks. I was thinking more about the species-specific pieces, but thank you. Other questions for Megan? Not seeing any. Thank you again for your testimony. And next up is Chris Woodley. It looks like Chris is conflicted as well, unfortunately. So we're thankfully Megan was able to convey some of Linda's comments. But yep, sometimes that's the way it goes. We are more or less on time, so hopefully it's not our fault. So I think that wraps up public testimony, and we can go into our discussion. And again, I think in the interest of time and realizing that there's broader discussions that are still ongoing of how all these pieces fit together, we can certainly comment on that, but let's try to focus it on the sablefish ESP as a case study, and how that might inform others. Yeah, actually, great idea. We should take a break first. I realize we've been going for a while. That'll give the leads a chance to kind of collect their thoughts. So we'll take a break for, say, 10 minutes. Is that okay? Or 15? We'll start with, okay, I hear 15. Let's do that. Let's take a 15-minute break. We'll start at 10:15 with our discussion on C3 sablefish.
Well, she wrote out a little script and I wasn't there, and so I told her to give her feedback on her script. And then so I saw the text. Yeah, and so I highlighted. It's just in white. Oh, yeah. I thought that's that. On a fire slide from the last meeting, highlighted much. Thanks very much, Mike, for that addition. And I think next up we have Chris.
Okay. Yeah, want to echo what the mics have said here. I think that this is good work. These indicators make sense. They're well displayed. They're responsive to our earlier comments, and help move the process forward in that way. I think we wound up with a little bit more exposure and introduction to the larger process here than we were anticipating, which I'm taking away from that a reminder that this is still very much a process that we're going through in order to figure out how to identify indicators and how to make use of them within stock assessments. And that this is maybe more true for the social and economic data than it is with some of the ecological data. So I really like the idea that there's sort of this The RFI is oddly phrased, but I think the mindset there is one of being very open, and we've heard that there's a lot of openness, even in public testimony said there was unusual openness here, and I think we generally want to support the goal of making this the mini ESP, right? Something that you can we want to work toward a dashboard where it's very straightforward to produce, and you kind of hit the button and out spits the updated report. That would be great. So these 4 indicators I see as complementing and customizing for sablefish a sort of standard suite of ESP indicators, which should include some things that aren't represented here on the social and economic side. Measures of effort, cost, revenue, things there that we do see in ESPs for other species such as crab. And I think we want to support the analysts in the process in developing that entire suite. It is a little bit of a challenge for us to evaluate a subset of indicators in its entirety without knowledge of that context, and while that context is still evolving. And that's part of the reason why I think we, as an SSC, are really hesitant to be prescriptive in this process, because we don't, deeply understand the data in the way that the analysts and the participants in the process do. So as advisors to the council process, I think we are looking at capturing the important things that are going on in the fishery, and exactly what measures and what bits of data there is something that we're kind of looking to have a process develop and bring to us for review while we're sitting behind the table. Now, find me in a different context, happy to do some brainstorming, but let's see. In lines that this is a process, I think it would be useful in documents like this, where we are considering the strengths and weaknesses and the contributions and the roles of different indicators, to be like super explicit about how we think each might contribute to ABC setting or tax setting. And if the answer is that it doesn't, that it's just, this is a good place to put something that we can break out easily and at the species level, we can say that too, and sort of carry it forward with a knowledge of why we think it's there, right? And as we go further into the process, we can check back on why we think we're using these different things and ask, are we really using it for that reason? Are we not using it for that reason? Are we not using it for that reason, but using it for a different reason? And that's how we're gonna learn more effectively how these are useful. The only specific comment that I have on these 4 indicators, I agree with Mike that it would be nice to find some way to consistently bring together or bring forward information on smaller communities. I think that's where a lot of our focus and attention is in National Standard 8. I think we use regional quotient because it's kind of easy and sounds kind of right, but I rarely find that it's the thing that is answering the question that I'm actually trying to ask about vulnerable communities. Seattle's pretty healthy. So, okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thanks, Chris and Kaylin.
Great, thanks. So just from a really big picture perspective and picking up on some of the comments that Mike and Chris made around the process, I think we've tried to stay sort of agnostic about what exactly is measured and where exactly things go. But some things that stood out to me about this set of indicators, and I think what will move forward with the sablefish ESP this year, is that it's timely and it's being communicated within the council process, or at least it sounds like that's the plan. And I think that's something that's very responsive to our prior comments. And then the other thing that we're seeing with these current indicators is that the plan is that they'll be very up to date. For many of them, they'll actually be in season and I think in season was the term that I heard most commonly. And again, I think that's very responsive to some prior comments that we had made in the sense that we thought this data was available, and we, especially for sablefish, felt like it would provide important context within the process, but we weren't able to see or find, and I'm not sure there was information available on some really basic, at least economic information, mid-season related to the fishery. And so I think, say fantastic job. Thank you, Rusty. This is really, really good to see. I appreciated all the work that went into the slides where you were tracing back the different data sources that you used, and we're able to pull things together to get some in-season data in there. So I support everything that's been said so far in terms of comments from Mike, and Chris. A few things to add. One thing that stood out to me through the presentation is that Rusty put a lot of thought into what was feasible, what would be most informative. And so in general here, I would suggest we support some flexibility to both identify the indicators, maybe make some real-time decisions if a fishery is in some kind of crisis. And then also that I appreciated, it sounds like there's some expertise needed in the bullet writing or descriptions that go into these ESPs. So just to recognize that, I think that that bullet or narrative adds a lot, and that having somebody who takes the time to think carefully and summarize the indicators themselves, particularly in these cases where maybe they're not easy to turn into a sort of traffic light, it would be very helpful. A few more specific comments. So across the board, I think it's terrific when processes can be automated to provide in-season data. So I think there was a back and forth about could some of the community level data be a little bit more up to date, and whether it's the quotient kind of calculations themselves, or if it's some simpler summary statistics or a kind of qualitative description. I think anything along those lines adds a lot. And then I also specifically support some potential disaggregation, but this could be by the vessel, the quota size groups, more resolved regional areas. I think picking up on some of what Martin was saying, these could be important information, but then also recognizing that if these are in different reports, like the regional reports, and this is where I'm sort of unsure of the timing, that, if they could be picked up from other regional reports, or if there's an efficient way or more efficient way to do these, put together these indicators, I think we should support that. And then the last comment I have is picking up on Jason's point about how these ESPs do or don't provide information about the broader ecosystem. And I think, Jason, maybe you were talking about species level interactions, but certainly if we're thinking about vulnerable communities, if we're thinking about some of the economic status, we could think about, of course, this particular fishery not being on its own. And so just picking up on that comment in the sense that down the line, I would support folks thinking about, is it a reference to another document? Are there times when something more qualitative would be brought in? Or if there are other ways that analysts think that some of the broader context could be integrated into those ESPs. I think that was a really good comment or question, and that that's something that the teams could think about a little bit more.
Okay, thank you. Other comments, Sherry?
So I do have a couple comments on my own, but I guess I also wanted to go back for Chris. You talked about the indicators and complementing a larger set of indicators, and um, I- and what I'm wondering was the larger picture and some of those things that you named, are you expecting, or are we asking for those in December, or is that a longer term picture? I was just wondering if you could help.
I guess I don't have total clarity on what sort of the status quo is. I think if I'm making a recommendation from the SSC, it's that these are not the only four socioeconomic indicators that are there. I thought the answer that I got to the question of what are the other socioeconomic indicators was that there were some, and Calais read off a short list of those, but the response seemed kind of ad hoc. And I think in terms of what is going to be, in terms of the process going forward, I think we want to see these indicators in the context of the full suite of indicators, that and make sure that they sort of paint the correct total picture of the sablefish fishery. Now, how far we can get for December, I'm not sure, because I don't know what the status of those other indicators are at this point. Does that make sense?
Great. And I'm in agreement with that. I think that, when we talked with the subgroup, I think that what we said was, or what we indicated was sufficient, had to do with these four. And so I just didn't want to give mixed messages. But yes, I mean, if there are, in longer term, yes, bigger picture. If there are other ones that they happen to choose to bring back in December, I think that sounds fine, but not specifically making that a specific request. I think it would probably be consistent with where we've been in the feedback we've given so far, which I think may be helpful.
On that. Okay, Kaylin. Yeah, on that specific point, Kaylin.
I was thinking that the indicators that are common across all these ESPs would come back in December, and it would be hard for me to think, for example, of how we contextualize the great price breakdown by these different size classes if we didn't have the overall average price, for example. So these are I assume people have to have these because it's basically total landings, total value, and then the average ex-vessel price. I think we've seen those in those just three at least. I feel like we always see those, and I feel like they are pretty key context, and these would really be providing additional detail to supplement the core indicators.
That I don't know, I guess, and I can't remember what was in the Sablefish ESP before. I'm just a little hesitant because we agreed that bringing forth these four was okay with us in December. And so if the others are not already there.
Yeah, I
Great.
think we heard that some indicators are already
Wonderful.
in the ESP, and that these would be the four that are proposed or additional, more targeted indicators. So.
Great.
And then Cherry.
Okay. Let's see. I think that, and Mike hit some of this, so this might be a little bit overlap. But I think in response to the questions that were asked of us, I think, and listening to the conversation at Plan Team, I think it may be helpful to put in this set of minutes that, The currently developed ESP has multiple audiences. 2 of those are the SSC for ABC setting, Council for tax setting. For ABC, these are the indicators. These indicators can be included in the fishery performance category of the risk table, and then reiterate that for ABC setting, only socioeconomic indicators that inform the status of the stock go into the risk table. However, for the ESP, another audience is the council for tax setting. So just because these indicators are in the ESP does not mean they have to be in the risk table. I think that those are 2 different things. And so as far as the council goes, these don't inform the status of the stock, but instead their impacts on communities and economics. So I think it would also be valuable for us to put in there that why the SSC has asked for these indicators, these socioeconomic indicators, is because part of our role is to review the best scientific information for management decisions of the council. And so this management decision is tax setting. And so we're looking at the range of information going to the council. And that's because it's part of sort of our bigger role, not just our role as ABC setting. Another question was sort of where to have this. And I think from our discussion so far, the SSC supports having this in the ESP for now, as did the council in the motion that they put forward last December when they suggested that ESP indicators be developed. So we have asked in the past for a workshop like Seesaw because we recognize that having the discussion beyond the SSC of exactly the format of these things is helpful, having other people involved. However, if that is not something the council has explicitly supported so far, and if they do in the future, it may help the SSC and other members to inform whether this continues to be the best platform. But for now, yes, it sounds like we support having this in the ESP, which is great. And the last comment that I had is, for the stoplights, great. I'm glad to hear that there's flexibility to include it in a stoplight format or not, depending on what is more appropriate or informative, I guess. And so I like the flexibility that it doesn't have to be in a red, yellow, green. That's all I have.
Thank you. Other comments and points on the ESP? Jason?
This is far more mundane and simpler. I just would like the analysts to consider, this is not a hard recommendation, but adding value and the harvest value for the trawl fisheries to figure 1. I think this would not be broken out by size, given that information is unavailable, but I think it would provide additional context for figure 3, which they had the revenue breakout.
So that would include maybe trawl and catcher processor as well? Or?
I was thinking trawl, because I think figure 3 was broken out by gear, if I remember correctly. So it would fit with that. And I think figure 1 was broken out by gear. And I think figure 3 also had the gear breakout. So it seems like it could complement both those.
Okay, thanks. And Cherry.
The other comment that I think would be helpful is just that when we went to the National SSC meeting in August, we heard from all the different regions. And one of the things that staff and council staff and agency staff helped us put together was information about what is being done in this region. And from the background slide that Calais showed about Alaska having developed this ESP for I don't know how many years, and then it's been taken up around the country, we really have been a leader in that. And I just want to say thank you to all the people that have worked on this, because it has been leading the country, and I'm really excited that it's expanding in this new way. And so I appreciate the responsiveness of staff to that. And I just wanted to let other members of the SSC know what what a highlight this was at the national meeting. So thank you.
Okay, Martin.
It's like in some kind of dungeon over here. So, okay, yeah, I'm going to get back to the idea that these, at least indicator to the quota attainment should be done regionally and at least give it a try to see if it's useful. I mean, it's always a trade-off because you can get buried under multiple figures and then the clarity of the message might get diluted. But for sablefish in particular, it's the ABC is set by region. So it's a relevant statistic to look at how close you're getting by region, and that's informative about whether or not your allocation is appropriate as well. So I think that would be a useful addition. I think you probably would want to do it overall and then break it down by region. And I'm gonna challenge Jason on the most mundane topic here. I don't know how early we are in the process, but I saw a report card for it was a Tanner Crab ESP report card, and we're hearing mini now, and the terms are already really confusing in this region. We have ESRs and ESPs, and people don't have problems keeping those straight. And I'd really encourage them to think really hard about naming something that actually is what it is, not what it isn't. And essentially a mini is not a full one. So think about maybe snapshot or report card really is probably okay, but something that describes what the report is. Give some thought to that because it's really important for people to understand what the products are.
Okay, thank you. Other comments? Not seeing any, so I'll try to summarize this at a hopefully somewhat higher level. I'm not sure if I can synthesize that very well, lots of bits and pieces, but our report will note that we really appreciate the authors and analysts' efforts here in putting this document together, particularly and thinking about the overall structure. The indices here that were developed are very responsive to our earlier comments and requests, and we'd like to really acknowledge all the work that has gone into developing the framework that other regions are looking at as a role model really around the nation. The indicators that were developed seem to be well developed, well presented, sensible. We recognize this as a step in a larger ongoing process, and perhaps we're still in the early stages if you compare that to, say, the status of ESRs. We appreciate the effort towards transparency and openness and developing new indicators and refining indicators. Appreciate the focus on the dashboard and automation. Appreciate how timely and up to date these indicators are with in-season information that will kind of help take into account crucial information that is very timely. We support flexibility in the indicators and indicator development in terms of the type of indicators and format. Appreciate the efforts to look at sort of the traffic light approach where appropriate for these indicators and providing short syntheses or summaries from experts in addition to kind of an automated, perhaps more automated update of the indicators themselves. We had some specific comments on adding values for the trawl fishery and maybe on the use of terms and that are descriptive and clear for the public. Okay. So overall, I mean, we agree that the set of indicators that was presented here are very useful. We had perhaps some clarifications on the indicators, particularly in some form, including the smaller communities and capturing their dependencies more appropriately, more clearly, and we might have a specific recommendation on that. We suggest that the ESPs more broadly and generally should clarify that they are intended for multiple audiences, including the SSC for OFL ABC through the risk tables, Council for Tax Setting, and so forth. And it would be useful to be very explicit about how each indicator may contribute to either the ABC or the tax setting or both. And if it doesn't, may still be useful to include the indicators with some rationale for why it's there. As for where these indicators, should go, we support having them in the ESP at this time, and that could be reevaluated as this develops. Then we had a number of comments on perhaps presenting some of the indicators at a more regional level, both to better address impacts on potentially vulnerable communities. And in particular, we comment on figure 2 that could be aggregated by or disaggregated by region because the ABCs are set by regions. And maybe some additional comments on perhaps disaggregating the indicators further where appropriate. We also might suggest potentially considering other indicators as this developed. Think about the Mike Jepson's comments on sort of crossovers between more species-specific and broader indicators. He mentioned an example from the California current that we can point to that might have the advantages that we can kind of simultaneously think about indicators that are both more species-specific and also more at the community level. That could be very useful. Overall, as this develops, we don't want to be too descriptive in terms of the indicators and look forward to reviewing the proposed and other developing indicators as these are further developed and refined. We don't have any specific recommendations for additional indicators at this point, and look forward to reviewing the whole ESP in its entirety in December. And then also encourage the authors to think about how the indicators inform sort of understanding in broader or our understanding of broader trends and in a broader context, and how that could be integrated into the ESPs in part through maybe reference to sources of data or other indicators that reside elsewhere. And that's kind of what I had. I hope I captured most of the thoughts and ideas. That, I think, concludes our discussion on ESP for sablefish, and I think we're ready to go into our groundfish plan team reports, item C3, I believe.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, the SSC, Diana Stram, Council staff, and Sarah Cleaver, Council staff. We are the plan coordinators for the Bering Sea, Aleutian Islands Gulf Groundfish Plan Team and the Gulf of Alaska Groundfish Plan Team. We have a number of reports under this agenda item for you, beginning with the Joint Groundfish Plan Team report that Dr. Clay Shotwell will be providing. She and Steve Barbeau are the co-chairs of the Bering Sea Aleutian Islands Groundfish Plan Team. Cindy Trebuzio is the vice chair. In the Gulf side, Jimmy Anelli and Chris Lunsford are the co-chairs. Sarah Cleaver and I are both the coordinators. And so we'll go through the Joint Groundfish Plan Team report. The reports for all of these are posted to your e-agenda. And then we'll go through the Bering Sea Aleutian Islands report, followed by the Gulf report. And in the Gulf report, you have just an informational item on the Gulf rockfish spatial management, but that's not something that you're taking up at this meeting. It's something that's coming up for the AP and the council, and Sarah Cleaver will go through that at that time. And unless there's any questions, I think we have Calais online, and we'll advance the slides for her to go through the Joint Groundfish Plan Team report.
Okay, before you start, Calais, just a quick note on the public testimony. So we will take public testimony by plan team. So we'll do public testimony for the joint plan team, BSAI plan team, and a Gulf plan team, and all items under those plan team reports. And we'll follow with our discussions on each plan team report as well.
Mr. Chairman, just for your reference, we have the presentation posted all as one single presentation under the joint plan team report. So if you're looking for the PowerPoint, they are all together into one presentation.
Okay, thanks. Appreciate that. Go ahead.
And Mr. Chairman, while we work on getting the PowerPoint going, I just wanted to highlight, since it's different this year than previous years, the plan team and the SSC are reviewing the 2025 harvest projections for those stocks, and you won't be reviewing those in November. So those are final once you review them.
Yeah, thanks. I actually meant to mention that in terms of our tasks here for clarity. I mean, we're reviewing proposed model changes for stocks with full assessments that we're making decisions on in December, recommending proposed specifications, and then as Sarah just mentioned, for the first time new this year, we recommend final specs for stocks with harvest specifications, and then of course any other. We can comment on any other items as appropriate.
Mr. Chairman, just to be clear also, when you get to the proposed specification stage, those do not include the harvest projections. Those are still the proposed specifications based on the 2025 specifications from last year. So we did not. Yeah, the table 1 that's in the report and posted to your e-agenda. So just to be clear that those harvest projections will be in the final specifications that you are doing in December, and we will just update those, but you won't be again reviewing them. Okay, I think we're ready for you, Calais. Just let us know when you want to advance slides.
Okay, sounds good. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, you're loud and clear. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, I'm back. Clay Shotwell, co-chair of the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands Plan Team. I'll be presenting the joint Plan Team report and the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands, but we'll pause between them. Also want to recognize the co-chairs and council staff, vice chair, for all their help and support in putting the presentation together and in running the meeting. Next slide. Okay, Groundfish Plan Teams met virtually September 17th through 19th. Here's the list of the plan team members on the slide by team. And I do want to thank them all for their time and contributions during the week to help us conduct a successful meeting. Next slide. The joint team met on Tuesday, September 17th. The link to the agenda is on the slide. And then links to the topic presentations are in the headers of the plan team minutes, and they're also in the slide headings for this presentation and for the following individual team presentations. At the start of the joint meeting, we discussed timing of future meetings. The next plan team meeting will be held next month, November 12th to 15th. We did schedule tentative dates for the 2025 September meeting. I believe that is September 15th to 19th. And then The November meeting is still sort of TBD, and we'll note that we have a fairly tight window between November holidays and the start of the December council meeting, so that's what we're thinking about. Next slide. So for the remainder of the joint presentation, which will be fairly brief, I'm going to review the survey presentations that we received and then provide some bullets for some overview presentations, and then followed by other topics. I want to thank the survey teams for their timeliness and data delivery efficiencies this year, and really appreciate the succinct, informative, and well-organized presentations that they provided. Next slide. So Suzanne McDermott presented results of the Aleutian Islands trawl survey. There was a 20% reduction in stations this year. This might have increased the variance in the deep strata, since those strata are difficult to sample and they do have fewer stations. The survey collected over 76,000 links and 6,500 otoliths. Bottom temperature was average and surface temperature was below average. The largest changes were in the biomass estimates for those deep water rockfish stocks. The teams discussed increased variance in the deep strata, and that may contribute to large changes in the biomass of deep water rockfish. There was suggestion to taking this into account when allocating stations in the deep strata for future surveys. And then a suggestion presenting results for Kamchatka separately from Arrowtooth, since Kamchatka flounder are important for fishing in the eastern Aleutian Islands.
But I think we have a question here from Chris.
Yeah, thanks, Clay. Can you give me a little more detail on the 20% reduction in stations? It sounds like it was just deep strata. There's some suggestion that it's just a potential increase in variance, but I didn't see a map of where those stations were, and just it would be great to have some confirmation that there's not a potential bias and that the assessment authors know where those stations are dropped. And then additionally, is this a one-off, or is this something that is going to be happening consistently moving forward? Thank you.
Ooh, all good questions, Chris. And I apologize, I really don't have an answer for you. I'm wondering if anyone else from the team does. I believe they were just across the board reduced, and not necessarily specific to the deep strata. This was just one of the bullets in the Aleutian Islands presentation. So I don't really know, but I can ask Suzanne or someone else from the survey team to give you more information on that.
I don't see anybody raising their hand online or here. Or Bob, can you speak to that?
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. The stations are distributed in a random stratified design, so they were removed in that way as well. We had to reduce the overall survey design in order to save funds and total number of stations, et cetera. So it was done across the entire survey. As to whether this will be done continually in the future will depend on funding. And again, this highlights the importance of surveys designed like this so that we can ebb and flow with the number of stations and still not introduce the bias that you're mentioning. Thanks.
Thanks for that. Back to you, Clay.
Appreciate that. Thank you, Bob. All right. Yeah, that's all I had for the Aleutian Islands trawl survey. Next slide. Dwayne Stevenson presented results of the Eastern Bering Sea trawl survey. The 26 corner stations were omitted from the survey this year. The survey collected 125,000 or more links, 6,000 plus otoliths, and 4,900 stomachs. Bottom temperatures were nearly average and slightly warmer than last year. Surface temperature was below average, and the cold pool extent was near the time series average and about 11% smaller than last year. The fish biomass increased for most species, especially that of walleye pollock and several flatfish. And you can sort of see that in the boxes on the right. And then the teams discussed options for tracking species diversity indices, but it was noted that would be confounded with changes in some of the survey priorities. We also discussed the elimination of those 26 corner stations and whether that would affect estimates. And I believe Dwayne said that recent work showed that for most species biomasses without those stations, they would be unbiased. And then the teams discussed impact of reducing tow duration and size compositions. They noted that the survey team was collecting linked data from paired tows, and they do plan to investigate this. And then we finally discussed if the opportunistic acoustic data collection would change with the new survey protocols. It was noted that sampling may change, but the extent should be about the same. Okay. Next slide. Ellen Yasumishi presented results of the collection of ecosystem surveys in the northern and eastern Bering Sea and the Gulf of Alaska. The main takeaways for the Bering Sea surveys was cooler than previous heat wave years, lower densities of large copepods and average small copepods during the spring and fall surveys, but increases in the north. There are lots of euphalzids in the north, and generally a large fall bloom of phytoplankton was occurring right now. For pollock, high densities of egg and larval were found in the spring. Then there were low densities of age 0 in the surface in the fall, but higher throughout the water column. And there was low body condition for age 0 pollock. And many age 1 pollock were found eating euphalzids. And there were also many forage fish in the northern Bering Sea surveys. Main takeaways in the Gulf of Alaska surveys were the western Gulf was cooler. There's nearshore eastern warming in the surface. There's high lipid content for the zooplankton samples. And nearshore surveys caught average A0P cod, but above average A0 pollock. And then the A0 sablefish were shorter than average, but had average growth rates. They also highlighted a project that showed larval size at date increases in warm years for most species, and that indicating that earlier spawning or faster growth was occurring in warm years. The teams looked forward to future growth and temperature research and appreciated the rapid zooplankton assessment and energetic indices for H0 pollock, and they particularly liked the side-by-side comparisons of the northern Bering Sea and the southeast Bering Sea. Okay, next slide. So this is just a short summary slide of some of the overview presentations that the teams requested in the past, and a new one we got from in season. And this is just basically to put up that we had these presentations, one bullet and a little bit of overview of each. And I will not cover the ESP because we just did that. So Yvonne Ortiz, Elizabeth Siddon, and Bridget Ferris provided the climate and physical information overview of the ecosystem status reports for each region. There are overall cooler conditions in the EBS and Aleutian Islands with a moderate El Nino in the Gulf, as you did hear probably from them yesterday. The teams discussed the deep water incursion onto the shelf and some terminology consistency of heat waves and Aleutians regarding the categories and baselines. And there was a suggestion to align colors of years among slides just to make it easier for comparison of different variables in the same year. And then Abidjan and Steve Whitney provided the in-season management report on the harvest of groundfish. This was the first presentation of its kind to the joint team, and the purpose was for informing stock assessment authors of this year's fishing patterns could potentially be used to flag important fishery changes. The teams discussed including topics on whale. The team discussion included topics on whale depredation in the Kamchatka fishery, low catch of Pacific cod and flatfish, low salmon herring bycatch in the Gulf pollock 8 season, and that POP was recently placed on bycatch status in the Gulf. The team really liked this type of presentation and would like to see it in the future.
Oh, sorry, Calais. Before we go on, there's a question from Chris Siddon.
Hey, Clay. A question on the in-season management. I was just curious whether the September timeframe is a good timeframe for you to see that, and for the assessment authors to know if there are any flags of what's going on in the fishery, and/or would you expect or want to see that again in November, or is that too late, kind of from the assessment standpoint, to understand what's going on? Thanks.
Through the chair, Dr. Siddon, thank you for the question. I think having it in September was intentional so that perhaps stock assessment authors might be able to hear the information and use it in their risk tables maybe, or just really have an idea of what's going on in the fishery and flag some potentially interesting things for them to know about. So I would think getting it in November would not be as useful, but I mean, that's just my opinion. I would defer to other folks. But it was very useful in this particular setting.
Yeah, thanks. Go ahead.
Was there a follow-up, or did you mean you wanted me to keep going?
Sorry, go ahead, Kalei.
Okay. All right, next slide. Okay, these were some of the other topics that we received. Cindy Tribuzio, same format here, just a one bullet update. Cindy Tribuzio provided updates from the Data Limited Methods Working Group with recommendations from a scoring matrix to ID priority stocks for applying the DLM methods. The teams discussed a schedule of relevant safe report chapters and including perhaps Bering Sea, Aleutian Islands octopus in the list of priority stocks. They also supported recommendations from that working group and requested another progress report next year. Derek Chamberlain provided updates on implementation timelines for the new aging technologies. The teams discussed perhaps the lack of focus on maturity and recommended emphasizing importance of maturity as a priority in the future for analyses. They suggested perhaps an ideal approach could be to form a formal cross-center program for a maturity working group. Then Michael Fay provided updates on the halibut discard mortality rates and presented a new methodology recommended for the GOA hook and line CV sector and a discussion paper on marine mammals feeding on discards. The team discussed detection of bias from marine mammal predation and supported continued research into those methods, perhaps to quantify those biases and the marine mammal predation itself. The teams recommended adopting the 25-26 DMRs as recommended by the halibut DMR working group. And then finally, Jane Sullivan provided updates on new validation tools and examples from the random effects model using a vignette. The teams discussed how to approach estimating additional observation error and if new validation features were ready to use this year. The teams encouraged authors to explore the new features and include new diagnostics at their discretion.
Thanks, Kalei. I actually have a question on the halibut DMRs. I know we approved those at some point, and I guess the question is for staff, because we're getting them now. Are we approving these at this meeting?
Thank you. Through the chair. Yes, that is at the end of each of our individual reports. You have the updated, and those tables are also posted to your e-agenda.
Thanks. Go ahead, Kalei. Oh, sorry. We have a question from Chris.
Hey, Clay, I got another question for you. On the age growth update, in the minutes it says the team recommended an AFSC maturity working group. Is that an internal working group, or is that a working group that's through the council that we need to endorse? Or I just wanted some clarification on.
I believe it was an internal working group, but I'm not sure. I think it was internal.
The check says. I just wanted to make sure that that was what was intended.
I believe so.
Okay, go ahead, Kalei.
Okay, last slide. This is from Melissa Haltuk, provided an information-only presentation on the revised AFSC stock assessment guidelines. The teams discussed diagnostics provided in the guidelines and what should be brought forward for full assessments in September. It was noted that the guidelines document is internal guidance for assessment authors and will likely evolve over time. And then this was not discussed at the plan team, but it was a sort of a request for further information regarding a recent SSC request provided by Melissa and Chris. So they provided this, the update, Chris Lunsford, sorry, the update and full assessments are described in the stock assessment definitions document. The guidelines provide more details on that, and the type of assessment will be determined early in each calendar year based on previous review outcomes or trends in survey data and other considerations. And the presentation, the guidelines document, and the stock assessment definitions are all available on the e-agenda if you would like more details. And that's all I have for the joint meeting.
Thanks. So that concludes joint plan team presentation, I think. Yeah. Do we have any other questions either on the guidelines or anything else? I will note that I think Melissa Haldock is online too, and Chris, perhaps if there are any questions on the guidelines, because that was a request from our December meeting last year to get some clarity on that, and the document was shared with us. It has a table that outlines the differences between full assessment and update assessment for us if we need to get clarity on that. Any other questions for the joint plan team? Martin?
Yeah, I probably visited this before, but why is it an internal document, and what does that achieve compared to something that would be sort of formally reviewed by the SSC?
I guess that's a question for Melissa or Chris, maybe?
Yeah, I'm online. This is Melissa Haltuck, Alaska Fisheries Science Center. My understanding is that this document has always been internal to AFSC, and that the AFSC is tasked with providing stock assessments for the council, but this has never been a public document, and it hasn't been treated in the same way as other councils have, where the councils have written the terms of reference for stock assessments. So Chris, I don't know if you have anything to add to that, but this is standard practice for the Alaska Science Center to have this as a informational share and internal guidance for stock assessment authors.
Thanks, Melissa. This is Chris Lunsford, AFSC, also Gulf co-chair. Yeah, I think Melissa summarized it well. I think I'd also add in, I think both the plan teams and the SSC, through recommendations have quite an influence on the guidelines. So I think there's a mechanism for basically making recommendations and comments that we would then incorporate internally.
Yeah, thanks for that clarification. Not seeing any other questions for the plan team, so we will. I'm going to check if there's public testimony. Sorry, I'm a little behind here. Not. I don't see any public testimony on the joint groundfish plan team report. So we can do our discussions now if you're ready. We'll do that now by plan team. So our leads on this are Chris Sidden and Amy Bishop. So Chris, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Ron. I will keep this relatively short, I think. Thank you, Brad. And I'll just go through a couple of highlights. I won't touch on all of the things, but just a few. And I will just get started. So on the data limited working group, I just wanted to flag that the plan team agreed with the working group recommendations as they were discussed, and that just for the SSC that we may see a GOA octopus as soon as 2025 using these new methods, and then other assessments soon thereafter in 2026, and that there's going to be an update, and just reiterating an update to the groundfish plan team next year in 2025. So just kind of keep that in the back of your brain that you're going to see some of these new methods in the next cycle potentially. The in-season management section, it was really great from my standpoint to be able to hear some hot topics on fishing patterns. It's really helpful from my standpoint, context for our December assessment review, kind of hearing those things. I guess the question I would pose for folks to think about in the next couple of minutes is, do we as the SSC want to see this information as well as to providing some context to the assessment season, or whether we just know that the plan team is going to see them in September and know to go there and look for some of those things if you're interested in flagging some of those fishery performance type things that someone else has already kind of distilled down. So I would just pose that. I think it's interesting. I think we should do it. I will go look for it in September if we don't have time to see it in December before assessment. So I just flagged that for all y'all. The Aleutian Island Trawl Survey, 20% reduction in stations is pretty marked. I asked a question just to ensure that those stations are being reduced in an appropriate way, and it sounds like they are, so that's great. And I would just make a statement that, we generally suggest that surveys are our top priority, and seeing a 20% reduction is pretty dramatic, that we just want to flag that is not ideal from our standpoint from doing our due diligence on assessments. And whether that's going to happen into the future is unknown at this point in time. The age and growth update, they suggested that their biggest topic was updated need for maturity data. And that they suggested an internal maturity working group. And I don't know if that's something we as the SSC can formally endorse or not, or whether we need to make that. I mean, I think that sounds great if they have that need. I would also, I guess, make a recommendation that if this is really a high priority from the stock assessment authors, that they make sure to spotlight this need in their data gaps and research priorities of their SAFE documents, if they really think that data improvement is important from them. And I'd also suggest to us as the SSC members to keep maturity in mind as we do our reviews of assessments in December, to really think if that's something that we should flag as well as may be important in moving forward. Halibut DMRs, they've basically been the same since 2016 with one change to the GOA hook and line sector. And I think do we formally accept those here, or do we want to wait and do that? I would accept them as they are recommended to us, as the short of that.
Yeah, Diana might have some clarification, but we have sort of generic language that we used in the past for that. I just wasn't sure if that happens now or in December.
Thank you, through the chair. Yeah, we usually have been doing that at this meeting, not necessarily under the joint, because you'll see the tables as you get to Bering Sea and Gulf, but you've typically done it in this meeting, and then we have them in the final specs in December.
Yeah, we'll note that under the individual BSI and GOA. Sherry.
Okay. Next on the EBS survey, I just wanted to note that the plan teams also brought up the corner stations and issues of survey modernization and the tow length reduction. So again, we'll talk about this more, but I just want to flag it that was a conversation here. So it's a big deal, and we need to think about it. The REMA updates and the diagnostics are new validation tools, and they are available now for use now for the at author's discretion. So potentially for anyone that's reviewing those in December, pay attention that you might see some new validation tools for that, just a flag. And then assessment guidelines, I think, is the last topic I want to touch, is that the big thing from this standpoint, it's good that we know kind of where all those guidelines are, and we can have a reference for those. Additionally, just for everybody, she presented the revised language that they did for the risk tables as upon our request for going from 4 to 3. So I would just reiterate to take a look at those new revised language as you do your assessments. We do our reviews kind of for December as well to make sure everything fits and jives with that update there. And with that, I think that's all the comments I have on the joint plan team. Thanks.
Thanks for that, Amy. Anything to add?
Thanks. Don't have much to add to what Chris said. I agree with him on accepting the DMRs and some of the things that we as the SSC should keep in mind as we see different stock assessments in December in terms of the risk tables and maturity. The only thing I wanted to kind of add or continue on from what he mentioned was thinking about the in-season management. I thought it was great also to hear about these kind of hot topics, and noted that in the presentation, the plan team received that there was some mention of PSC issues. And so if we do see this as more of a formal presentation to the SSC, that could be a way to add in more general trends about PSC bycatch in terms of in-season management. So reports on marine mammals, seabirds, salmon, halibut, if that data is available in that kind of format. So
again, if it's just something that we can go back and look to and we know that it's there, I think that that's fine. But if it's some way that we want to kind of streamline some of the information that we're getting to the SSC, that could be an opportunity. That's all I had.
Thanks, Amy. Actually, on that item, and that's maybe a question to you guys. So I actually don't recall offhand, but it seems like the appropriate place for that in-season information on fisheries distribution and such could be developed into indicators that then go into the ESP if relevant to particular stocks. And I can't think of any examples of where that's been used in terms of like fishery performance, spatial distribution of the fishery. But is that a place where if the plan teams in their review feel that there's useful, that's a useful indicator that could be developed? Is that a way to do that rather than us reviewing the survey the in-season management reports?
Yeah, Franz, I think that's a fine idea. I mean, it's just one of those things where it's like, it's good to have the context, so it's great. But I think if we know that it's there and the plan teams are talking about it, they hopefully will synthesize that data and it will bubble up, whether it's in a fishery performance indicator or something else that's going on that comes to us. So I think that's fine from that standpoint. I just, it's nice to have the folks that are doing the in-season management, the ones flagging stuff, because they potentially see all of that much better and are more cued into it. So it's a nice way to incorporate that, as opposed to an assessment author. So actively going to check on things to see some of that. So thanks.
All right. Other comments on the joint plan team report? Not seeing any. So I think this is going to be fairly short. And again, most of these items were informational, and so I'm not even sure if I need to summarize all of those. Chris did a great job of kind of summarizing some of the key points. I mean, the one discussion that we had was about the in-season management information on fisheries distribution and whether that's something that we want to see more regularly or not. And perhaps we can suggest that if appropriate, that information could work its way into the ESPs if there's useful indicators in there. I think we want to highlight our concern over reductions in survey effort and just reiterate, as we have done many times, the crucial importance of the surveys, full surveys. Add some other updates. We'll tackle the halibut DMRs under BSAI and GOA. And noting the revised language for the risk table, but that's more relevant really in our review in December, just flagging that for ourselves, that we are aware of the revised language as requested by the SSC. And then Sherry.
I'm sorry, I'm a little slow on this. I'd like to also just include a thank you to AFSC staff for the document, the guidance, for sharing the guidance on stock assessments with us. It actually answered a number of questions that I had, just how you deal with documentation in December and the flexibility that's allowed. And so I just want to say thank you, and it was helpful.
Yeah, thanks. And I appreciate it, in particular the table in that document, just laying out sort of the differences. That's really good for reference for us. We got Martin.
Yeah, sorry, this is really late, but in looking at the guidelines, it just struck me that we don't have that distinction between full assessments and updates in the crab world. And somewhere, if we can, could we put that recommendation that the crab plant team consider that? I don't know if we're going to have a general section on stock assessment or a general section on crab stock assessment, but would it be possible to get that into our minutes?
Yeah, I think it's not too late to make a general recommendation to the crab plan team to consider
Yeah.
their definitions of different types of stock assessments, and again, look to the groundfish plan teams for help with that, maybe.
Yeah.
If that's captures that. And then there's Chris, and then
Just a logistical question, because I mean, AFSC has done the internal document because most of those stock assessment authors are AFSC, but the crab is kind of split between the state and the feds. Where would you think that lies?
It's always been a kind of a gray area because we have guidelines for crab. They're not followed that well, but and at some point they were on the council's webpage. They might no longer be there. Diana took them off. So they still exist, but they're not anywhere. And you just have to know the right people. I have a copy, so talk to me.
yeah, maybe we can get some clarification from staff on that.
Sure. I guess I'm just thinking ahead for the next crab cycle. Would it help if, similar to what you're going to be provided here, where we kind of summarize what you're going to see in November, would it help in June when you're presented with the crab report? We can give you an update rather than going in and changing their guidelines that they have. We could just provide you an idea of which stocks you're going to see. Let's face it, you're seeing full assessments for all of those stocks. We haven't evolved into where we could provide you an update assessment for those major stocks that you just got through. But we could add that to the plan team's agenda to put in their report to you for June, if that would help for what you'll see in your final SAFE, and a general idea of the number of models and the kind of things that we're about to go through in the Gulf and the Bering Sea.
Yeah, I think that would be useful. We can maybe comment on that. And I see a few hands. Sherry was first, and then maybe Martin again.
Yeah, I would suggest keeping this really general and maybe just noting for the crab plan team that this is done in the groundfish plan team in case this is something that they want to consider in the future. Because at this point, we are getting full assessments every year. They're making changes every year. We haven't worked up the guidance as far as documentation. They haven't gone through when the groundfish went through the stock prioritization process. Crab did not, but crab has been doing the prioritization sort of along the way, and so it's been separate enough that I think it may be worth highlighting as something that could be valuable. But boy, I would hate to ask for something specific at this point because there are so many pieces to fill in.
Yeah, and we can maybe highlight the differences between crab and brownfish too in that context. But yeah, maybe just a short general comment on to the crab plan team in our general comments for the plan team.
Yeah, in practice, a number of the crab assessments have been relatively stable in terms of the model, and so I think if we did think about certain assessments as being updates, it makes our job easier because we're asking ourselves a different question when we do the review. It's more a question of, is the assessment still holding together with the new information, rather than having to really dig deep into the assessment, which is what we do for every single crab assessment. I'm thinking again about ways to maybe make our process a little more efficient.
Okay, thanks. So I think I'm just looking at the crab plan team general topic people. Maybe Ali and Bob can make a brief comment on that. Since it's not part of the JPT so much, that was a separate issue here. Okay, other comments or other additions to my summary of the JP Joint Groundfish Plan Team discussion? Not seeing any. I think we're ready for BSAI.
Okay, I think that's me again, Clay Shotwell, co-chair Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands Plan Team. I'm presenting BSAI Plan Team report. Also want to recognize and thank the co-chairs, sorry, Vice Chair and Council staff, Steve Barbeau, Diana Stram, and Cindy Trebuzio. I'm losing my voice. I'll try to keep it trim for their support the meeting and putting this presentation together. Next slide. Sorry. This is a summary table for the topics we present today for the plan team meeting. The team met virtually on September 18th to 19th. Links to the individual topics again are in the headings, in the minutes, and also in the presentation for your reference. The general organization for this presentation is a brief summary of the surveys, as we did for the joint team, and then it's followed by the models. It's organized doing the gathered stocks first, and then the other models, and then finishing up with proposed specifications. In the table that you see here, we also include the presenter or lead author, the type of presentation, if it was a full or update, and then whether there were recommendations or not. And I added in the recommendations the total models that were recommended for November, where that was applicable. It just gives you kind of summary of the whole presentation. Okay, next slide. For the Boguslav Winter Acoustic Survey, Nathan Laufenberger presented results of that survey. Inclement weather reduced the survey from 4 days to 2, and they conducted 19 transects, and they used combined spacing for that. In summary, most female adult pollock were pre-spawning, which suggested the survey timing was good. Their surface temperatures were average. Pollock were concentrated in dense aggregations, both in Umnak and Samalga. As you can see on the map to the right, the 24 estimate of pollock is a 31% decrease from the last survey in 2020. And the next survey is planned for 2026. The team discussed the number of toes, flexibility of survey timing, and the bimodality of the pollock in relationship to the number of toes. Next slide. Abigail McCarthy and Nathan presented the results of the summer acoustic survey and the acoustic vessels of opportunity, or the AVO index. They noted that wider transect spacing and reduced trawling effort likely increased some uncertainty in the estimates. In summary, the total biomass of pollock decreased 25% from the 2022 survey. There were more presumed age 1 and age 2 pollock in the Bering Sea than in recent survey years. Age 1s were on par with the 2013 year class. Age 4 plus fish still dominate in terms of biomass. The cold pool was present in 2022, and the AVO index is still in prep. Oh, sorry. The cold pool was present as in 2022. And then the team really appreciated the presentations. We did not have a discussion. I'll pause for any questions on surveys before I go into the models.
Thanks, Clay. Not seeing any questions here, so go ahead to pollock.
Okay, perfect. Sorry, we also have Jimmy and Ellie on the phone in case there's any questions specific to this assessment. But moving into model presentations, Jim presented the Eastern Bering Sea pollock. I want to first note that he provided a really nice novel web-based approach to the document this year. The table of contents is shown on the slide here, and it allowed easy navigation of the document content, and that really helped with review. The team noted this. And so I put a link to the document on the hex sticker to the left if you're interested. Next slide. For model explorations, Jim really focused on SSC concerns and sensitivities to the stock recruitment relationship. He provided a very thorough examination of the impacts on the stock recruitment relationship due to selectivity, time series length, temperature, choices of priors on steepness, the recruitment curve form, and SIGAR. Jim also explored a research model incorporating natural mortality from the Seattle multi-species model. That resulted in substantially different stock recruitment relationship, which was much higher, which had a higher uncertainty. It does have promise, but Jim and the team thought it needed further review. He also evaluated the impact of early CPUE data and the foreign fishery data by excluding this information from the model. There was little impact to the model results from that exercise. The team supported the author's recommendation not to omit this information from the model. And he also considered possible alternatives to the risk table adjustments from tier 1 to 3 through an analysis of Pollock's role in the ecosystem as forage and moderating variability in the management advice. The team considered this a pretty good starting point in developing harvest control rules, and they supported, notifications off, and supported further explorations of approaches that recognize the important role of the stock in the Bering Sea ecosystem. And then finally, Jim examined Bayesian diagnostics through the No U-Turn Sampler, or 80 Nuts, as a case study for general recommendations on diagnostics for model evaluation. And that was just the model explorations. There were a lot. Next slide. So the team did discuss the highly sensitive nature of the spawner-recruit relationship in this model and the influence on management advice, and the contrasting it with the stability of advice under tier 3 estimates. The sensitivities conducted by Jim showed that the FMSY is not well informed for this stock and heavily dependent on choices related to that spawner-recruit curve and other model priors, which you can see in the graphics at the bottom of the slide. The team concluded that this makes the reliability of estimates of FMSY questionable, and a well-informed FMSY is a prerequisite for tier 1 status. So that's just some background of our conversation on the tier 3, tier designation. Next slide. Given the extensive exploration, the team recommended that the SSC reconsider the tier designation for the stock, and that reliance on the spawner-recruit relationship is problematic for designation of this stock as a tier 1. The team recommended that for 2025, the Bering Sea Pollock assessment be reclassified as tier 3 and management advice follow that tier designation. Also recognizing the SSC's concerns on the early CPUE data, the team recommended that the author, in coordination with the Agent Growth Lab, examine early data, age data, and evaluate possible aging bias and then possible impacts within the model. And then finally, the team recommended continued development of consistent and standardized reporting of the Bayesian integration methods, including diagnostics and results, and possibly following the approach that was used by the REMA developers. So I'll pause there for any questions on Pollock.
Yeah, thanks, Clay. Any questions on Pollock? And I should also note I meant to give a little guidance on our approach for the BSII plant team report here. We split it because of the number of assessments. We split this up a little bit. So we have Dana Curry and Ian as lead for the cod and Pollock proposed models, Andrew, Brad, and Ali for other proposed model runs, and then Andrew and Rob for the any general survey comments, harvest projections, and any other items. But again, because we have public testimony once at the end, we'll just take public testimony at the end of the plan team report and then have our discussions on these 3 topics. Curry.
Yeah, thank you, Clay. I'm wondering if you can comment a bit on the plan team's perspective on the Pollock stock recruitment relationship. So in general, based on the recommendation to move this from tier 1 to tier 3, there was a general consensus that the stock recruitment relationship is problematic, and there's a series of rationales that are put forward, one being kind of heavy reliance on priors, 2 being pretty good evidence that that stock recruitment relationship has varied across time. What, I guess, from your perspective as a plan team member, which of those were most convincing?
Oh, which of the different sensitivities that Jim reported was most convincing? Is that your question? I don't think the team actually made any, and maybe Steve can remind me if I'm wrong here, but I don't think they made any specific comment on which one. Like they had one that really stood out that made it more convincing. It's probably just that there were a lot of sensitivities done and that we were seeing that it just it was really not holding up to what it was supposed to be doing for a tier 1 stock, from what I remember.
Yeah, we got a follow up from Curry here.
Yeah, a quick follow-up and sort of following in that vein, I mean, was the general consensus from the plan team that, you know, the PDF for FMSY was unreliable, or that the point estimate as well was unreliable as this relates to tier designation?
I'm going to have to phone a friend on this one because I don't remember discussing this. Maybe Steve or Cindy, do you remember any of that?
This is Steve. We didn't really discuss the point estimate versus the PDF. What we did look at was the overall spawner recruit curve and how reliant it was on those priors that we put in. Both the PDF and the point estimate were fairly dependent on what we were putting into the model. And when Jim did some, you know, jitter analysis on that, looking at, you know, it. Now, Jim said that he can respond as well if you want. It looked really uncertain as to where that ended up, particularly the beginning of the curve, which is most informative.
Yeah, thanks. It's a little hard to understand, but I think we got the gist of that. And I do note we have Jim online. We can certainly ask him to kind of clarify and provide, you know, kind of his rationale anyway. Jim, are you able to do that?
Yeah, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we hear you fine.
Great. I don't know if you can back up a slide or two. Yeah, this one's fine. So yeah, there was a lot of things. I guess 2 points I would make. One is that the way the priors are specified right now give you MSY estimates that are pretty close to, sorry, stock recruitment curve estimates that are really close to the F35 equivalent. So kind of a tier 3 stock recruitment curve. The figure on the right here is showing a simple simulation that kind of shows, given the scatter of points, the important part of the curve is extrapolated a little bit or quite a bit on the left-hand side. So it's kind of a fact that the data that we use to tune this curve, the model that we use to tune this curve to satisfy Martin is to the right of most of the kind of BMSY points. And so the productivity, the fishing rate that comes from the FMSY point estimate is going to be, in my opinion, probably biased high, because this is telling you a lot. Well, this demonstrates that it can be biased high given the way that was fit. And in terms of a management point of view, it seems to me you would want to have more information near the origin where you're going to learn more about the actual productivity of the stock when it gets low. And so probably that, and, you know, and the middle figure here is with and without the priors. And then later on, I talked about some ecosystem kind of effects, like how different is a curve that gives you an MSY that's close to the average catch, just as a hypothetical point of view. So as far as ranking and which one, you know, I think the tier 1 that we've been using over the period is reasonable given the priors. I don't think the priors are particularly justifiable because they're kind of made to look like what you would expect a groundfish stock to respond to, i.e. like a F35 type relationship. And I think I haven't found a way to really get good information and insight on the productivity as the stock declines. I don't know. Kind of initial thoughts. Sorry, I didn't put more organization in the ranking the priorities, but thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Jim. That's very helpful. Seems like you need an adaptive management experiment to get some more data down near the origin.
That was my take home. We need to. Yeah, thanks for that clarification. And actually, just a brief clarification from staff, maybe if we follow the plan team recommendation on this, we don't have to make a decision at this meeting, right? That decision would happen in December.
That's correct.
Okay, was that Calais? Oops, sorry. We have another question. No question. Okay. Okay. Calais, go ahead.
Sorry. Okay. Then yeah, we're on to Pacific Cod. Sorry. Okay. Steve Barbeau presented model explorations for Eastern Bering Sea Pacific Cod. The authors focused on improvements to model efficiency and responding to the SSC recommendations. The alternative models included changing the length composition bin size from 1 to 5 centimeters, evaluating the impact of static versus time-varying survey selectivity, adding the conditional age and length data for the survey and the fishery, and changing the time-varying parameters in the Richards growth model, and then also updating the aging error matrix with new data and changing to a spline values at age instead of a 2-parameter linear vector method. Visualizations and fits to composition data in the presentation were very useful for viewing these explorations. The team noted that. Next slide. The team discussed length bins and the possibility for refining those bin sizes. The team recommended that the authors consider the effect of increasing length bins on spine stop biomass and derived management quantities. And they also pointed to a Monahan et al. Paper as a reference for that exploration. The team had a long discussion on aging error and bias and the potential to develop a new aging error matrix for the pre-2007 period with bias, and then supported the authors to explore this in the future. Conditional age at length models resulted in reduced fits to the data, and the authors plan to pursue alternative approaches before bringing that model forward that allows changes in weight and age over time. The team supported the author's decision and recommended continued development of models using conditional age at length. They also suggested the authors consider an empirical weighted age approach or a time-varying length-weight relationship in the future. And then the team supported the author's recommendation for 2 models in November. Model 23.1.0.D, which is the base model with updated data and an updated linear aging error for all years, and updated aging bias for the years prior to 2007. And then a new model, model 24.1, which has the, which is 23.1.0.D, sorry, plus the 5 centimeter length bins using static survey selectivity and updated spline aging error for all years, and then updating the aging bias for the years prior to 2007. And that was the recommendations and discussion for Pacific Cod. So I'll pause there.
Okay, thanks. We have a question from Curry.
Oh yeah, thanks, Calais. I'm guessing this is a better question for Steve if he's on the line. I believe he is. And I was wondering if you could just review for me what the original justification was for the 1 centimeter length bins versus 5 centimeter.
Thanks, Curry, through the chair. I was looking at moving to a VAST model for length compositions. And to do that, we have to have larger bins because we don't have the computer capacity to do that in a timely fashion at 1 centimeter bins. That was the whole justification.
I think the question was more what the original rationale for the 1 centimeter bins was, right?
Correct.
Oh, the original 1 centimeter bins? I think it has to come back to that's the way we've always done it. There has
always being relative.
Always being back to 1989 when Grant first started doing this.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Okay, Dana has a question.
Yeah, this is also for Steve. Steve, can you remind me when the last time you fit marginal fishery ages in the model was, and what was the result?
I've never fit marginal fish ages in the model.
Okay. Do you want to?
I would like to, but I'm waiting on. We have a postdoc that's working on actually how to do it properly and to create those marginal fisheries ages with the proper input sample sizes. So that should be coming out within the next year or so. So we'll be able to look at that more in depth once that project is finalized.
And Ian has a question too.
Also for you, Steve.
Yeah.
We've been interested in the fishery age data for a long time, and I noticed this focus was on only the post 2007 fishery data. Could you just give us a brief recap of what fishery age data are available prior to 2007? It seems like there have been some historical ages in there at some.
Nope, none. There are no age data prior to 2007 that are worth looking at because they did them back in the 90s, but then they stopped because they realized they were aging them improperly, and they didn't start re-aging them until post 2007.
Thanks.
I think that's it for questions. So Kalei, go ahead.
Excellent. Sorry if you can hear my dog barking. I apologize. Aleutian Islands Pacific Cod was presented by Ingrid Spies, and they focused on models to address plan team and SSC comments. The primary model explorations included a 2-time block structure on natural mortality, pre and post the marine heat wave, which started in 2016. And this was a bit of a lagged effect. And then replacement of the von Bertalanffy growth curve with the Richards growth curve. They also had many other model improvements. They were included in an extensive bridging analysis. And that included the maximum age, increasing the maximum age, no plus group for the fishery length, and setting the time of settlement the year to the same year as spawning, and the initial F being based on average catch from 1981 to 1990. Yeah, I think I caught it. Okay. The team discussed the broader role of OSA residuals to evaluate independent and IID distributed assumptions versus the Pearson residuals to identify patterns in residuals. The team noted potential for larger discussion on this topic since we see them both in many of the presentations. The team also noted that the author preferred model consistently predicts more larger fish than the observed. There are some negative residuals, but this was considered a minor issue due to those small residuals. Okay, next slide. One second, catching up. The team recommended presenting an additional bridging model, 24.1a, which has a time block on M, but uses the von Bertalanffy growth equation instead of the Richards curve. And they also requested a description of why the Richards curve seemed to show such a large improvement into model fit. If that was still consistent in November with new data to what was being shown in September runs. And then the team recommended 5 models for November. Fairly consistent with what the author recommended, just adding that one bridging model. So to go through these, there are 3 tier 3 models and 2 tier 5 models. 24.0 is the tier 3 model. It has all those bridging improvements I mentioned on the previous slide, plus the Richards growth curve, and then 24.1, also tier 3. Same as 24.0, but I had that time block on natural mortality. 24.1a, which was a request from the plan team, was the same as 24.0, but von Bertalanffy instead of Richards. And then the 2 tier 5 models, the base model that is the operational model with new data. And then 24.2, which is the base model with a new M that I think aligns with the Bering Sea Pacific Cod model, 0.417. And I think that's all. Yeah, that's all we had for that. Any questions on Aleutian Islands?
Thanks, Kalei. We'll take questions on this and then we'll take our lunch break. So go ahead, Curry.
Yeah, my question is about that change in growth model. I know there was some discussion at the plan team regarding how as large a change in the objective function value could be observed with a rather modest change in functional form. Was there any kind of resolution to why that was, or is that why the recommendation was just to double check that that's consistent going into November.
Yeah, there wasn't, as far as I know, there wasn't through the chair, thank you for the question. There wasn't resolution on why. It was noted, and I believe it was Alan that flagged it, and that's why we ended up adding this this additional bridging model and to see what would happen in November.
Okay, thank you.
Dana has a question.
Yeah, Dr. Shotwell, I was just wondering if you could describe maybe what the mechanism discussed was for the natural mortality block, or if Ingrid's on, maybe she can. Biological mechanism.
Pause to see if she is, or perhaps Steve, who's a co-author, but I believe the time block was to match the marine heat wave. Oh, go ahead, Ingrid's there. Would you like to respond, Ingrid? I don't know.
She may
If
have
she's-
to need to be promoted. She
okay.
she raised her hand, but we can do that. Just a sec.
Okay. I can take a gander at it. It was to map for the difference between pre-heat wave conditions and post-heat wave conditions with a 2-year, I believe it was a 2-year lag from the start of the heat wave in 2014. But Ingrid can provide more on that. And that's to account for the different mortality in those two time periods.
Yeah,
Yes.
like Ingrid is on. Go ahead, Ingrid.
Yes, so that time block did incorporate the model estimated the natural mortality during the time block using a single parameter. However, the period before that, we fixed natural mortality, and it was estimated using the Lean LM method, which is similar to how the Eastern Bering Sea cod assessment has been estimating natural mortality externally. Did that answer your question?
Yeah, I guess I was just wondering if so this affects natural mortality at all ages, or is it related to hatch success?
It's at all ages. There's only one value for natural mortality in the model.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, thanks for that. Other questions for either Ingrid or Calais, or any others on the cod pollock stock so far? Okay, not seeing any. We'll take our lunch break and continue with the Bering Sea Plan Team report at 1 o'clock. Continuing on Alaska Place, and I assume that's back to Calais.
Yep, I'm here. Thank you, Franz. Diana, could you go up one or back one slide, please? Yeah, I think that's where we were. Or were there any final or any questions on any of the cod or pollock stats, or are we just moving forward?
I think we're good on questions on those stocks. You can go ahead.
Okay. Just a second. I need to mute notifications. All right. Okay, back at it. Bering Sea Planting Report. For Alaska Place, Lee Cronin Fine presented model explorations for the stock, focused on converting the existing ADMB model to the stock synthesis platform. The authors ran 4 base models. They were trying to recreate the ADMB model as best they could within SS by sequentially updating the growth parameters, estimating mean recruitment and the recruitment deviations, fishing mortality, selectivity, and then finally estimating growth within the model. The team discussed that this is more of an alternative model than the base. But then the authors explored 2 actual alternative models with a number of improvements within SS. And they called it Model 24.0, includes updated survey age comps, using input sample size, using the bootstrap method for input sample sizes, and updating the survey length comps with input sample sizes using the number of halls, adding age 1-2 to the fish, 1-2 aged fish in the comp data, estimating growth parameters, updating the length weight relationship, updating old age and growth CVs. So that was all model 24.0, which was a lot of data updates and some improvements. And then model 24.1 is the same as 24.0, but they estimate the weighted age relationship internally. So that was it for the explorations. Next slide. And so the team discussed the need for additional diagnostics so they could consistently evaluate the models. So they noted that differences between the models were fairly minor. The team requested the author to please include control files that were used and to also include the retrospective analysis and any diagnostics somewhat following what's outlined in the guidelines or assessment protocols. And then the team recommended that the author use the bootstrap method for input sample sizes following the Francis reweighting at their discretion in the future. And then for the final, the team recommended 2 models for November. And they ended with what the authors called the base 3, which was done within SS, but most closely mimicked the previous ADMB model. And then coming forward with model 24.1, which was defined in the previous slide and allowed for consistency with the calculation of weighted age. And that was pretty much it for the Alaskan Place. Do you want me to keep going or pause for these?
Yeah, maybe briefly pause for questions, or I'll interrupt you after each stock probably, but there's a question here from Andrew.
Hi, Kelly. Thanks. Just a quick question. So I'm wondering, was there any discussion about bringing forward the base model in ADMB for November with the updated data? My understanding is that the bridging models that were done in this preliminary analysis are all using the 2021 data, and maybe others can correct me, but I think, isn't it pretty common that if we're going to be switching programming like this, that we'd want to see the last accepted model, the results from that? Thanks.
Thank you, through the chair. Thank you, Dr. Monroe. So the question is, did the plan team discuss bringing forward the ADMB version with new data? And is that right? Okay.
That's correct.
I believe and I unfortunately I was listening to this actually last night, but I think Steve might jump in here. I believe the conversation went that the bridging was sufficient to go to the SS platform and that the base 3 model was as closely mimicked the ADMB model as possible, and so that they could show a bunch of these diagnostics. But Steve, jump in if that was.
Yeah, through the chair, that we did discuss it, and we came to the conclusion that we were satisfied that this bridge exercise covered what we would in November. So there's no need for the author to have to go through the problem of redeveloping that ADMB model again for November. That we were satisfied with the bridging exercise.
Yeah, thanks for that clarification. I do believe that there's at least one or a couple of precedents where we did that if there was a thorough bridging analysis that was reviewed, and we accepted that, if I remember correctly, was one of the switches to TMB that happened. So yeah, Sherry.
Yeah, especially I think the example was TMB, because I believe that Cole had brought forward and done this thorough bridging analysis when we actually even said in minutes, which I can't find right here, but I believe that we said that for other authors, we supported this type of change in October if they brought forward enough in bridging analysis. Now that was special for TMB, but I think we may have even said for well accepted or well documented programs, I think that was something, and if anybody else remembers, more clearly.
It looks like Jim had it in the chat that it was for northerns in the Gulf. RTMB. Maybe that was, I feel like it was Gulf Pollock as well.
Yeah, I know that they did that this year, but in a past year, my recollection is that we had given some guidance regarding that.
Oh yeah, he confirmed.
Okay, Allie may have some comments on that too.
Well, I just have maybe it's a hybrid of a comment and a question, but I think one of the points that Andrew might be getting at is that the base models for the bridging didn't use most of the updated data. There were only data through 2021. So base 1 through base 4 does not have the most recent data. And so I think that was part of one of my concerns about having that as the base model, right? There's definitely precedent with a complete bridging analysis, like I think was done here, for shifting software platforms without including the old platform as the base model. So there's certainly precedent for that, but I think there's also this other concern that the bridging analysis was completed with what is now outdated data. And so can that be a viable base model for November, I think is the question.
Yeah, I mean, we can pick that up in the discussions again, but maybe as a question to the plan team right now, from the plan team perspective, it sounds like you felt confident that the bridging analysis was done, that the new model was, or the new platform mimicked the old model close enough without any concerns. Is that correct?
That's correct, and we did note that there was almost no difference in those base models, the 4 that he showed.
Okay, thanks. I think, go ahead.
Okay, all the questions are good for Alaska Place?
Yes, I think we're good on Alaska Place.
Back one? Okay. So Carrie McGillard presented model explorations for Northern Roxol, also focused on models addressing plan team and SSC comments. The last full assessment had 2 models that were presented in an appendix that were used for a risk table adjustment to ABC. So the models explored for this assessment have the 2 minor modifications from those 2022 models. And then model 24.1 has Francis data weighting combined with the bootstrap method for estimating input sample sizes. That's the AFSC ISS R package. And then model 24.2 builds off 24.1 by estimating female natural mortality, and male natural mortality is already estimated in the model. So these 2 new models resulted in much improved fits to the survey biomass index in recent years, and estimates of catchability also better reflected the previous research on herding for Northern Roxol. Next slide. So the team discussed the pre-1979 fishery selectivity, and that it seemed sort of unreasonable, but that was likely due to the lack of data or aging procedures that may have changed over time. There's some bimodality in some parameters. That was also noted in the trace plots, but this was consistent across change. So that was indicating that parameters were exchangeable and that the model had converged. There was a question on whether environmental conditions had been incorporated into the model. And I believe some work had been done in the projection model for this stock, and it is a research priority for the next assessment. And then the team discussed use of fishery age data from special projects and how this data could be acceptable for possibly for use with conditional data, but probably not for fishery comp data. But they also noted that this was likely a decision to be made on a case-by-case scenario. And then the team recommended 2 models for November, bringing 18.3 forward, which is the base model with new data. And then 24.2, which is 18.3 plus the Francis data weighting and the bootstrap input sample size, and then method, and then also estimating female natural mortality. And that's all for Northern Rock Salt.
Thank you. I don't see any questions on Northern Rock Salt, so continue.
Okay, moving on to Greenland Turbot. Megan Bryan presented model explorations for Greenland Turbot and focused on data updates, some new methods, and looking at the model assumptions. The slope survey strata area sizes had been recently updated, and length distributions were corrected for that. It was pretty much a data update. And then they did have, they noted that this data update had little impact on the model results. And then there was a new linear approximation method for generating region-specific estimates in the AFSC longline survey that was recently developed to provide a more statistically sound continuous survey index. So they looked at that, and including that interpolation method. And then another exploration was the use of new bootstrapping approach for determining the input sample sizes for bottom trawl surveys. They also looked at a number of model assumptions, mostly evaluating the autocorrelation in recruitment, assuming no autocorrelation, or looking at a fixed value rather than estimating it. And then reviewing the selectivity time blocks. They did an extensive analysis looking at the center of gravity estimates, and then evaluating an analytical solution for estimating catchability. This is the float option in SS3. And then finally conducting a sensitivity to not including a variance adjustment on the length composition data. And that's all for the model explorations. And then the team discussed the early model start time and some of the assumptions about the spawner-recruit relationship, autocorrelation feature, and then the lack of Francis reweighting in the candidate models. There was a suggestion to consider a temperature covariate as an alternative to fixing the spawner-recruit relationship autocorrelation term. And then the team noted that the lack of the slope survey presents specific challenges for this assessment. It's really important to have that information, but we probably won't have a slope survey anymore. So it relies on the longline survey, and the team supports the author's future research priorities to update the maturity schedule and to explore the most appropriate model start year that they did run as a sensitivity and looked really promising. So the team recommended 3 models for November. Model 1 just updated the slope data so from the previous model. Model 19 is model 1 plus using that new method for the longline survey, the Q float in SS, and doing the input survey sample sizes, bootstrap method, and not having time blocks on the slope survey data. And then model 20 is model 19 plus fixing the autocorrelation and recruitment. And I believe those were the 3 moving forward.
Sounds like a question for you on Greenland Turbot from Andrew.
Yeah, thanks. Just it's about the model and modeling numbers. But just for clarification, at model M1, that is the last accepted model, correct?
I believe, and then they added this updated slope data, which is probably just considered a sort of a data update, like a correction. So it's just something that would be done.
All right, thanks. And then second, I noted that the author had recommended model M18 and M20, and what was the reason? I was just trying to understand the reasoning why the plan team's recommending M19 rather than M18. What was the rationale?
I need to look back and see what M18 was. Sorry, I don't have them all in my head. I wonder if Jim's on. Did you happen to know what M18 is? Sorry, I'm looking it up right now.
Yeah, I don't see Jim. At least he's not promoted here.
Not promoted. I can.
Ellie may have some insights.
Okay.
Yeah,
Go for it.
I think the difference is that M18 is based on M17, which does have the slope time blocks. So I think that's the difference.
Oh, M18 also has the slope time blocks. That's probably what it is. They had some long discussion about, but there's a lot of justification for taking out the slope time blocks in the document. I remember that. So possibly that's why, and just maybe simplifying this model, because I think when they started talking about the changing the start year, that can have a lot of impact on the model, and so some of these changes, maybe aren't as necessary. So perhaps they were going with more of a simplified view. That's my memory of the conversation.
Okay, I think we're good on that.
Okay.
And I think that's it on Greenland turbot. So go ahead.
Okay. Moving on to Pacific Ocean perch. Paul Spencer presented model explorations for POP and focused on responses to the CIE, SSC, and plan team recommendations. Some of the exploratory model runs included estimating stochastic initial age comps. That was model 24.1, and time varying survey selectivity, which was 24.3. Those both had very little impact on the fit. The authors also explored 24.2, which was increasing the penalty for dome shapedness in the bicubic spline for fishery selectivity. It went from 10 to 30, and that was to address the multimodal pattern in those recent years in fishery selectivity. And they also changed the prior on the Aleutian Islands survey catchability. The CV changed from, I think, 0.45 to 1.5, which is more in line with field work estimates. And yep, that was the explorations. Next slide. And then the team discussed trawlable habitats in different regions, and that how that would impact survey selectivity and catchability. They also noted the difficulty in combining surveys where there was little overlap. The team also discussed the multimodal pattern in that recent fishery selectivity and possible reasons for such a pattern. And those could include changes in the fleet and performance, or restrictions due to stellar sea lions. And the team recommended exploring the size distribution of POP over time related to changes in the fishing fleet. And then they supported two models for November, 16.3, which was last year's accepted model, and then 24.2, which is 16.3 plus the the increased penalty for dome shapedness on the fishery selectivity and the log normal prior on the survey catchability. And that's it for Pacific Ocean perch.
Thank you. I don't see any questions on Pacific Ocean perch, so go ahead.
Okay, this is our last model exploration for black-spotted rough-eye rockfish. Paul Spencer also presented this and focused on SSC plan team recommendations. There was, he worked on inclusion of the IPHC survey and did not recommend including that because FITS and diagnostics all degraded when they added this survey. And then did a comparison of size compositions between the survey and fishery data. And none of that indicated that it indicated that larger fish were similar. He also noted that some summary stats could be useful for this comparison. And then, did a comparison of black spotted rough-eye to POP ratio in the Aleutian Islands survey. That suggested a decline in bycatch rate that was not due to increasing POP tows, but rather the smaller sizes of black spotted rough-eye in the survey. And they also had a discussion that numbers might be better in this for this comparison to support this. And then the team discussed borrowing selectivity from another survey. There wasn't really one that was similar enough. And also the IPHC survey setline uses different hooks. The team agreed with the author to not include the IPHC survey due to the lack of links comp data as well. And that selectivity was difficult to determine, and also the poor fit. The team recommended bringing forward the previously accepted model 20, for November. So this kind of puts this into the update assessment territory.
Okay.
Any questions on black spotted rough eye?
Yeah, we have a question from Andrew.
Yeah, thanks. This is about sort of the two data explorations that were done, the comparison of size composition between the survey and fishery data, and then the comparison of the black spotted rough eye to POP ratio. It looked like I had to do some digging, but it looked like both of them were recommendations from the plan team from November 2022. And I guess I understood why they were looking at the size comparison of the size composition, but I wasn't exactly clear why they wanted to look at the ratio to POP. And I guess my main question is since this was a plan team request, just seems like this satisfied that request and the plan team were happy with the results and no further analyses or anything to do with this is needed. Thanks.
Through the chair, yes, that was my impression of the conversation as well. I think they were actually trying to figure out who requested that. So from what I gather, they were happy with what Paul had done for that comparison request, and I didn't think anything further was required. I think maybe they just had a suggestion to use numbers instead of biomass for that. But it didn't seem like it rose to the level of needing to show it in November. From what I remember, there wasn't a recommendation on it.
Thank you. I think we're good on questions for that stock.
Okay, so quickly we're going to go through the harvest projections. As Diana and Sarah mentioned in the beginning, these are newly done in September instead of November. For the Bering Sea, Aleutian Islands, we had 3 stocks that were evaluated. I just named the stock and then the lead author in this slide. We had northern rockfish, had a high catch in 23. That was expected to be smaller in 24. The next full assessment is in 25. Alaska skate, which is part of a complex done by Cindy Trebuzio. The catch decreased in 24 for both Alaska skate and other skates, and the next full assessment is in 25. And then I did arrowtooth flounder. The Bering Sea catch was the lowest in the time series. Aleutian Islands was low, but it did increase from last year. And the next full assessment for this one is in 26. And then we did have some discussion.
Before you go into the discussion, there's a question from Chris Sidden.
Hey, Calais. So just a question here on some of these bullets. Can you interpret for me what high catch in 2023 means? Is that a good thing or is it a bad thing? Should that be some concern or no concern? How do I interpret that? And similarly for the others, if catch decreases for Alaska skate, how do I interpret that as the fleet can't catch that, or it's a decrease in abundance, or is there any metric there that's useful for us to think about harvest projections? Thanks.
Through the chair, thank you for the question, Dr. Sidden. I think I just put these in here to give you an idea of what folks were using for the extrapolation, because that's what the harvest projection is. I don't think none of the authors had any red flags for these stocks. or put that into their documents. And so, yeah, this is just information on the data that was included in the projection model. That's all that they do for these harvest projections. There was no anticipation to do anything with it because I think the author would have flagged something if they were concerned with the catches.
I actually have a follow-up to that, and you may get to that in your plan team discussions on that. Well, yeah, you may, so I'll just hold off.
Okay. Is there another question from Dr. Surian?
No, go ahead. Oops, sorry. Sorry, yeah, Rob Surian. I thought, Rob, go ahead.
Yeah, I guess this is kind of a follow-up to Chris's, so I thought I'd just ask it now because I was rather than waiting till later. Regarding this, the high versus low and whether there's concern or not. So when the table of specs that you gave us, it shows that like in for 2023, arrowtooth flounder was at 49% of TAC, and the catch was. Northern rockfish were at 95%, and skates were at 94%. So I guess at what point, I think similar to what Chris is asking, at what point is that a concern when you start getting close to TAC, especially for these assessments that are infrequent and with the projections and then also the lack of survey data?
Thank you, Dr. Surian, through the chair. So I think you're looking at our final slides where, yeah, the catch is close to the TAC, but I think also something to consider is perhaps the ABC as well, because TAC here in many of these stocks is set quite a bit below ABC. And this is some of the reasons why some of these stocks are on, at least for ones like arrowtooth flounder, on like a 4-year cycle, because there's less of a concern that they're going to go over the ABC or have any concerns there. And so I'm not sure if TAC is really the right metric to look at because it's set far below ABC in many cases.
Right. Okay. So then your whether or not it's concerned is just because you're still like 50% of ABC.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay.
So that might be a better one to look at for understanding whether the author would put a flag up or not.
Yeah, and we may have a clarification here from regional office as well.
Yeah, Clay, this is Steve Whitney. Yeah, so on these species, the tax are set basically at the 2 million metric ton limit is always in play on this one. And the ABCs are much higher, but also these ones they contribute to the non-specified reserves, which is basically just a tax slush fund. So on these species in particular, when we get close to the TAC, we tend to bump them up. So this year, in the next few days, we'll bump up the skates tax. So these ones probably are not a concern, really.
And then we have a question from Curry.
Thanks, Dr. Shotwell. I saw in the plan team minutes there was some discussion of the reliability of harvest projections from August to the end of the year. And I think a recommendation to sort of explore how variable that might be on a species by species basis. Did I read that correctly? And was there any plan team discussion about, how do you identify if, the pace of catch for a particular species is so variable that you're unlikely to have a representative catch projection? Thanks.
Oh, sorry, you cut out there at the end. I did not catch that. Could you repeat that last part?
Well, just sort of thinking about projecting catch for a given year from August to the end of the year, it was noted that might be variable among years for a species, but I'm trying to think through, or I guess the question is, did the plan team discuss what might be a troubling signal for a species? That is to say that kind of proportion of the TAC taken in August is extremely variable from year to year. How large would those jumps need to be before it was a concern?
Through the chair, thank you, Dr. Cunningham. I don't think we discussed how large it would have to be, but we did. I mean, if I go to yeah, if you just go one more slide down, that this is the discussion. Yeah, that one. Thank you, Diana. So the discussion from the plan team, we did have some discussion about the current survey. Well, what you were asking is the catch. So this new catch is being pulled about a month earlier than it had been previously. And there was some discussion about sensitivity to that. And I believe all the authors at least looked at, how much that difference was. And if they were concerned, they would have said something in the assessment or in the document. I didn't have any concerns, and I did not read any in any of the others. As far as the sensitivity to the earlier catch dates, I think we supported potential for the center to evaluate that, but it hadn't been done. And we also talked about the lack of the current survey information because these have been completed prior to us getting those initial estimates. We got them in the plan team actually. And since they're coming in following us posting the documents, we thought to have a recommendation for those who are doing the harvest projections to at least coordinate with the survey folks so that the most recent survey, if there was one, could be presented so you had the best scientific information available to make these decisions. If you saw a survey drop through the floor, perhaps that would be something you'd be concerned about. That might initiate, maybe an update or something like, or at least a discussion on what to do for November. That wasn't just a harvest projection. As far as the catch, though, these stocks are generally caught well below ABC, as Steve was mentioning. And it would be unlikely for the catch to initiate that kind of concern, but it could, and we were just leaving space for that.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Looks like we have a follow-up from Sherry.
Hey, Clay, just a question for clarification on that survey bullet again. So coordination with survey presentations to include harvest protection stocks. So do you mean, was that coordination with survey staff to get information before that, or is it in the presentation to bodies, whether that's the plan team or us? I'm just not quite following.
Yeah, through the chair. Thank you, Dr. Russell. That was to have the, I think I remember, to have the person who was providing the harvest projection update to the plan team, which I think was Melissa in this case, or Chris in the Gulf, to just coordinate with the folks that were providing from the survey staff that were providing the Bering Sea trawl survey or the Gulf survey presentation, so that the stocks that had harvest projections could be included in the presentation, because sometimes it's just some number of stocks that they present. And it didn't seem like there was much rhyme or reason to it, but we were suggesting that it would be, or recommending that it would be good to coordinate so that at least you saw the time series in that presentation.
That's great. Thank you.
Thanks. I think, do you, I'm not sure if we covered all those bullets, but there's no more questions on harvest projections right now.
Yeah, I think I did cover those bullets. Oh yeah, the team agreed with the authors' OFL and ABC recommendations for the stocks. And then I think we just have a few more slides. The team recommended to approve the 25 specifications for use in informing the proposed rule in 25 and 26. That's these next two slides. And then the last slide is the team adopted the Bering Sea halibut discard mortality rates based on recommendations from the halibut DMR working group. And that, I believe, is the end of the Bering Sea Plan Team report. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for the presentation. Any other questions on either the discard mortality rate or the proposed specs or anything else from earlier? Not seeing any more further questions here. Thanks again for your presentations. I think you may be off the hook for now.
Thank Thank you all.
And we will, that concludes the BSAI plan team report. So I'm just checking for, there were written comments on the BSAIA from the Freezer Longline Coalition. I do not see any signups for public testimony on BSAI, so we can go into our discussion on this. And again, there's 3 parts to it. And we'll start with GADIT proposed models, I guess. And the leads on this are Dana, Curry, and Ian. And Dana, if you could kick us off.
Did you want me to do all 3 in a row or one at a time?
Good question. I mean, I guess I'd leave it up to your, however you have your notes organized. One at a time. Yeah, it seems a little cleaner. It might take a little longer, but also cleaner.
Okay, thanks. So Jimmy and Ellie gave us a document that provided an extensive review of some of the past analyses that we've requested, particularly focusing on the stock recruitment relationship for Pollock. So we want to thank him for his many years of responding about this topic for us. So basically this was spawned by the fact that, that's a good word for this. For the fact that we've been using the tier 3 ABC via the risk table for a number of years. So kind of looking at the viability of tier 1 going forward. So as I said, there's a persistent issue that we've looked at many times. And basically we saw from the analysis that the FMSY estimate is pretty unreliable, which is obviously key to setting a reasonable ABC. He also showed that it kind of corresponds with F35, which maybe is a little comforting. Let's see. So as a result, the plan team review of this was sort of skeptical of the ability of a stock recruitment relationship to be used here, and they basically suggested a tier 3 designation. I think it's unusual that we would recommend that in October, but I appreciate the plan team's willingness to have us consider that. And I think what I would recommend is that we see some tier 1, 2, and 3 model or outputs next in November. It appears we probably won't see a new model. There's no recommendations that I could tell from the author of the plan team or me at this moment. So I think basically we'll just be looking at harvest control rules and tier estimates. I'm not going to repeat all the things that he did, but that we thought the use of M2 from Seattle is a good start of different ways to think about the ecosystem being put into that model, but produced pretty big effects on the stock recruitment relationship. I think we can recommend that historic CPE data can remain in the model if they attend to the potential biases of those, but noted it wasn't likely that there wasn't a young fish that were harvested then. Look forward to any further analyses Jim would like to show us on more stable estimates or contributions to the ecosystem. There was some start of that in this document, but perhaps there's other things that we could see in December. And finally, I very much appreciate the web-based fancy version that was the assessment was this year. So thanks. That's it for me.
Yeah, thanks for that. Kurt, I think Curry is next.
Yeah, likewise, similar to Dana, I really appreciated the automated format of the presentation, exploring the sensitivity of the stock recruitment relationship to priors, thinking about temporal variation in that stock recruitment relationship likely associated with environmental processes to begin to fuel this discussion on whether or not we truly believe there's a reliable estimate of FMSY. I agree. It seems like we don't need to make that decision now. And I think I would concur with Dana that probably the most prudent pathway forward is to see recommendations under tier 1, 2, and 3 in December. Although, there's a fairly compelling case to be made here, I think, in my mind, for how this may be less reliable than what we deem reliable given the wording in the FMP. With that being said, I think it's probably good that we highlight some of the really positive signs for Pollock here. I think there was a 74% increase in the bottom trawl survey. So some pretty stunning signs of increasing population trajectory if those materialize over subsequent years. And I think that's it for me.
Okay, thanks, Ian.
I agree with the comments so far. I would only add one point, which is that in December 2023, we asked for the assessment to document the method used for determining selectivity to use in the forward projections. This assessment, as Jim showed in the presentation and in the document, this assessment is very sensitive to the choice of selectivity. And I think what we're hoping for here is not so much another review of how sensitive it is, but an actual objective rule so that we can kind of have an expectation of what method's going to be used to determine selectivity on a year-to-year basis in this assessment. So I think we could reiterate that, and that without having a new model, that could be something that's brought back for us later in the year. My only other comment was, in addition to the website, I wonder if we could get an audio version where Jim actually reads us the assessment so we could just listen to it on the plane up.
I think Maria showed us an example of turning a document into a podcast. So I'm sure we can get AI to read the document with a Jimmy and Ellie voice. Any other comments on Pollock? Whoops, not seeing any other comments. So for this, we'll just note that we appreciate the thorough exploration of sensitivity of the spawn-recruit relationship to the priors and the environmentally driven variability. We note the PT suggestion for or recommendation for a tier 3 designation. I mean, from the comments, I think there may be sort of general support for that, but we won't make that decision until December. And there were no new models proposed, and we asked for the author to bring forward the tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3 calculations, so we have that available. Note that we appreciate the web-based assessment version. And then we reiterate one of our previous recommendations regarding better documentation of the method used for selectivity in the projections. And that's all I have. So Dana, next stock you wish to cover?
How about Aleutian Islands peacock? So we got a new document on Aleutian Islands Pacific cod, proposed 5 models for consideration in November. These were a number of new tier 3 models in response to the SSC and a couple of tier 5 models. I think there was some really good progress made here and appreciated the thorough bridging analysis. And I think some improvements were made on the way to the 24.1 model that was one of the recommended models. Did have a few specific questions, some of them similar to the plan team. The change in likelihood when we go to a Richards growth curve, which is just one more shape parameter, is tremendously large. And so I think we would benefit to see some further exploration on how the likelihood changed so much from that and changing growth curves. And the plan team also noted that too. So I just want to support that. I didn't get to hear the entire plan team, but there were some slides in their presentation about the conditional age at length data, length at age data. And there was a bunch of things circled that looked really weird, but I couldn't find anything to explain it. So I might ask for more about that. So the teams endorsed bringing forward models 24.1, 24.0, and the tier 5 models. And recommending an additional bridging model 24.1A. And this is kind of addressing that Richards curve big change. So one with the natural mortality block, but with von Bertalanffy. And I guess I just had a little comment on maybe one more model, even though we already got quite a few here. And that's related to appreciating the authors considering some environmental data in this assessment. But I think the current parameterization is somewhat a blunt tool that assumes that we have a mechanism identified for that increased M and that it's constant over time. I think if it was based on cod hatch success, it might be more appropriate to consider as a recruitment covariate rather than an M covariate. So I guess I'm suggesting maybe what 24.1b, which removes the block on M and uses the LVB as sort of the simplest case scenario, but utilizes some of the improvements that Ingrid brought forward on the way to 24.1. And with that, thank Ingrid for the extensive work.
Thanks, Dana. Curry.
Yeah, likewise, I want to thank the author. They've put in a tremendous amount of work over the past few years to try to move this assessment forward in a tier 3 context, and a wide variety of explorations to that end to try to give it over this hurdle. And I think we need to highlight our appreciation. With respect to the choice of models, I hadn't considered the addition of a new one that is kind of somewhere in the mix, slightly simplified. I believe you said without the M time block and using the original von Bertalanffy growth. I think that seems reasonable as a request, as sort of an intermediate between both the status quo and the new models being proposed. So I'm in favor of that.
Thanks for that. Can you clarify then on your suggestion, Dana, to look at environmental effects in terms of recruitment or effects on recruitment rather than mortality? Is that part of this proposed model or one of the models?
I was just thinking that was something to explore in the future if environmental covariates were to be put in this model.
Okay, thanks for the clarification. And then Ian.
Yeah, I don't have much to add. I agree with everything that's been said so far. A couple of minor points. I raised this for the Bering Sea PCOT assessment last year. I have some concern over using a fixed M based on a prior, which is derived from maximum age, which comes from only recent data on a stock that was surely fished before that age was observed. I think that's going to lead us to biased high estimates of natural mortality in all cases, unless we got really lucky. And I guess I would like to see some more consideration of whether or not the true maximum age that you would use to derive an M prior should be slightly larger than the value that you actually observed in a short time series, particularly for cod, where I think we have some concern about the aging efficacy of cod, especially prior to 2007. The second comment I have is that I noted in 2 of the likelihood profiles presented in this assessment, there's an F ballpark penalty that's occurring, and that should never be present at the end of a model run. So I don't know what's going on there, but that should have been turned off, or at least not present at the time the model finished running. This is just a tool to speed convergence. It's not supposed to be there when you're done running. So I think this model still maybe needs a little bit of work. The other thing I noticed is that there's 2 tables, and I was just looking for the numbers. I think it's 2A5 and 2A6 that report catch, and the totals don't match in the 2 tables. And I don't know which one's being used in the assessment, but it might be worth clarifying that at least next time we see this. Thanks. That's all I've got.
Thank you. Any other comments on Aleutian Island PCOT? Not seeing any, so we'll just note the 5 models that were considered here. We appreciate the improvements and explorations that were brought forward. Reiterate the concern over changes in the likelihood when adding just one parameter to fit the Richard growth that led to an unusually large change in likelihood. We support the recommendations of the CPT to bring forward models to 24.1, 24.0, and then the tier 5 models, and maybe suggest a 24.1b Dana version without the M time block and the original LVB growth. We appreciate the exploration of environmental correlations, but note that perhaps that's better incorporated as an effect on recruitment. We have some concerns over using a fixed M that's based on very recent data for maximum age, which is slightly biased high. So the maximum age should really be based on, should be larger than the recent, maybe based on a longer time series and more complete data. We had some specific concerns over some presentation of the likelihood profiles and some discrepancies in tables that we'll note, and that's all I have. And next up, I think last is EBS PCOT.
Yeah, the SSC received a document on the Eastern Bering Sea Pacific cod assessment, introducing some alternative models with changes to length bin sizes, updated aging error matrices, and new aging bins bias estimates for pre-2007 data. There was also a pretty extensive conditional age of length data exploration that perhaps did not turn out as hoped. So that model was not recommended to come forward. The team discussed the increase in length bins, and we brought it up today, going from 1 to 5. They were hoping he could explore that a little further, and I agree with this. And I think the part that I would focus on is making sure that or trying to see if finer bin structure close to inflection points in things like selectivity and maturity is important to reference points. I'm sure at the edges that bin size doesn't matter as much. Already touched on the conditional age at length. So the teams endorsed presenting two models, 23.10D and 24.1. I thought I had that written down what those were exactly. So the base model with updated data and an updated linear aging error for all years and updating aging bias. This was in response to the aging error matrix being with splines and kind of showing a strange pattern of way more aging error at older ages. So I think that's where that one came from. And then 24.1, which is with the 5 centimeter length bins, static survey selectivity, and updating the spline with new data. And of course, I naturally have a third model that I want to suggest. I'd like to see the 23.10D, which is the closest to the base, with static survey selectivity, linear aging, and also attempt to fit marginal fishery ages rather than conditional age at length. And I guess I appreciate hearing there's a postdoc working on that now, so maybe we won't see it, but I'll request it anyway. That's all I got for this one. Thanks.
Thanks. So that's one of the models that was in the mix, right? That CPT dropped, and you are saying bring it forward.
Sorry. It's kind of a slight variation in between the two they recommended. And unless I'm wrong, there was a lot of models. I might have missed the one I wanted in there.
Kerry, go ahead.
Yeah, I guess the only, well, in addition to what you said, I think that I think we should, support the groundfish plan team's recommendations to explore using empirical weighted age and time varying length weight relationships. But with respect to the marginal fishery ages and whether or not that should be included as a model for, I guess, review in November and us in December, I sort of have the question of whether or not that's feasible over that time frame. I don't know if we can bring the author back in to discuss that.
Well, I think the way we've handled that sometimes is, ask at the discretion of the author. We might recommend it, but we're not requesting it.
Yeah, and that's how I wrote it in the notes, but I didn't say it out loud.
Okay, good. Do you have anything to add?
No, that's fine with me if it's at the discretion of the author.
Ian?
Yeah, I would second that recommendation to explore fitting the fishery age data as marginal, but whether that happens this year or not, it's fine to leave that up to the author. I think we might further note that this stock in particular is a very strong candidate for consideration of re-aging a few years of historical fishery age data. I think just a few years of high quality fishery age data from sometime in the early time series might tell us a lot in this assessment. So I don't know that we can give recommendations to the AFSC, but at least we could express our support for a consideration of prioritizing that in the overall mix of ages or aging activity.
Yeah, thanks. Actually, any other comments on PCOT, Eastern Sea PCOT? I'm going to probably go, since we're going through stock by stock, I'm going to do sort of abbreviated summaries and only highlight the things that, since the summaries are fairly short for each stock, I'll just highlight a couple things that may differ from the plan team. So I think the main things here is that we generally support the plan team's recommendations. We do suggest at the author's discretion, I guess, adding an additional model that's a slight variation on one of the models. And is that actually one that explores fitting marginal fishery age data? Yeah. And then I think we can recommend that that the aging lab consider re-aging some historical fishery age data that could really help with the aging bias and the persistent aging issues with that stock. So that's it on the gathered stocks, and then I think we can go to, right? I'm not missing a gathered stock. So we can go to the proposed models for other stocks, and I have Andrew, Brad, and Ali, and I'll start with Andrew.
Great, thanks. Yeah, first I think our minutes should reflect thanking the authors for all the work that they did on their proposed models and the plan team's review of them. I'm probably going to keep this pretty brief because I don't have a lot to say, and just want to make sure that's not because there's not important, but sorry, lost words here. But basically, I think we should accept all the recommendations just in general that the plan team had for the 5 stocks that have proposed models. That's Alaska Place, Northern Rock Sole, Greenland Turbot, Pacific Ocean Perch, and Black Spotted Rough-Eye. And I don't have any recommendations for any other models other than what the plan team had recommended. So I think we should accept those. The only exception, it would be the Alaska Place, where we're transitioning from a bespoke ADMB modeling platform to stock synthesis. The authors provided detailed bridging, good rationale for this transition, which makes sense, and I think we should be generally supportive of that. They provided 4 bridging models that the plan team reviewed and felt that it was supporting this transition from this base model, and with base 3 being the model in stock synthesis that most replicated the ADMB version of it. I guess there's precedence for us. I had asked the question about bringing forward the base model in ADMB for November and for us for review in December, and there's been precedence of not necessarily having to do that when we're transitioning platforms, and unless anyone has a differing opinion, I think that's acceptable. Just noting that the base 3 model was run with the data from 2021, so I think we'd expect to see that with the new updated data, and of course appropriate model numbering. And I think that's about it. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Brad. Anything to add?
Thanks. So I support Andrew's comments and recommendations across the board for these stocks. I thought that we saw a good exploration and good justification for the models that were recommended. One thing I wanted to highlight that I just picked up in the plan team minutes as it regards the Alaska Place is that beyond talking about this particular assessment, the plan team noted that they wanted to extend the use of the control files as a way to actually really look carefully at parameters estimated within and outside of the model as a basis for determining which metrics were appropriate to compare models as a practice they would like to extend to general approach when it comes to stock synthesis. And so I thought that was a good sign. One of the benefits to moving to these standardized platforms similar to GMAX is that it allows other assessment authors to pull in files, have a look, and get down into the weeds on some things that oftentimes we don't get a chance to look at. So I thought that was a really good sign. And I'm remembering back to when Chris Lunsford talked to us about stock prioritization. This team approach was one of the things that he brought up. And so it's cool to see it's starting to show up in these assessments. I think it's a really good sign.
Okay, thank you. And Ellie.
I agree with the comments made so far, and I don't have anything to add. Thank you.
Thank you for that efficient coverage of the other stocks here. So I will just note that we'll accept the recommendations and the models brought forward for these five stocks that we saw. We'll note that that includes accepting the SS3 version of the Alaska Place model that was recommended by the by the author and the plan team and supported by a detailed bridging analysis. And then we'll just highlight and support a PT recommendation regarding the sharing of control files. And that's all we have on that. Dana?
Yeah, I hate to do it, but I think we need to have this discussion about the whole base model thing coming back a little bit because, I mean, we're kind of going away from all the years I can remember precedent that you always bring a base model with updated data because the new data might blow up your any model you came up with old data, it could totally fall and you've got nothing to come back to in December. I'm only bringing it up because it came up a few times during this cycle, so we might be talking about it again. So we can wait. But I'm just throwing it out there.
Yeah, so if I understand the concern is that the bridging analysis was done with old data, but it was done, right? I mean, so is there a difference between if it was done a year earlier or if it's done this year in terms of our confidence in the new model matching the old model?
Yes. No, I think that there should always be a base model from the previous accepted model that updates the data because we've been in multiple situations, not even too long ago, where in the model that we didn't have a model to go with because they just came with a new model that they had talked about and it didn't work because the new data was so different or whatever. So just saying we can move away from that concept, but we should do it knowing that that's changing things. I know we did it for TMB one time, but that's exception, not precedent.
No, I appreciate that point. And Curry, go ahead.
Yeah, I appreciate your point. I mean, I was reflecting back on our minutes from October 2023, right, which was the golf ball like ADMB to TMB transition. And I think our guidance was fairly clear that if the plan team was happy with the parallel implementation.
Curry, can you make sure to speak into the mic rather than
rather than looking at Dana. Yeah. If the plan team was happy with the parallel implementation in terms of consistency in estimates for spawning biomass recruitment and fishing mortality, as well as comparison of uncertainty estimates, then we would consider that the new base model. I'm comfortable with that. It sounds like others may not be.
Yeah, I mean, we can separate the broader discussion from this particular case here. I mean, Alaska Place may be generally lower concern for that kind of transition anyway. But I think, I mean, I guess I tend to agree with Dana's point that it maybe should be an exception rather than the rule. But we will probably evaluate it on a case-by-case basis. So if there's other comments on that, Jason?
Yeah, I think you just answered. I mean, I think you could do a case by case. I guess just thinking about testing software, you know, if you've got apples to apples data, like you should be able to do that bridge and see that it works. You know, what point do you draw the line if you're adding new data and something that you couldn't think about happens? I guess that could happen with the new model anyways, but it should be, just because you don't use the current year, it should still line up for the testing, I would think.
Yeah, I mean, that was sort of my thought earlier in that, is there really a difference between whether it's done on, you know, at some point you're going to accept the bridging, the new model, if it's been thoroughly tested, and it can always blow up the next year, whether, you know, it was tested on old data or on this year's data. So I'm kind of wavering on this myself, but it seems like in this case, we're okay with it.
Sure.
But so
Sure, we can go.
there's Andrew, go ahead.
Sorry, my mic was on. Yeah, I guess the one thing to note is that the author did run some proposed models that were did the bridging on the 2021 data, but then modeled 24.0 and 24.1, and 24.1 is what the plan team recommended moving forward with. Were all done in stock synthesis based off of these bridging models, but with updated data. So we already know that it runs with the new data. But what we're missing is what the model that is most similar to the base model with updated data. And I'm assuming that's what base model 3 would be. We just would see the results of that come November, December. So I'm comfortable with it.
Okay, other discussion on that point? Martin.
Yeah, I'm just a little confused at what you're proposing, Dana. You're proposing that we accept this, but say it's not really it could have been done a little better. We should have had the more recent data in the old assessment and then done the bridging. Is that wish it had happened that didn't?
I said this was a broader issue than place, and I was trying not to make it about this particular one. But I mean, forever, we've always had to bring in the last year accepted model with updated data in December. And so this is starting the trend of breaking that cycle. And it's okay if that's what we want to do. I just want to make sure we're explicit about it, because it was talked about a lot this year, and it'll accelerate as soon as somebody doesn't have to bring their old model back.
Yeah, Sherry, go ahead.
So, and I'm looking back, in our minutes last year, there were two different sections, and I really thought, it's not, the more times I read this, I guess I don't find that explicitness that you're saying is not there, but I thought that we said that for TMB, if they show the things that we had suggested and plan teams accepted it, that it could be the only model in December. I'm not arguing for one or the other, but I think that if we say something different, we should make really clear in our minutes that either we're changing or that this is it. And also, I think I wouldn't be surprised if part of the reason that it came up this year was because of that. Like I heard it in Goa, I heard it dropping it, but I went back to thinking that we had said that was fine. And so I don't know. I think we just need to be clear, because I had thought we were in a different place. Yeah, go ahead. Oh, sorry, Franz.
Yeah, go ahead. We can certainly always refer back to our previous comments on that to try to be consistent. Corey.
Yeah, I guess from my perspective, if you shift estimation platforms, but the structure of the model is the same and produces the same model estimates, I'm not as concerned that something's going to go awry in December. And that was sort of the basis, I think, for our comments in the Gulf Pollock case that were phrased as sort of general comments regarding transitions amongst estimation platforms. And that would be the case where in December you bring forward a base model that's parallel in structure to the previous one, but in the new estimation platform. So in this case, it would be an SS3.
Yeah, I guess that's a question. The distinction, is that really a new model or just the exact same model was there's always going to be some differences, right? But in my mind, there's a distinction between moving to a new platform, but was the same model structure versus actually changing the model structure. So I mean, I think I feel I'm comfortable with our previous comments on that, and we should probably look those up, but we can refer back to the previous recommendation that we had where we thought that was acceptable, or the cases where we thought it was acceptable, and the conditions under which it might be acceptable.
Sorry, acceptable to drop.
To, yeah, just bring forward the model with a new modeling platform only.
Yeah, I think the wording in here, I don't think we said it explicitly, so I don't know that we're going to be able to find it, but the sentence was, we recommend for any transition of parallel model structure, specifically from ADMB to TMB, the plan teams should minimally review. And I think that what we at the time had discussed was that they would do this review and possibly bring back that single model. So if we think we need, and you're saying that is what you mean. If not, we need to be explicit. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that was my understanding from before, and kind of my understanding where we may have landed again, or maybe there's some disagreement. But if the plan team is confident with that switch, if the model platform changed and they feel was thoroughly evaluated, then we would accept that as the model going forward, as a platform going forward. So I mean, I think we're good on that then. I mean, I think we're clear on Alaska Place in this case anyway, and we'll maybe refer back to our old comments, even if they're not entirely clear. But I think yeah, mostly we have consensus that the plan team can maybe make that decision. All right. That brings us to, let's see, where are we at? Oops. Sorry, Brad, go ahead.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, you made the mistake of thanking us for the efficiency of our review. So I did have one other, I guess I didn't have any comments on any other stocks except for what I said about Alaska Place. And I thought we were going to touch on them specifically. So I do have a comment on black spotted rough-eye, if it's all right. So this is regarding the comparison of the ratio of black spotted rough-eye to POP. And I'm just thinking about what Todd Loomis would say if he was here giving public testimony, because if I recall correctly, the reason why we asked for this is there has been a long-term conversation with this assessment author about the concerns and the change of size composition in the fishery and in the survey, and that the fleet was taking action to actually move their fishing distributions from deeper to shallower water. In fact, there's research projects ongoing looking at this. And so even though the plan team didn't have recommendations for the continued use of this metric beyond perhaps considering using abundance instead of biomass, because this is not a directed fishery, these are bycaught fish in the POP and Atka mackerel fishery, this ratio is actually kind of important. One of the questions that was posed by the assessment author is whether or not the change in the size composition towards smaller fish was a function of the moving fleet, or if it was actually a change in the stock itself. And because all we see is what is manifest through avoidance of this stock, it's difficult. So, or it's difficult to interpret. So I actually think we should just request that this metric continue to be presented in the next assessment, and perhaps the author can do this with abundance as well. Keeping in mind that we've had extended discussions and the council's been involved in potentially invoking the spatial management policy, and lots of different things that have to do with the boundaries of the two, I don't know, they're not stock areas, I can't remember. It's like sub area ABCs, right? And so I anticipate this potentially coming forward again. And so it would be nice to have this presented, I think, each year, as long as and it doesn't seem like it's a heavy lift. So I would just add that to the black spotted rough eye comment.
Yeah, thanks for that addition. It certainly seems reasonable that we can ask for bringing that forward in the future, so we have that metric available, unless there's any disagreement on that. So I won't repeat all of our recommendations then, but we'll add that particular point to that. Okay, are we good on other proposed models? Okay, so the remaining items then are any comments on the survey, the harvest projections, proposed specs, and other topics, although we didn't really discuss any other topics. Yeah, sorry, Andrew is up first.
I guess I'll start with the acoustic surveys, and I guess just my only thing to say is the SSC appreciates the summary of the updates on the winter acoustic trawl survey of the Bogoslav Island area and the Eastern Bering Sea acoustic survey and acoustic vessel of opportunity index. We didn't have any discussion about, and no recommendations on that. Okay, the next thing would be harvest projections. There were three stocks that had harvest projections done. That was northern rockfish, arrowtooth flounder, and the skate complex. And I think our minutes should reflect that the SSC concurs with the plan team and author recommended ABC and OFLs for these stocks for the 2025 and 2026. And correct me if I'm messing this up, but then there's no reduction from max ABC for any of these stocks. And
I think that was a recommendation, right? Yeah, I think so. I guess just sticking on the harvest projections, just there's some I think Carrie had brought this up about discussions that the plan team had about when the plan team gets the survey updates to make sure that whatever stocks are having the harvest projection, that the survey presentation contains updates on the stocks that are having harvest projections done. I think we agree with that. Overall, these harvests, just some general comments about the harvest projection documents too. I think they're nice and short and fairly consistent, but I guess just recommending to the extent practical, just trying to keep them as consistent as possible. I noticed that in a couple of them, we're given summaries of catch over biomass over time, but another one is exploitation rate, and just kind of having to switch gear as you're looking through these different ones, why one was exploitation rate time series and the others are catch over biomass estimates. And then
Again, it's sort of, we talked a little bit about this, or there was discussion about like red flags and if there are any red flags that the authors saw that they would highlight them. But I think what would be useful would be a positive statement in these that there were no red flags, so that when we're reviewing them, that we can see pretty clearly that, hey, the authors of these projections don't see anything, everything's normal. I don't know if anyone has any other comments on harvest projections before we move on.
Yeah, sorry, just go ahead and we'll go through all the items.
Okay. And I think just trying to about I think the only other topic that came up was the plan team had discussed, they had requested that the AFSC provide a brief document in conjunction with their assessment guidelines on various model diagnostics for stock assessments, and that would help assist with understanding and interpretation of model diagnostics. And I think we should support that recommendation too. And other than that, halibut DMRs, I think that's the only other thing. And I think.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
We have the halibut DMRs.
Yep. And I think our minutes should recommend accepting them as presented.
Okay, do we have other items under that BSAI? Do you have any other points?
I don't, thanks.
Then second on that was Rob, I think.
Yeah, thanks, Franz. I just have nothing substantive to add. As far as the acoustic surveys, I had a note to acknowledge there was a mention of the only 2 toes associated with that reduced Bogoslav survey. But given the monoculture of spawning pollock, it didn't seem to be an issue. And they still were able to complete a sufficient acoustic survey. And also given that so little of that ABC and TAC are actually taken from that stock. And then also just to highlight for the Bering Sea summer acoustic surveys, super promising, that very strong correlation between the acoustic trawl survey and the vessels of opportunity. I suspect we'll be discussing that more in the future, but I appreciate that. And then as far as the only other harvest projections was mostly, at least with my relatively narrow window on this, it seemed like this change worked fine for us, and having the current year catch information was helpful since it wasn't included in the models, but we were able to view it in the table format, and definitely agree with the plan team recommendations. And then I also had made a note similar to what Andrew had said, that it just, when there's no red flags or there's a high or a low, or statements are made just to provide a backup, no red flags because, or not a backup, but a reason, please, that no red flags because of this, just support for their reason for those comments. And that's all I had.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any other comments on any of these items, harvest projections, proposed OFLs and ABCs, and other items? Allie?
Wearing my vice chair hat, we do need to officially, no, we did DMRs, but we do need to recommend approval of the preliminary proposed specifications from the BSAI groundfish plan team.
Yeah, we need to be explicit about that in our minutes, that we approve the proposed recommended OFLs and ABCs for the BSAI groundfish. our minutes will reflect that. And then Jason.
Yeah, I hate to bring this up, but if it doesn't come up now, it's going to come up during the GOA harvest projections. Just some thoughts on whether we need to be doing the harvest projections on 2-year cycle stocks versus 4-year. So I'm asking, should I wait till we get to the GOA or bring this up now?
I mean, I guess it's up to you. I mean, it's obviously on your radar. Maybe we can handle that under GOA and make general comments to all the plan teams. That works. Yeah. Other comments on these issues? Martin.
Yeah, didn't quite get through all of them, but I believe that the method that they used to extrapolate the catch to the end of the year was different in each of the projections. One, you used a 2-year period of, the previous 2 years to figure out the proportion that was left on, that hadn't been caught by the time that the data was pulled. And another one used a 3-year period. I think the third one, I'm still trying to figure out what exactly was done, but it looks like it was the last 5 years or something. So there's a little bit of bouncing around in those how that approach is implemented. And I think we could at least get back to the plan team that there'd be some benefit if there isn't a reason to, if there isn't a compelling, what would be is there a standard way that can be done? So that's not a source of additional variance in how these assessments are treated. I think it'd be beneficial.
Yeah, and Sherry has a comment on that, and I'll note that we have commented on that in the past to try to strive for consistency across stocks. Go ahead.
So I don't remember in all my reading whether it was in the plan team reports or not, but in the plan team meeting, that was raised, that we had asked for consistency and any not absolute consistency. We had asked for any similarities, like you were talking about, if it's not critical. And the response that I heard, which I guess I'd like to make sure with the plan team coordinators whether or not I'm correct on this, but my recollection was that we were told that all the stocks are different and they're different specifically for a reason, and that no standardization could be done. And so if the SSC disagrees with that, I think that might be valuable to have in our report. But I just wanted to let you know that that comment was tracked from our minutes in the past, and that was the answer that I heard in plan team discussion.
Yeah, thanks for that. So unless there's specific concerns about what they did this year, we can certainly refer back to our previous comments that be nice to have as consistent an approach as possible.
Yeah, and I think, Andrew brought that up in his as well. So, yeah, I agree with you. We can put in as consistent as possible. And if for some reason there are specific ones that are so similar that you actually think could be combined, you can give examples if you have them. It's up to you.
Yeah, go ahead, Martin.
Yeah, I would just try to, we should respond back to them, but I guess what I would suggest is that we try to say, look, how about adopting a sort of standard approach, a 3-year period, whatever makes sense. And then if individual assessment authors believe that approach doesn't work for their stock, then for sure they can do something different, but they would have to justify it. And I think that would sort of allow the flexibility, but at the same time, we don't want somebody to use 2 years and somebody to use 3 years just because it seemed to make the most sense to them at the time that they had to do it.
Okay, thanks for that. Other comments on BSAI stuff? Okay, not hearing any, I'll keep this very brief. We'll note our appreciation for the updates on the acoustic surveys and have some minor comments on that. With regard to the harvest specifications for northern rockfish, Arrowtooth flounder, and Alaska skate, the SSC supports the recommendations for the final OFLs and ABCs for 25-26 for the for these stocks. We will note that the methods for projecting catches differed among stocks, and ask the authors and plan team to standardize these as much as possible, recognizing that there are some stock-specific differences that may warrant a different approach in individual cases. We support the recommendation from the plan team that survey updates to the plan teams include the stocks that are that have harvest projections. Then with regard to concerns over the short time series of catches or the early the need to make these projections of catches over a longer time period, I guess. It would be nice to include in the harvest projection a positive statement about the lack of any concerns or red flags, unless there are any, and then bring those forward and take appropriate action before November. With regard to the proposed specifications, the SSC approves, I guess, the proposed recommended OFLs and ABCs for the BSAI groundfish for 25-26, I guess. It says 24-25 in the table. And then finally, we support the proposed halibut DMRs, which haven't changed. And I believe that is it for BSAI. So let's see, it's 2:35 now. We should probably take a quick break before we go to the Goa and then strategize about the other items that we still have to cover today or tomorrow. So let's meet back at 2:45 and start on Goa plan team report. Thank you. Okay, if we could take our seats again so we can continue. Oops, sorry. I didn't see you there in deep in conversation. If you're still planning for this, then go ahead. Okay, thanks. I think we got the internet back, which is good. So hopefully people can hear us online. And we we're taking up the Gulf of Alaska Groundfish Plan Team report. Just
You need the room?
brief.
You need the room? I have to talk.
Is that voice coming from? No.
Is it Jim?
Okay. Just briefly for our process, so we'll again split this up. We have Curry, Dana, and Fabio for Cott and Pollock proposed models, Sherry, Brad, and Jason for the other proposed models, and then Jason and Chris Sidden for the remainder, including the harvest projections and proposed specs. And then we'll go through all the topics, take a public testimony, and then do our discussion at the end. So with that, I'll turn it over to staff.
Through the chair, this is Sarah Cleaver, council staff. I'm the golf plan team coordinator. Dr. Stram already introduced your actions in front of you today, so I think we're just going to move ahead and see if we have Dr. Iannelli on the phone, which I know we do. Just depends how many people are with him. Jim, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm just trying to find a quiet place. Hard to find. But yes, can you hear me okay?
Little weak, but we'll try to adjust that here. So go ahead and I'll interrupt if we can't hear you.
Okay. Yeah, thanks, Chair. Sorry for the background noise. I'll try to keep it brief. This should be fairly brief report. And stop me if you can't hear me or it's getting staticky or whatever. Next slide, please. So this is a summary slide of all the categorizations of the presentations we heard and whether or not they were recommendations and what type of analysis or presentation was involved. I'll be covering down through harvest projections, and then Sarah and Chris will take the rest. Next slide, please. So first was the Gulf Acoustic Trawl Survey. Red X's here showing what didn't cover this year, but really nice presentation by Mike Levine. There were some delays and whatnot, kind of normal practice, but they did complete a survey. Next slide. And here's just showing the time series of trends between the different regions, Shelikoff being the primary one. And yeah, just the Shumagins was covered this year, and it's kind of looked like about an average level on the upper left. Pavlov Bay was similar to the previous year they were able to do the survey. Chirikov was up some, and they seem to be mainly age 4. Next slide. And then that following this slide, we did a deep dive into the Gulf Pollock assessment. The authors did an extensive response to the CIE review that occurred in May this year and made 4 principal changes. Was there an issue? Can you hear me? I just heard something. Okay. I'm not hearing anything from you. Is everything okay?
It's glitchy. I'm not sure where the issue is. You're breaking up. I mean, sometimes we don't hear anything and then you come back. I don't know if it's on your end or if there's a.
Yeah. I'll try to sit more still. Yeah, so these are the models that we went through, and a lot of work done by Cole, and he was very diligent about updating all the diagnostics and including that. Next slide, please. This really does a good job of summarizing our discussions. And the previous assessments, by no fault of the previous authors, reported the input sample size, but failed to report on the final one that gets used. And it turns out those were really low values, and it was seemingly very too low and needed to be rectified. And one way of doing that turned out to be with the Dirichlet multinomial, which we were happy to see put things more in line with kind of expectations. That was a major aspect of this assessment that changed, and the team appreciated that and just reminded people that you should always include the actual sample size that ends up being used in an assessment, as opposed to just saying we started with this and then we reweighted the sample sizes but didn't report them. So that was kind of the change there. Another big aspect, which has been shown before, is the new timing aspect of the mature. Lauren Rogers and co-authors finished a paper where they have a covariate that affects the availability of the acoustic trawl survey in the Shelikoff region, and that improved the fits significantly. And Cole indicated that the random walk penalty was still in the model, but it was no longer needed. So we requested that that be dropped, and then recommended that his model 23D, and then of course the base be brought forward for November. And then we talked a bit about this figure on the right, which was kind of highlighted during Mike Levine's presentation on the irregular presence of 1 and 2 year olds, and thought that consistent with what the CIE recommended, we drop those surveys or those age groups from the survey. Next slide, please.
Okay, hang on. We have a question here still, I think, from Martin.
Yeah, thanks. Jim, are the CIE reviews posted somewhere that we can access them? We hear about them, but they're not given to the plan team, and they're not, it's not clear where we can find those. I mean, I know eventually they get posted, but it's kind of, it would be useful to see those, I think, at some point.
Yeah, great question. And I don't recall whether he referenced them. They are, every CIE review report is available online through the CIE organization, through the contractor for NOAA. So I don't have the link handy, but I can find it and send it later. And yeah, of course we have them locally, and I thought Cole referenced most of them, but Steve's posting them in the chat. I don't know if it gets out to everywhere, but yeah, they are available, and apologies for not bringing that up.
Yeah, thanks. And Curry has a question too.
Thanks, Jim. I was just looking for some clarification on the plan team recommendation to address the Q penalty. So my understanding was, previously there had been random walk parameterization for catchability for that Shelikoff survey. Now that there's this proportion mature covariate in there, maybe it's less necessary. So by dropping the Q penalty, is that sort of freeing up the random walk component to do whatever it wants to do? Or what do you mean by freeing or dropping the penalty? Is that dropping the random walk or dropping the penalty?
So when we inquired about this, Cole said that it has a very let's see, make sure I say this right, a very minor penalty, or sorry, it's not doing much. And the constraint is pretty much removed, and he seemed to think that removing it would not change the result. So basically it was no longer needed to help with fitting the trend. And it's basically replaced with the timing index. So that's, he said that it could be dropped and it wouldn't change the result. And so that we supported that.
Thanks, Jim. I guess I'm still a little unclear. It seems like, is it dropping the penalty on annual deviations in catchability such that it can freely vary now, or that it's going to be?
No, it's the other way. It's the other way. Sorry, it's the other way through the chair. Yeah, it's dropping it so that Q is constant, but a function of the timing. Sorry, is that clear?
Yeah, that's very helpful. That's sort of the direction I thought one would go, but I wanted to be sure. It was a little unclear in the planting minutes and then in the document as well. I also wanted to double check. So that would be incorporated in this sort of new 23D. There would be time invariant catchability for that survey, correct?
Yes.
And
that's correct, except by the covariate. Yeah.
Yeah, but including the covariate. Was there any discussion of also bringing forward 23C, the one that doesn't include the Dirichlet multinomial as sort of an intermediate case? Or was it generally accepted that, that was a substantive improvement over the free weighting approach?
If I'm remembering it correctly, that one had sample size that was unacceptably low. It was basically ignoring all the composition data, which we work really hard for. We have a lot of agers reading those and people measuring fish, and then it was basically discarding it, and that didn't seem helpful.
Thanks, Jim.
Okay, a question from Dana too.
Yeah, thanks. Jim, I'm not sure if you remember this, but there's a figure in the document of doing bootstrap weighted ages. And I guess I don't totally understand if that's used, but there's a lot of wonky black lines. And I was just wondering if either you or Cole could comment on that.
Yeah, I mean, he was using my program to basically bootstrap, but included, I think, better estimates of the observation errors. So the figure that you're referring to, he used to support his decision on what final weights at age get used. What final weights at age get used in the assessment. So yeah, that's something that it becomes more important as you start to look at random effect changes and potential weights at age. But that just shows the sorry, let me back up. He has the random effects weighted age as an option, but he didn't have the uncertainty in the prediction of the weighted age, and that's what the black lines are. And the wonky ones will be where there's few sample size. And I don't know if Cole's on or he's been promoted. Did I get that right? If so.
Okay, so that's informing the random effects. It's not the data that's used in the model. Is that right?
That's my understanding. Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, go ahead. I think we're good on questions.
Thanks. For Pacific Cod, I got the new assessment author from last year, just went through and scrubbed all the data, was able to basically start at first principles again and gleaned a number of things and tried a number of options. And then we all thought those were great, including the 5 centimeter, which I think you talked about a bit in the Bering Sea. I didn't follow that closely, but we recommended all of the changes, and along with the base for November. There were some minor comments on looking at aging error, which you've already talked about, I think, too. And then I had a comment on looking at the weighted age output from stock synthesis to compare with the empirical data, just kind of as a gut check, because they're all tied to the growth function that gets used. And then as far as Pete had a presentation on the apportionment, and he recommended status quo, and we agreed. And just on these PDFs, you can click on the links to get to the original presentations on the underlined heading. Sorry. Next slide, please. So thorny head rockfish, we got more discussion on the random effects models with different conventions. They did a lot of work looking at how to combine longline survey along with the bottom trawl and different process error specifications. And we recommended they bring forward their recommendation with a single process error and a base model for November. And then just to look at some of the additional observation error explorations that they were testing in this assessment. Next slide.
Okay, we have a question here, Sherry.
Hey, Jim, just a couple questions on that second bullet. So the further evaluation of adding observation errors, were these the additional observation errors that are labeled in the table above, or were they additional observation errors?
Oh, good question. I'm not sure I know the answer.
Okay.
Want a friend?
Through the chair.
I've got another one, so we can move on to that while, I guess the other question is the further evaluation, is that the further evaluation that's intended for December, or is that further evaluation that you're only going to look at bring forward model 24.2 and a base in December, or just 24.2 and no base? I guess that's a second question.
Great. Chris?
Yeah, through the chair. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sort of.
Through the chair? Okay, thanks. I think I can clarify a little bit, Sherry, to your first question. Jane also presented some diagnostics that they've developed for REMA, and using this thorny head as an example, it came out that that there could be some additional looks into the whole REMA package and looking at how observation error is done. So this isn't just thorny head, but thorny head was used as the example. So Kevin plans to do that in the future. That's not for December. So the plan is to bring forward the base model from last year, as well as model 24.2 with using what was outlined in his document.
Okay, thanks. That helps. I think we're good on questions here, so go ahead.
Thanks, slide advancer, whoever you are. Dusky and Northerns, we broke this out into apportionments because they were kind of team discussed, and they used the FAST approach for this in a new way. And as far as that seemed to be very useful. And here we talk about EGOA, Eastern Gulf, but the author and supported it was there's so few northern rockfish in the Eastern Gulf, and the survey data are so variable there. We really felt it was a good decision to just lop them off. There's 2 tons that get swapped in and out of the Eastern Gulf. But here again, we talked about looking at single shared process error for the apportionment. This is done by Ben and Kristen. Thanks. Next slide,
Okay,
please.
I think we have a couple questions on this one. Sherry and then Curry.
Sure. Thanks, Jim. So for using the VAST for the Dusky and Northern, I was able to listen to most of the discussion, and the VAST results were considerably different than the design results. And I know that the point was made that they're just different processes, and that I definitely understand. What I was wondering was there any look into why why with VAST, the Western and at least for Dusky, I believe it was Eastern, were so much more than the Gulf compared to the design base. I guess I'm just looking for sort of a gut check, which I know can sometimes be done. I'm wondering if you have any information on that.
Thanks for, you talking about Duskies for the Eastern part? Because we dropped Northerns out of the Eastern altogether.
Yep, when I mentioned the Eastern, yep, it was just for it was just for Duskies.
Yeah. If I understand the question, the stability of the VAST approach seemed to be much better than what we get for design based. I guess you already said that point. Yeah, it just seemed like to the authors that it was a better approach altogether in the context of that, having a time series and being able to split them out. I don't know if Chris has more to add or anybody.
Yeah, go ahead, Chris, if you have anything to add.
Yeah, I was just gonna ask Sherry to repeat that question, please. I got a little confused in that.
Sure, no problem. With the VAST apportionment, the apportionment so makes sense that VAST is a consistent process to use that for apportionments like you're using it in the assessment. I did notice, and I think this came up in the plan team, was that the amount in the Gulf was actually smaller than pretty much any of the design-based observations in the time series, which again can be understandable since they're different processes. But I guess I was wondering, was there any look to why VAST may have been that much lower, which is just sort of a confirmation or a gut check that your analysis is actually giving you something that would be expected?
Yeah, I'd have to, I don't know if Ben or Kristen are on. I would have to defer to them. I know this was a pretty lengthy discussion last year or 2 years ago when we adopted it for use as the survey index. I don't think we had that discussion of the plan team this year. It was just trying to be consistent using VAST for apportionment as well as the index. And I know the shifts between like this Western to the Central and the design based is often these really spotty big toes are falling right on those lines and can go back and forth where the VAST smooths it out. But in terms of your question, I don't know the answer in terms of magnitude of VAST versus design based.
I see that Ben is online. If you have anything to add to that, go ahead.
Yeah, can you hear me all right?
Yes, we hear you just fine.
I can't recall directly for Duskies what that looked like. The impetus for this is that we've decided that the survey is acceptable for utilization in the stock assessment, and it seemed kind of odd to then be changing over to a different survey in order to use our apportionment when we changed out of that survey because we have poor we don't have much strong belief in that it's providing good data for the models. And then just some of that smoothing that you're going to see from VAST is, I believe, because I'm not an expert in VAST, is going to come just from the spatial correlation that it's going to implement within there that you're not going to gain from the design-based model.
Yeah, thanks. That helps. And we have a question from Curry.
Yeah, just a quick question. I'm guessing this is for Ben. So in terms of the specification of the VAST model used for apportionment, were you assuming autocorrelation in the intercepts or the spatiotemporal fields?
Through the chair, I'd have to go back and check. We are using the default gap model, but with the log normal error structure instead of the gamma error structure. So whatever their default is, but I haven't looked at that in a while.
Okay, thanks. I don't see any other questions, so Jim, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. Kristen, reviewed the most recent assessment and noted that the previous assessment was using a normal error structure for survey data and changed that to the log normal error, which is more standard. And then she found that the age range, recruits at age 4 was excluding some of the early year classes. So that was a minor adjustment, and it affects the reference points B100 on the way tier 3 projections work. And so that was something that we saw as an improvement and recommended that going forward as the base, along with the base model. Next slide, please. So northern rockfish, the 12 survey biomass had the same issue with the log normal error structure. They revised the input sample size that incorporated both growth variability and aging error, the work of Ben Williams and Pete Hulson. Super handy for this. And we accepted these as basic improvements to the model. And then Ben has also eagerly gone ahead and converted the model into RTMB, which we saw as a huge improvement. And I learned today that even though we had some minor issue or noted some minor issues in the bridging aspect, I learned today that he was able to resolve those and is now getting exact matches for all of the models. So we thought those could be used in going forward to bridge between ADMB to RTMB, similar to what was done last year for Gulf pollock. I think that's all we have for northerns and Duskies. Next slide.
Okay, we have a question here from Sherry.
Hey, Jim, with your latest update of what the author has found is, I guess what I was gonna, I'll ask my original question, and that was, it sounded like the team was willing, ready to move ahead with RTMB and didn't have any concerns, but yet there were enough concerns that you asked the author to evaluate small differences. And so I guess this sort of comes back to a previous conversation when we're talking about whether or not to bring back a base model. I guess I'm trying to understand why you were confident enough in RTMB to bring it back, but not confident enough that we needed to ask for further evaluation for December.
Well, I think we were convinced he was really close. It wasn't ready for prime time, and he's bringing both forward this year. And I don't think it matters which one you use as far as advice, because they'll give the same answer. I think it's more for the future beyond this December. Does that help? Hello?
I'm sorry, I must have missed the last. Can you repeat the last part of your question? I was, we had different things going on here. So you said he was really close, not ready for prime time, and then what was the rest?
And from what I understand today, that and what we kind of expected during the plan team is that these were minor issues. They would be fixed by November, and bringing both of them forward is a great idea if you can show us that they match. It's not like we're changing models in November, they're identical. I think it's more for beyond November this year. Is that helpful?
I'm really sorry. There were two conversations here again. So let me ask you this. Are you planning to bring back only the RTMB model in this December, or are you also bringing back an ADMB model in December?
So I say the base model here, the second to the bottom bullet, is coming forward, and that is the ADMB model. The base model is ADMB model. M24A is the one that we're recommending. Well, sorry, technically, I guess there would be 3. There would be RTMB, M24A with a a different M and selectivity prior, and then the base model for M24, which they're all coming forward. So I think it's a moot point if they match between ADMB and RTMB. It's more a point for going forward in the future that we would say you don't have to bring forward any ADMB model in the future. Is that better?
I have people, yeah, I guess so it sounds like when you talk about the base model, is the base model in ADMB? Because in the paragraph in your slide, the fourth bullet, it suggests that it's RTMB. Are we on the same page there? I can let somebody else go.
Yeah.
There are a number of SSC members trying to give me messages. So can one of you, I can't read. Maybe Franz can pick on another SSC member and they can clarify their understanding with me.
I probably economized on words in this slide. I try to not clutter things too much. The ADMB model is coming forward. It was converted to RTMB. It's also coming forward. That's all.
Great. Can you tell me M24, the model that's coming forward, can you tell me just so that I know when I say this for our minutes, is that ADMB or RTMB?
Well, in this November, December, it won't matter, but it will be the ADMB. It'll be both. And the reason it's got a different name from M22 is that it's got updated modifications, the log normal error structure, the input sample sizes. Thanks.
Great, thanks.
I think we'll go ahead. If we need additional clarification later, we'll go for that. But anyway, I'll leave it at that. Or do you have any more insights, Curry?
Not really an insight. It's more a procedural question. And since we're on this topic, we were talking earlier about kind of standard practice moving forward with the plan team when a model gets converted from ADMB to RTMB or TMB. We obviously had the example from Gulf Pollock. I think the way we structured our minutes last October with respect to Gulf Pollock was that the plan team would have the discretion to review this sort of parallel implementation. And if they were satisfied, then only one would need to be moved forward. In this case, it seemed like there were some discrepancies, hence the plan team requesting that the original ADMB model be brought forward in addition to that TMB implementation. That seems like good practice to me. I just wanted to clarify if this is sort of the way that the plan team is planning on handling this sort of thing moving forward.
Yeah, go ahead, Sherry. I mean, that wasn't entirely clear whether they're going to be both be available for comparison in November, but I understand they will be. Sherry.
Okay, so I agree with everything that Curry said. You bet. If there are any discrepancies, bring both forth in December. That would be fantastic. So I am on board. I don't, however, know when I look at this, when I look at the slides so that I know what to say and we know what to put in our minutes. The team recommended moving forward with RTMB and model 24.A, which is RTMB with estimated M and selectivity priors, and the base model, M24, which I think is the RTMB model. And so I don't see anything because the ADMB models, as far as I understand, are M22-1A and M22-1B. And so if ADMB and RTMB are coming back in December, I guess what I want to know is what is the ADMB model that's coming forward? I know that Jim said that it doesn't matter, and I didn't quite understand
No,
why.
it's M24. I'm really sorry. I'm being so unclear. M24 is in ADMB. At the plan team, we requested that come forward. If RTMB matches perfectly, great. Then that will be also coming forward and used in the future. I'm sorry, I'm being so unclear.
Oh, that did it. Thank you very much.
Thanks. I think we're good to go to the next stock then.
Thanks. We had a CIE review on a surplus production model for yellow eye that Phil Joy undertook, and he's actually advanced that quite a bit. on the side with one of the CIE reviewers, and he presented that. It was very informational and interesting. You all know he changed jobs, so he will be not available to do this, but he's still keenly interested, and we appreciated that. And then there was some update on DSR authorship changes and the extent of future ROV surveys. And the team recommended that ADF&G get yellow eye lengths from the IPHC so that there's pretty limited data from the state, and the Southeast stations in the Southeast will be useful to get, even though we understand that IPHC doesn't presently measure fish other than halibut unless a special project request. Next slide, if there's no questions.
We got a question from Jason here.
Yeah, thanks, Jim. Just a quick clarification, because I was a little confused when I was listening to the plan team. The ROV survey, which is somewhat foundational to this assessment, is it going away, or is there anticipation that that's going to be back once they get the ROV configured properly?
Thanks through the chair, Jason. My understanding is that it wasn't coming back, but I looked to Chris or Sarah to see if they remember.
Yeah, through the chair, I can try to answer that. My impression was they were giving us the update that they had bought some new ROV equipment and it was not satisfactory to do the work they hoped to. And they'd also lost someone to retirement and was sunsetting their old ROV. So I don't think there's any plans to continue that survey at this time. And with the authorship transfer, they're bringing forward the model that they presented 2 years ago. And so they'll be sticking with that. And I think we'll be looking forward to hearing what the state plans to do in terms of data streams and surveys in the future.
Thanks.
Thanks, Chris.
I think we're good on questions here, so go ahead.
Yeah, so we got a great presentation by a new hire at the Alaska Center. Oh, sorry, by Calais, who is a recent hire in our group. Although I just tease her about that all the time. But seriously, we had another application using Seattle for Arrowtooth, which there's been some bridging between those two, and we're very encouraged by that. And we look forward to seeing that in 2025. Next slide.
We got a question here, Cherry.
Hey, Jim, I was just wondering for, yeah, I saw the presentation and the documentation on this, which looks great. I was curious, so for the other ones that we're seeing, if there was bridging in September, we were seeing it in December. But this one, the recommendation was to bring it back in September of next year. And so I guess I had two questions, and I'm guessing maybe this was just a timing thing. But do I understand correctly? This was for September 2025, and if so, I guess why the timing? Just because it's different than other models that we're seeing now.
Thanks.
Let me clarify. If we're accepting this change now, why are we recommending that it come back in September of 2025?
So it's a research track model, and I think there's and Chris, I'm lean on you here. Arrowtooth was a harvest projection, or was it something else for this year? So the standard. And so,
yeah,
go ahead.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to jump on you there, Jim. Thanks. Through the chair, Sherry, yes. The scheduled full/update assessment for Gulf Arrowtooth is 2025. This year it's scheduled to be a harvest projection. However, the authors brought this research track model forward, one, to get approval to go to RTMB, and then also to have the discussion on mortality and cannibalism and how to deal with that. So they've got some information now to move forward for their full model in 2025, and we'll bring it forward in September of next year.
And just
Great.
to be clear, Chris said RTMB. This is an actual full-blown TMB, and it's the same model that he used in his dissertation, and it has some flexibility that we're looking to take advantage of. Thanks. Sorry for the interruption.
Great. Thank you.
Question from Martin.
Yeah, thanks, Jim. So what you're talking about here, I believe, is grants the single species. I mean, he can run it in multi-species or single species mode, and what you're proposing to do is just use the single species formulation of grants multi-species model for next year's assessment. Is that the idea?
It's a great question. That's what I originally thought it was, and because I know the origins of this model quite well. And yes, the short answer is yes, except that he only had one species in this multi-species model. And so what does that allow him to do? He can add in cannibalism. And so, and that's all at this current configuration. Obviously, he could pull all the other species back in, but the model's very flexibly set up right now so that he's been able to bridge a number of our assessments just by doing that, by running single species mode without cannibalism, and gives you the same answer as our single species ADMB model. And then, and of course, with the multi-species aspect, he can at one level just turn on cannibalism. That's the multi-species model with one species in it, which is what this was. And then he can also obviously add any number of species in, and as long as it just needs the prey preference type stuff. Thanks.
Thanks for that. I think that's it on questions. So go ahead.
So I'm going to turn this over to Chris because he loves talking about harvest projections. And I hope you enjoyed my voice. I might not come back.
Yeah, thanks, Jim. Jim's not in his office, so we appreciate him getting on to help us out here. I know there was quite a bit of discussion in the Bering Sea Aleutians harvest projections, so I'm not going to say much, but I can try to answer questions. All the OFLs and ABCs are in the documents. There were no red flags. The team did have a pretty extensive discussion on the extrapolating catches. I've got a few comments and statements I can speak to if the SSC would like to hear that. And one thing that we did hear from a member of the public, which is different in the Gulf and the Bering Sea Aleutian Islands, was to have authors address apportionment in the documents and in the slides, because the Gulf has different apportionment management regions that are of interest. So we made that recommendation moving forward for next year. And I guess I can take questions or comments in terms of harvest projections and extrapolating catches and whatever else people have on their minds.
Yeah, thanks, Chris. I'll actually ask a question on the catch projection. So I think there were some cases where you really just have a very short time series because the fishery starts really late in the season, so you have a very little catch available. So is that just something that you're planning on kind of monitoring as we go through several cycles of doing this in September to see if those projections are reasonable, or what's your thinking there?
Yeah, thanks. Through the chair, the box has been opened. I'll respond. Yeah, so we do the harvest projections for efficiency. We've been doing them for like 10 to 15 years as partials. To my knowledge, we've never had any like regrets, concerns, lawsuits, overfishing by how we run those projection models. So moving the catch extrapolation up to August does like present the possibility for some additional error compared to doing it in October. Authors were directed to take a look at it. And just as a reminder, the SSC has weighed in on this for partials at least 10 years ago or more, and made a statement to try to at least document and standardize. And as the discussion earlier today was, there's not much standardization because each fishery is different. So I think you kind of got to do it on a one-off. And what I think a recommendation would be for all the authors to really take a look and respond on their next partial or next assessment. How off were they? Because I think what you see is there's a lot of deviation in how these extrapolations occur. And when they're not too close, they find a better way and work it in there, and things change every year. So I think it's hard to get in that standardized mentality on this. I think if the author or the review bodies have a major concern, they can always go to max ABC, which would be the most conservative way to do this. We have in-season management that keeps catches in line with tax or ABCs. So there's a lot of different things moving there for stocks that are on these harvest projection cycles of projection models that are generally lightly exploited and below ABCs. So we could put a lot more effort into it. And I also want to add in that from a couple authors that I talked to, the harvest projection model is quite robust to the catch estimates you put in there. So as long as you're not really wrong on that August catch estimate, we think we're in a pretty safe mode in terms of what we're trying to put into these assessments.
Thanks, Chris. That helps. Jason has a question.
Yeah, Chris, from did the plan team discuss like what would be a red flag out of these projections? I'm just having a hard time sort of imagining a situation where we'd see a large enough shift that we'd need to react, especially on a 2-year cycle assessment.
Yeah, through the chair, I agree absolutely, Jason. We went through the prioritization exercise to put them on 2 or 4-year cycles. I don't think we've seen anything in the past that would concern us running that projection model. Part of the idea is to help realize some fishing opportunity there by using, if there's lower catch, it may increase ABC for this year. But we're talking about minor changes. We're talking about stocks that we don't have a major concern over from a year-to-year basis. And, the whole idea was to make these more efficient, do them in September, October, so the review bodies can focus on full model reviews. So I would agree with what you just said, and I don't know of any red flags.
Great, thanks. Chris has a question too.
Yeah, thanks, Chris. I think you said that the projection model outputs are pretty robust to changes in catch, i.e. they're not going to move that much or change that much. So isn't that contrary to a concern that the methodology of how you estimate catch matters a whole heck of a lot? Thanks.
Sure, through the chair, I think we've beat this horse pretty good. So yes, I think that's a valid statement. Like I said before, we could just go to max ABC, but the idea of estimating catch as best we could was to give it our best guess as it would crank through the projection model. And in terms of being robust, I think we're not going to double ABC here. We're moving it by a couple tons. So it's not a major concern when you really step back and take a look at it.
Thanks. That helps. Not seeing any other questions here. I think we can move along, whatever's next.
Sure. So we put this slide up because we did get a presentation by Dr. Lyle Britt, who's the race division director, in regards to the 2025 summer acoustics survey. And essentially he informed us that they're planning to discontinue the biennial MACE acoustics trawl survey. We did this after the pollock presentation. It primarily affects pollock. I'm not going to go into any details. I believe Dr. Foy is going to cover this when he discusses it with the council. In regards to what the plan teams talked about, we put a few things in there, which I think one thing is dropping that survey. It is used in pollock apportionment. The author's well aware of that. I think there'll have to be some work to address how to continue the apportionment strategy for Gulf pollock. And another thing that was brought up was that this survey was looked at for use in the Pacific Ocean perch model and was discussed pretty extensively at the last POP CIE review. And the general consensus coming out of that was that it wasn't useful to include that survey in the POP assessment as a separate index. So losing that survey, those are two of the topics that came up. I would say that the plan team had some thoughts and discussion on. Otherwise, I know there was a lot of internal analyses and behind the scenes looking at that I'll defer to Dr. Foy on, that he can respond to the council. But if there's any questions about what the plan team talked about, I'd be happy to try and answer some.
Thanks. I don't see any questions on this, so go ahead.
Great. And I'm going to punt this over to Sarah, who I believe is still at the table with you, and she can address the stock structure spatial management discussions.
Thanks, Chris. Through the chair, this is Sarah Cleaver, council staff. I'm still at the table, Chris. So the council last year requested a discussion paper on stock structure and spatial management for 4 of the Gulf rockfish stocks. And this is being presented to the APN council at this meeting, but for you all, it's an informational only item at this time. So we're not asking for an in-depth review of this. But the plan team did receive a short presentation on this and provided some feedback in your minutes. The main goal of the paper from the council was to both provide some information, or the most updated information that we have on the stock structure status for short raker, thorny heads, rough-eye black spotted, and other rockfish, and then to look a little bit at the management or fishery implications resulting from any alternative spatial apportionments of ABC. And the council noted in that motion that is, if there are no conservation concerns, what combination of subareas for those stocks are necessary to reduce or avoid fishery management implications. And so the plan team's feedback on that mainly centered around how limited the data are for these stocks, and that based on all that data, it's challenging to make conclusions about spatial stock structure. There's limited data that suggests a lack of genetic stock structure for some of these stocks, and the plan team also discussed that they weren't totally clear on how to what the team's role would be when it comes to impacts related to socioeconomics of the fisheries due to these apportionment schemes. Yeah, so I will leave it at that, since that's an info only item for the SSC at this time, but we just wanted to provide you, be transparent that you might see this again in some form, but it's not on your agenda as a separate item right now.
Thanks, Sarah. Any questions on that, Jason?
Yeah, just a quick question. There was a question in your slide deck to the plan team regarding sort of the assessment author's role in apportionment. And I guess I'm supposing that that'll come out of this, maybe this council discussion, some clarity on that, or is that something that maybe the SSC needs to be thinking about? I'm just trying to understand how best to that context.
Through the chair. So when I brought this to the plan team, I think the slide that Jason's referring to, I asked for both feedback on the conclusions that the paper made on stock structure status, and then whether the plan team saw any biological reasons to divert from the status quo, or biological reasons for the current apportionment or the subarea groupings. And then any additional considerations or information as this goes through the SSC council. So I'm not sure specifically in terms of assessment authors what the question is, but in terms of kind of looking at it both from an author, plan team, and SSC perspective, I think the plan team's questions about its role with that socioeconomic information and potential impacts to fisheries might kind of bleed across some of the discussions that the SSC has been having even earlier this morning.
Thanks. I think that's it for questions on that. So I think we have a couple items left.
Yes, so just finishing up here, these are the Gulf halibut DMRs provided by the working group. So the plan team recommended these as the proposed DMRs for 2025 and 2026. And then we have a couple slides which are just our proposed harvest specifications, which are a rollover of what you saw last year for 2025. And we did have a virtual meeting this year, so we're looking forward to being back in person together in November. And then this was just for your reference in case you wanted to see what might be coming in November.
Thanks. So you're referring to this as what's coming in November, but we're not seeing harvest projections again, right?
Through the chair, correct. So this is just for this whole year, 2024, and then down in the third row, you see that we're reviewing those in September. So this is all the golf assessments for this year and what stock assessment product is being provided.
Yeah, thanks. Curry has a question.
Yeah, you noted you met virtually for the September planting meeting. Is that the plan moving forward for future September meetings, or is the hope to go back to in person?
Through the chair, thanks for that question, Curry. So our understanding right now is that once in every 4 meetings, the plan teams are going to have to meet virtually. And I think this is mainly just due to a funding issue. And so the plan teams decided that it would be more valuable for them to be in person in November. And so whichever year it is, the virtual meeting would probably be the September planting meeting. So we'll keep everyone updated on if there are changes to that. But next year we should have 2 in-person meetings for September and November.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Any other questions for the plant team coordinators here? Not seeing any. Nobody signed up for public testimony. There was no, I just refreshed, so there's no written testimony on this, so I think we're ready to go into our discussions. So we'll start with the Polygon cod stock, and that's again Curry, Dana, and Fabio, and I'll turn it over to Curry, and you can either stop after each one or do them together, however you wish.
Yeah, I think we'll stop after each one if that's all right with everyone. So in terms of Gulf Alaska pollock, underwent a CIE review in May 2024, and I think we should highlight our appreciation to the author for their efforts to explore and address the recommendations that came out of that review. The author basically structured a series of models, 23A through 23D, that dealt with specific recommendations, things like updating the survey index CVs and input age composition, sample sizes to better reflect interannual variation. We talked a lot about sort of incorporation of this formal link between Shelikoff survey, winter Shelikoff survey catchability and the proportion mature. As I said, this, directly incorporating this link really fills in what I think that time varying catchability was meant to capture in the past. And I appreciated the clarification from the plan team chair that their actual recommendation, which I don't think was very clear in the document or in the plan team minutes about what was actually intended. But I think after some discussion, the formal recommendation in that context from the plan team was when this link with proportion mature was included, there would no longer be time varying catchability for this survey. So I'm choosing to interpret it that way after some discussion, but others can correct me if I'm misinterpreting this.
Well, actually, that could be misinterpreted. There is time varying variability, but it's directly linked to maturity and no additional variability.
Yes, there is no longer random walk Q within the model, in addition to the linkage. There we go. The other major substantive change was, of course, the removal of these age 1 and age 2 indices from the Shelikoff survey.
there's, I think, was ample evidence presented that this survey is not intended to capture those individuals, and in fact, they have an outsized impact on estimates of recruitment, leading to very low estimates of recruitment in recent years after 2015. Final change being a shift from Francis reweighting of the age compositions to use of a Dirichlet multinomial likelihood. I think that, the authors did a really good job of clearly demonstrating some of the improvements and comparing sort of model estimates for spawning biomass as well as other quantities, and also highlighting how, in particular, this change, I believe, that's represented in 23C led to better convergence for some key parameters that were difficult to estimate based on trace plots and so on and so forth. So, in general, I think the SSC should support the groundfish plan team recommendation for the status quo model number 23, as well as model 23D that includes, these updated index CVs and input age comp sample sizes, this link with proportion mature, as well as the removal of the age 1 and age 2 indices, and the replacement of Francis reweighting with the Dirichlet multinomial likelihood. However, sort of contrary to the recommendation from the plan team, given the sort of rather substantive change that occurs when you go from model 23C to 23D, when you change the approach to reweighting the age composition data in terms of the overall biomass, spawning biomass. I think I would also like to see the author bring forward model 23C in November as an alternative. I'm interested to hear discussion on that point. I think the SSC can also support future research to identify ways to quantify uncertainty in the proportion of mature individuals from that survey, given this new linkage between catchability and the proportion mature. And the first thing that comes to mind is bootstrapping hulls, or given that this is an acoustic trawl survey and there aren't that many hulls that are catching or used to determine mature, immature resampling amongst individuals within hulls to get an estimate of uncertainty that might be used.
Okay, thank you, Dana.
Yeah, thanks, Curry, for the great summary, and thank the authors again for more good work. I think I just want to hit a couple points that he said was, the analysis showing that dropping the age 1 and 2 I thought was appropriate given the unreasonably low recruitments that those kept influencing recent recruitment estimates. I also thought the author's inclusion of the spawn timing and Shelikoff covariate was a really useful, using external data from an ecosystem survey instead of the random walk was a good thing. Would like to see a little bit more description of how that bootstrap weighted age is done in the November document. And as far as Curry's recommendation on 23.C, I think if you're intending it to be just a way to better understand the different compositional weightings, I think that'd be reasonable. That's it. Thanks.
Thank you. And then Fabio.
First, I want to thank the authors for the work, and I agree with my colleagues' comments and also support Curry in terms of bringing the 23C as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Other comments, Chris?
Yeah, just to add it to this assessment, and I'm on the winter survey stuff. It'd be great if there was a comment in there about the couple of areas that weren't surveyed in the winter survey and how that does or does not influence the assessment at all. It'd be just nice to have a statement in there that they acknowledge that happened and if there was any influence on that. Thanks.
Okay, other comments on this? Not seeing any. Actually gonna just very briefly state that we'll generally support the the recommendations from the plan team and appreciate the improvements that have been made in response to CIE comments, and the only difference, I suppose, is that we recommend also bringing forward model 23 C in November for comparison, and I'll leave it at that. So next is Peacock.
Yeah, for Gulf Pacific cod, as usual, I think we can thank the authors for their diligent efforts to explore some sort of necessary updates to the input data for the assessment and really streamlining and standardizing the data import process from ACFIN. I think this is a good step forward towards consistency and reproducibility. You know, a couple things I'll note, right? There's no new survey data for 2024 for this stock, so we're only getting new fishery catch and length composition data. There were several model variants explored or described here. The sort of 2019.1C series, there were kind of 7 nested explorations within there. And these I would categorize as really sort of housekeeping, right? There was a correction to the approach for calculating a log normal standard deviation, correcting the months that are implied for particular data types. You know, correctly inputting the input sample size in terms of the number of hulls, given some removals. And I think probably most critically, although as demonstrated, not having an impact on assessment results, changing the definition for the plus group from 116 centimeters to 104. But in general, I think the documentation generally showed that there were kind of modest changes in model estimates resulting from these sort of housekeeping changes that were put in place. In 2019 1D had some updates to aging error parameters, and interestingly, pooling reader tester data from across the Eastern Bering Sea and Gulf of Alaska regions to increase sample size. I mean, I defer to others who maybe have a better understanding of any reason we shouldn't do this, but first brush, it seems like a reasonable approach to try to increase the number of reader tester observations. And then generally speaking, there were the other substantive change was in model 2019.1E that addresses some increasing variability in fishery length compositions, basically removing a filter for hulls that had very few observations and merging both state and federal data in the same way that the catch data is done for the catch data already. And then the final 2 explorations looked as was done in Eastern Bering Sea peacock at the effect of moving from 1 centimeter to 2 and 5 centimeter length bins. I asked Steve in the Eastern Bering Sea case, and I'm guessing the answer is the same for the Gulf of Alaska as to why originally there were 1 centimeter length bins, and it didn't seem like there was a real strong justification. So I think we can move forward and endorse those. So I think overall I'd support the author and groundfish plan team recommendations for the author to bring forward the status quo model 2019.1B for November, as well as a model incorporating all these sort of housekeeping updates and other updates, mostly changes to input data, and moving to those 5 centimeter length bins. So that would be 2019.1E 5 cm. There was some brief discussion about explorations looking at different ways to approach apportionment, specifically including AFSC longline data in addition to bottom trawl survey data. Seems like there's still some work to be done, particularly trying to incorporate the temperature linkage that's used in the assessment within the REMA model for incorporation of longline survey data. And so I think in general, we can support continued research in that direction, but the sort of plan team recommendation to go with the status quo apportionment strategy based on the bottom trawl survey for this year.
Thanks for the overview, Dana.
Yeah, thanks, Curry. I agree with most of that, and I think most of this is pretty straightforward. But I guess I made the comment during Bering Sea that I think the 5 centimeter bins might be a little coarse around important parts of the growth trajectory and selectivity. So just want to make sure that's explored to see if it has any real effect. Other than that, yeah, I don't have anything else to add. Thanks.
And Fabio, oh, sorry, Curry, did you have a clarification or addition on that?
Yeah, I wonder if I might just clarify, Dana. So in terms, are we encouraging future research to continue exploring the impact of that, or are we asking for a model with a finer length bin structure to be brought forward, that 2 centimeter version.
I think we will see that anyway, right? Because we'll have the base model with the 1 centimeters, and but maybe just some explorations to ensure us and make us comfortable that there's no impact. Doesn't have to be a model choice, I guess, if there is no impact.
I think we can cast that as something we'd like to see. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Fabio.
I just agree with my colleagues' comments. I think we're fine with that. Thank you.
Thank you. Other comments on Pequot? Not seeing any. I'm just going to let that stand since Curry just gave the full summary, and we are generally agreeing with all the plan team recommendations and with the models to bring forward, whose names I didn't catch anyway because they're too long. Yeah, appreciate all the explorations and including the sort of housekeeping corrections. And then the only thing I'll flag is issue that it would be good to still at least have some ability to evaluate the change from 1 to 5 centimeters, maybe if appropriate, explore that some more, and because in some regions of the size range that might be a bit coarse. And with that, I think we can move to the other proposed models for other stocks, and Sherry will kick us off.
Thanks. Like the previous leads, I think want to thank both the authors and the plan team for the work that they've done this year, and really appreciate. I know we had in our general comments from last year a request to clarify what models are being brought forward in December, and the authors and plan team worked really hard to do that, and we appreciate the steps and the changes that were made to make that clear. The other thing I wanted to note is that in the presentation, I really appreciated the summary slide at the very beginning that had all the different stocks, if there were changes, and what assessment type. There were a few differences early on in like author presentations, PT report, and even some that changed during the plan team meeting, or one that changed during the plan team meeting. And that was an awesome, helpful slide for us to see where things ended up after the plan team. As far as model runs for Thorny Head, for Dusky, and for Northern, I'd like to just support the plan team's recommendation for models to be brought forward in December for those. For Dusky and Northern, there were also, the plan team recommended bringing forward only the vast apportionments to match what the stock assessments were using as far as methodology for those surveys. And I would suggest that the SSC supports moving to VAST for these. And I think that my initial thought, other people can see if they agree, but is that we can support that change now to bring forward only the VAST in December like the plan team suggested. There were a couple of things I think that there was going to be some further work for Dusky in the Eastern Gulf on how to apportion that, and that'll be great to see support that extra conversation that'll happen in November. Just make sure I'm not missing anything. Great. So those were for the model runs that are coming forward. There were a couple of other models. So that was for Thorny Head, Dusky, Northern. Those are my recommendations for those. I think we can do these all together. So the next one was the GOA demersal shelf rockfish CIE response and the model. And I think that, we can say that the SSC appreciates the update on the CAE review of the DSR research model, which is the Bayesian surplus production model, and the work that's done on the previous assessment author in response to that CAE review. The SSC appreciates the efforts of this previous assessment author and supports the continued exploration of this research model for SAO YLOI as time allows. And I think we should also note that in similar to the plan team, we recognize that a large amount of work would be needed to implement the surplus production model. They talked about an MSE that would be necessary ahead of time. So it's sort of I think we can support this as practicable for future exploration by the department. As far as the DSR update, we appreciate the update on the DSR surveys and authorship for this year. We share the disappointment in what appears to be the end of the ROV survey. And I think we can support ADF&G obtaining DSR data from IPHC survey as practicable and as possible for those two agencies. The last one was the research update for arrowtooth flounder. And I think that the SSC, I recommend that we support the plan team recommendation that the TMV version of this single species model be used in 2025. So this is accepting the plan team's sort of approval of that TMB version to come forward without another base model in, I think it was in ADMB before. Yeah, it was in ADMB before, without that in the future so that the authors can focus on TMB. Those are my recommendations.
Thanks, Sherry. Brett's next.
Thanks, Ron. It's a great summary, Sherry. I concur with all of those recommendations. Just have a couple minor things to add. If I understood the minutes and what Jim said, I think in regards to Thorny Head, that the REMA team was actually going to begin to work on building capacity within that tool to address observation and process errors more explicitly, which I think sounds great. So there'll be benefits beyond just that particular assessment, and that'll be a capacity that other authors can use. So I think the SSC should just note that we appreciate that. As it regards Northerns and Duskies, some of that conversation I think will be, we'll have some additional clarity once the council weighs in on the spatial management policy. It may influence decisions that are before us as it regards moving to spatial tools like VAST, but in particular here, the approach to Duskies in the Eastern Gulf would probably benefit from getting a sense of where the council wants to go with the spatial management policy. So hopefully in the future, we'll have some insights depending on what they have to say in this cycle. And then just to reiterate the importance of having yellow eye data of some sort in the Gulf from that ROV survey. It's, it is really disappointing, but I guess from my perspective, see something viable in the offing. And so I think it's great to sort of point at maybe IPHC or other sources, but to put a marker down in our minutes that really indicates this is going to be a major gap going forward.
Thanks, Brad. And then Jason.
I don't have anything to add. Agree with what my colleagues say. And just want to mention the DSR survey, and it's just another case where we've lost some information.
Thanks, Sherry.
So I guess, yeah, to clarify, to go back to what Brad was saying, I do think, accepting using VAST for apportionment, this is very similar to the issue that we ran into last year with black spotted, where we were going to change and use two indices instead of just one. And the SSC postponed doing that because we heard that there were issues for the fishery and we wanted input from the council. So we postponed that. So now this came up again, we're being more consistent with our stock assessment. And I've heard some anecdotal conversations that this may limit fishery sectors in the Central Gulf, but we didn't hear any public testimony. We haven't heard anything clear or formal about that. And so without that, I suggested going forward with the science as is best. And I recognize that what the council is going to talk about at this meeting may impact that. I don't know if they would come back to us. I have no idea what would happen, but I just fell back on the science since I haven't heard anything else. But yes, this is exactly the issue that's coming in front of the council. So I just wanted the SSC, other people that hadn't looked at this, to realize that, yeah, we actually are making a decision based on science that may be limiting because of different methodology.
Thanks for that addition. I think we should at least point that out that, Curry, go ahead.
Yeah, my comments also on the apportionment example for Dusky and Northern. So, I mean, right now, as presented, there are vast indices that are by region that are used for apportionment, but there are ways to incorporate autocorrelation within the structure of a vast model. And we've explored this before back in 2017. So you can assume either a random walk or an AR1 process for the intercepts as well as the spatiotemporal fields. And I think that should be better described or at least explored. I mean, it seems like an option that's a middle ground that doesn't require you to fix your apportionment over multiple years in the Gulf. It would be kind of a middle ground between the apportionment strategy that I think is being put forward and the REMA model approach. And I didn't see that explored here, and I'm kind of wondering why not. I think that could be a request moving forward. I'm not sure I want to sort of say that you shouldn't move forward with this apportionment strategy, but we should have a clear recommendation that various aspects of the REMA model in terms of smoothing across time and the vast model-based approach to index standardization can be brought together within the same framework and encourage the authors to do so.
Yeah, thanks. I mean, I think that's a good sensible recommendation. It, we don't know where we're going to end up in terms of potentially substantial changes in the apportionments and whether that might have any impacts. But I mean, I guess that's we can't do anything about that until we get some clarity on the spatial management policy and whether there are concerns about that. But go ahead, Sherry.
Yeah, I guess my question is whether I saw two ways forward with this. One, to make the one that seemed to make sense just based on consistency as far as doing VAST, but I don't know the intricacies of VAST like you do. And so the first thought was to move ahead with this. The other way would be to ask to see, I know that at least one of the authors, I think it was in reference to this, said it wouldn't be a big lift to bring back REMA. Now that's different than running a different apportionment. But I guess the other way we could do this is we could ask for it in December so that we can make the decision after the council has talked about this. I was hesitant to bring more work for the authors and for the review body, so I didn't know if it was worth it. But your suggestion that there may be something intermediate, I don't know, makes me wonder. So I'd be interested in your thought, Curry.
Yeah, I mean, what I would like to see is a direct comparison of basically the apportionment method using VAST as proposed, plus an implementation with a VAST model that assumes basically an AR1 process for the intercepts as well as the spatiotemporal fields. It's going to serve to smooth things out even more than they are already smoothed. But I think it is, given our overall objectives, probably a good thing to see in December.
So just to clarify, then you're suggesting a REMA, the approach that has been used, the REMA-based approach, the VAST approach that they are proposing, plus a VAST approach that includes temporal autocorrelation. Sherry?
The only addition that I would say to that then is recognizing that this is an additional piece, not only to bring back both, but to run it in a different way. I think our fallback then is to use the design. So say as practicable for the authors. And if they can bring back all three, great. If not, we can default to what has currently been used and just delay it for another year. In other words, I don't want to put the authors in a pickle, not knowing their timing. But that could be another way to do it. Say this is something that we would like to see before we change the apportionment. And if the authors can bring it forward in December, great. And if not, then we would go back with a default of what we're currently using.
Okay, thanks. I think we're, Jason, go ahead.
I think having more options is probably going to be good for December, but I guess the question is there some biological rationale why we'd pick one of these over another, which kind of brings me back to this discussion paper and, you know, sort of this trap that we get into each year. So I think in the interest of maybe bringing forward a new method that might provide some smoothing, some other options, that makes sense to me, but I'm sort of back at the foundational question about the apportionment. So I'm not suggesting anything additional. I'm just kind of noting that the council weighing in on this is important. I don't want necessarily to say that we don't need that. I think that's really important with this.
And just for my understanding and clarity, for these particular stocks, like we've said for the other stocks that we sort of dealt with last year, that there were no conservation concerns, so we kind of held off on changes to the apportionment. For these particular stocks, there are not conservation concerns either in terms of the area apportionment. Is that correct? Does maybe
That was my understanding from listening to the groundfish plan team, because the discussion there was that for them, you know, how you do apportionment, my recollection was that how you do apportionment didn't necessarily matter for the plan team, and I'm assuming that meant because there wasn't a underlying biological concern. But I'd be interested if anybody else remembers. I can see Sarah thinking too, and I know that you wrote the other paper, and Thorny Heads was one of them. And I think on that one, short raker was the only concern, right?
Through the chair. So rough-eye black spotted, I think earlier you mentioned rough-eye black spotted last year. The issue the SSC had was with short raker, and rough-eye black spotted is the stock that there is data that suggests that there is some spatial structuring of the population. I think as far as determining conservation concerns, it's likely a different discussion when you're talking about which method the author should use for apportionment versus whether or not you can have sub-area apportionments or not.
Well, we do have separate apportionments for these stocks right now.
And my understanding was that using either one of these approaches, I didn't think were a conservation concern. That didn't seem to come into the discussion. But
Yeah, I mean, for now, we can make our recommendations based on the best approach, really, and we made some recommendations along those lines. If we run into trouble with that later, we can address it as needed. Dana?
Yeah, I was just going to point out that rationale we've often used for these apportionment methods is that when you have a pretty low F on these things, you can kind of mess around and go back and forth across areas, and you're probably not going to have a big problem.
Okay, other issues on the GOA, other proposed models? Okay, I'll just briefly summarize our notes, and we'll thank the authors and planning team for their efforts on this, and appreciate the summary slide in the beginning as a kind of a roadmap for the model runs. We generally support the plan team recommendations for models to bring forward. We had some comments on the vast apportionments for Dusky and Northern. And we may request some clarity on that in terms of the transition from REMA to the vast-based apportionment that's proposed here, and maybe ask for an additional alternative vast-based apportionment that includes autocorrelation, and to bring those three forward as practicable in December. I'll just note on the GOA DSR CIE, we appreciate the updates on that and the responsiveness to CIE recommendations to develop the surplus production model and support continued exploration of that as time and resources allow. We got an update on the DSR survey, and might express our concern over the end of that survey. Another one that bites the dust, and highlight the importance of data on yellowfish in particular, I think is what Brad had highlighted. And then on the ATF research model, we support the CPD recommendations for the single species TMB version in 2025. And that's kind of what I had for high level summary. That brings us to the last set of topics on any comments on the surveys, or we do need to comment on harvest projections, the proposed specs, and how about DMRs and any other topics. So Jason, if you want to start us off.
Sure. So I think one of the topics was the winter pollock survey. I think I can be brief. Just note that we received a report on that. Note the missed areas due to weather conditions. And then also note that there's a survey scheduled in 2025, and there's some details about where that survey is going to be. On the summer survey changes, so the acoustic survey, due to resources, there's discussion there about canceling that survey. And the presentation gave a good highlight of sort of the pros and cons about losing that survey, and principally a pollock assessment survey. I think the SSC, we should have note that we appreciate that report and just the thoroughness that they went through in terms of evaluating that. In this case, the vessel time, I think, would likely to remain in the GOA, but there's no guarantee of that. But it could be reallocated to strengthen the winter acoustic survey and support other research projects in the GOA. So I think we should definitely note that losing surveys is a large concern. And then I would also like to add that I think keeping those vessel days in the GOA for research and winter pollock probably should remain a priority. I'd be curious what others thought of that. I know that's probably AFSC's prerogative to prioritize, but it just seems like losing that information out of the GOA could be a problem. The rockfish discussion paper, we didn't receive a full report, but I just want to note that the paper did a really good job of laying out the apportionment and management allocations, how they overlay these apportionments, including species that have been put on PSC status, and just generally the differences between the ABC of the OFL versus subarea ABC apportionments. And I just think the paper did a great job summarizing that, as well as just the current knowledge on the stock structure. So I just want to make sure that our minutes acknowledge that. Harvest projections. I'm going to be really curious to see what the rest of the group feels about this. First off, I think we should concur with the groundfish plan team recommendations and apportionments for this 2024 cycle. But I think thinking forward, I'd like to propose that staff and the groundfish plan team consider a change in the harvest projections, largely in an effort to reduce workload. So my proposal is this. For stocks on 2-year cycles, I'm thinking perhaps we don't need to do a harvest projection. The changes are generally small. There isn't substantial new information within that 2-year cycle that seems to me would cause a change in the ABC. And I also note the current year and next year's catch is also projected and the prior year's catch is finalized. So we're still working off somewhat of projected catch when we're looking at those harvest projections. So I would propose considering catch monitoring updates in the SAFE for those stocks on those 2-year cycles in lieu of the harvest projections. So basically updating the catch. I think there'd be some probably additional work staff would need to be considered in terms of the specification process. I think the situation though might be different for 4-year assessment cycle stocks. Those are primary flatfish. It seems like we could consider a harvest projection done midway through that cycle. And maybe the survey results could also be included along with that projection because we'd have new survey information. So that might be a little bit more useful in terms of judging stock trends. And certainly, I mean, the authors should have input, and if there are reasons for doing, harvest projections on the 2-year cycle, certainly that should be considered. Looking through my notes, make sure I didn't miss any other topics. Did I get them all, Franz?
We gotta have to comment on the proposed groundfish specifications. I have the boilerplate language now. I can cover that if you want.
Yeah, that'd be
to
great.
later.
Yeah, whatever that boilerplate, I didn't have the language.
I'll just do that in my summary that we support the or recommend approval of the proposed specifications for 25-26.
Yep, I concur. That's what I got.
Okay. And then we have Chris on that.
Yeah, thanks. Just a couple of comments. One on the survey stuff, and this is really, as we've been talking about surveys and some losses and changes in surveys, I wonder if it's worth us or someone starting to track changes in surveys over time. I worry about if we have a reduction in a survey this year and we have a reduction in survey next year, did someone calculate the reduction from that previous year or the original sample size? And I think about, is there some consistent metric of here's the overall sample size of our survey, here's what it is now, and then making sure that there's a spatial extent of where those changes are, just so we as a group have an understanding of where those changes are over time. I feel like this is the road we're going over the next handful of years, and it would be super nice to know that, we haven't lost 50% of a survey in non-randomized design somewhere, and we're not tracking those things. So anyway, just a comment in there kind of to think about how we document survey changes over time, I think would be helpful from that standpoint. And that just, it's from the winter survey, but I think it's applicable to all of these things, that it'd be good to know that we're tracking some of this stuff. That's all. On the other comments I have are on the harvest projections. I agree with Jason. I think the 2-year projections could just go to catch reports. The reality of it, the magnitude of a change in catch in that first part of the season would have to be so dramatic. And that the change in the projection, which I don't think is actually really possible, for us to actually implement some change in an ABC just warrants moving this to, recommending that the staff think about moving this to catch reporting. Similarly, for the 4 years, they could do catch reporting for those other years other than halfway through. I think that would be totally reasonable we are just going to move forward and suggest that those things are okay. I also think on generally for the harvest projections, a non-prescriptive kind of general recommendation is to ensure that the presentations from the authors and the plan teams are that they have a couple of consistent metrics so we can look at them quickly and say, yeah, there's no concern here, or yes, there might be a concern, whether that's, how much the catch in August or September, whenever they pull it, has changed from the last 5 years of catch at that time period, right? Or how different a survey result is this current year from the last couple of years if there's survey results in that current year. I think a couple of those things would go a long way, along with an active comment from the author, whether yes, there's a concern or no, there is not a concern. Just having those pieces will make our job simpler, and just saying, yes, we agree with these OFLs and ABCs, or we want to try to do something or not. I think those are my general comments for that. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks. And maybe I'm not sure of how we might structure that, but we had like some similar comments in the BSAI, and maybe we can do that in a combined section for harvest projections in general, have some comments on that. We'll think about that. Other comments, DMRs, we also need to recommend or support the GOA plan team recommendation to approve halibut DMRs. Anything else? Okay, just briefly summarizing that last bit then. We, note we appreciate the updates on the surveys, and I'll just highlight here. We'll have some comments in the report. I'll just highlight here that we'll note concerns over the potential canceling of the semi-acoustic survey for pollock. We appreciate the discussion around that and evaluating the pros and cons of that. If it is canceled, the SSC would highlight the importance of keeping that survey effort in the Gulf of Alaska, which is already relatively poorly sampled. We appreciate the update on the spatial apportionment and also commend the authors on the paper itself, which lays out the issues very clearly. Then with respect to harvest projections, the SSC concurs with the GOA groundfish plan team, and author recommended ABC and OFL for the 8 stocks with harvest projections for 2025 and 2026 with no reductions from max ABC, I think, for any of them. Is that correct? Okay, Jason, can you clarify then?
Yeah, it was rough-eye black spotted had a reduction due to model concerns last time we reviewed the model. So that reduction is basically carried forward through these harvest specifications.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. So we'll note the couple of reductions from max ABC. Then going forward, we I didn't hear any concerns about Jason's recommendations to for the, I guess that's for the plan team to discuss and consider changes in the harvest projections, perhaps for stocks that are on a 2-year cycle. We don't need to do harvest projections, and we could consider catch monitoring in the safe instead. And then for 4-year stocks, perhaps consider harvest projections halfway through and catch monitoring or catch reports, whatever we call them now, otherwise. And then we had some suggestions on the things to include in the harvest projections in terms of the catch relative to previous years, and we had some comments in the BSAI on the that issue that we may pull out in a separate section on harvest projections. And then the SSC recommends approval of the proposed 25-26 GOA groundfish specifications as provided in the report. And the SSC supports GOA groundfish plan team's recommendation to approve the halibut DMR working group recommendations for proposed halibut DMRs for 25-26, I think. And then just one general comment. I'm not sure where that best goes from Chris on, the that somebody might consider or should be tasked with tracking all the changes in various surveys. And I mean, I guess that also kind of interfaces with the survey modernization overall for some of the surveys. But I think in general, that's a good idea to have some clear understanding of the changes over time in surveys and survey effort. And then did you have any additions, Sherry?
Yeah, and maybe Diana, Sarah, or Bob can help with this, but I think that the stock assessment prioritization, if we're going to move from a harvest spec, recommend saying that we would support moving from a harvest projection to a catch report, I think that that's an agency issue, not plan team. Okay. So I think that that's up to agency discretion, but we can certainly suggest thinking about it.
Yeah, I think in the wording we can clarify that and just say that we encourage the agency to consider that when those are kind of re-evaluated. Jason.
Yeah, I agree. I guess I'd want to make sure the plan team was going to weigh in if there was they were uncomfortable with just going to a catch report. I don't think they would be, but if there was, it would be good to hear that sooner than later.
We'll note the shaking of heads. No concern. Dana.
Yeah, I guess I just wanted to make sure, like, if everyone agrees with this, I think we should actually make it a little bit more of a recommendation than just consider, because I'm not sure what the center or the plan team would do with that. Like, there's no timeline with consider. And I think most of this stuff developed because we as an SSC said we wanted it. So if we don't want it, maybe we should say so, because we were worried during prioritization that we were not going to track these stocks. So just saying, if maybe we should make it stronger if we're going to put it in the minutes or not put it in the minutes.
Yeah, I mean, I have no issues about making a sort of a recommendation to the agency, I suppose. I mean, I don't know. I didn't want to be more specific about it because I don't know on what time frame these are reevaluated in terms of what goes where. But I assume somebody looks at it sort of annually, and we can just recommend that we think this would be sufficient for getting a handle on those particular stocks. Jason, do you have anything to add to that?
I think a recommendation is fine. I just think we want to be clear that, the agency needs to think about how to implement this if they were going to move forward. I just want to leave room for folks to have time to think about it and make sure.
So is that, I mean, good? Are we good? Was that on that specific recommendation? Sherry?
So I think that during the prioritization process, we talked about the interval at which it would be reconsidered, which I think was like 5 years, but I'm pulling that way from the back of my brain. So if anybody knows that it's different. And so I think it sounds like from what you were saying, Jason, really consider this, that we would be saying we think it's sufficient to be considered at the next review in 5, in the next review. Okay. Great. And if people think that it needs to be done or suggest it be done sooner, then we can certainly talk about that. Okay.
Okay, thanks. Curry, go ahead.
Yeah, just so I'm clear, we're recommending that they consider at the next review cycle doing away with the harvest projection category altogether. No. Okay. I'm glad I clarified.
Sorry, no, we are, if that wasn't clear, I think Jason made a proposal to just, for stocks that are on a 2-year cycle to, not do those harvest projections, but instead catch monitoring, or stocks that are on a 4-year cycle, consider, or we recommend a harvest projection halfway through the cycle and otherwise catch reporting, if I understood the suggestion correctly. And other stocks would remain on harvest, would still have harvest projections.
Yeah, I would just note that we just finished the 5-year review, so this is definitely a recommendation for far away from now.
Yeah, Sherry, go ahead. And
We haven't necessarily had the chats on because that hasn't been a way we've done this in this meeting. And so, but I just have it, Melissa said, we left future prioritization as a topic to be revisited as needed. So my 5-year thing, ignore that.
yeah, I mean, we'll word it as a recommendation and hope that something happens. Otherwise, we'll point it out in the future. So I think that concludes the Goa plan team items. So thank you to Diane and Sarah for walking us through that. It's 4:45 right now. Is Mike and Sarah, are you still available to at least start us off and see how far we get on the crew? Do we need a quick break? Okay, I sense we do. So let's try to limit it to like a bathroom break. I I was under the impression that the presentation was relatively short, so but we can find a break point if needed. Are we okay to go till 5:30? So I'm hearing some concerns here. Let's just stand down for 5 minutes and we'll figure it out and see if we can at least get us started a little bit. I'll talk to the analysts. Thank you. Okay, we're back just for a sec, just to note that because of time constraints of some of the leads and because of the time of day and because we went long yesterday, we decided that it doesn't make sense to even start on this now. So we will start with the item on, I always forget the title, crew shares something. Crew data collection, C5 crew data collection, tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. and we'll try to work through that as efficiently as possible. It may mean that we'll go into the afternoon a little bit for the remainder of the items. So that I guess closes the meeting for today.